shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're headed to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it up. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Welcome back to the part. I do that every time. Welcome. That is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. We got Little Toes in the building. We got Glow and Dark. Welcome. We got Food Toys saying 1A auditors are unconstitutional. No, it absolutely is constitutional. I don't know. We'll have to see. There is a debate between our boy SpeakeaZy himself. He is not moderating. He is actually debating. He is on the affirmative side that 1A auditors are unconstitutional. And we got Jack of Blades, not too familiar, but a cool dude nonetheless. So we got some housekeeping about the about the fund and everything. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I'm an uncle, baby. Let's go. Amelia was born yesterday evening. I was actually with my parents when they got the text, so it was very, very exciting. But I got some pictures and stuff I'll show you later. Glow and Dark said, we're all unconstitutional on stolen land. If you know, you know. Thank you. So we'll get into all that with Uncle Lutch in the building. But for now, let's dive right into the debate. Shout out again to SpeakeaZy over here and Jack of Blades with Teriak moderating. And the format, 10-minute opening, hour-long back and forth, and 10-minute closing. And then depending on how far we get into this, and then if the members after party want to go through their panel or whatever else you want to do, that, remember, guys, we've switched up how the memberships work, and now the members-only after party is here on YouTube. So once we hit the end of that goal that you see, then we are moving into the after party, which you guys can still watch if you're not a member, but the chat is members only, and you guys get to decide what is good, what comes up next. Without further ado, let's dive right in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
All right. First off, I want to say thank you to Teriak for coming and hosting this up for us, taking that from me last minute. I appreciate that big time. And thank you to Jack of Blades for taking the opposite of me on this topic, which I think most people would. Right. Let's cut through the constitutional cosplay immediately. My opponent here will want you to believe that if you strap a GoPro to your chest and wander into a government building and refuse to leave when asked, you've somehow transferred into James Madison with a Wi-Fi signal. You haven't. You're not the Fourth Estate. You're not uncovering Watergate. You're a guy with a camera hoping someone reacts poorly enough to monetize off of it. And the Constitution does not grant cameras magical immunity powers. Okay?
Wait, did I not?
The First Amendment.
Wait, did I not? Hold on. Let me just make sure my shit's not loading. We have the poll up. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure the poll is up. The poll is up. 1A, auditing is unconstitutional. Agree, disagree, or if you don't know what that is, hit I don't know what that is.
Protects speech. It protects press. It protects dissent. It does not protect engineered confrontation designed to farm outrage like it's a renewable energy source. This 1A auditing, as commonly practiced, isn't principled transparency.
And yes, guys, it is going to bother me the entire night that said auditors is, but we're just going to try to push through.
It's procedural provocation with ad revenue enabled. Yes, courts like Glick versus Cunniff recognized a qualified right.
If you're not familiar, guys, 1A stands for the First Amendment. So really quickly, in case you didn't know, First Amendment auditors are the type of people that will go stand outside a building or a business or whatever and just start filming with the intent of getting some kind of confrontation, and people being like, I don't want you to film me. And be like, oh, well, you're in public, and da-da-da-da-da. And then it goes all the way up to the cops, and they get content, and then they move on to the next one. So the idea of 1A audit, meaning trying to determine, are these people allowing me to express my First Amendment freedom of speech, freedom of expression rights, or no? That's the long and short of it. Shout out to Joe motherfucking Cool. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. That was the First Amendment not constitutional. Well, no. So the First Amendment audit. The audit itself. So maybe we should do that. Let's pull up an example of First Amendment auditors, just so we all know what we're talking about. So we're gonna do 1A audit. We're just gonna go with the first one that comes up.
What is going on today, everybody? Today we are here in the Empire State. We are here in Albany, New York, and we're going to be going around and doing our regular thing, stress testing the First Amendment right to record in public, seeing how the public and or the public officials act if they do arrive out here today. So as usual, thank you for being here. Like the video and stick around. Well, all right, everybody. Today we are at the TD Bank here in Albany, New York. But we're still right off the highway here in Albany, so we should have a bunch of traffic here today. So stick around.
So he's just sitting there waiting for people like this to come up and be like, what are you doing? We'll speed this up a little bit just to get the point here. And so SpeakeaZy is arguing that this is unconstitutional. Of course, then she should come over and start a ruckus.
What am I doing? Like, you don't know what I'm doing? Does it matter? But why does it matter? No, you're not. What do you think they're gonna do? This lady's gonna call the police, she said.
I'm gonna speed this up even more because again, we're just trying to get the point.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
What's up?
So she's all mad, and they're arguing, and somebody else comes up.
I have a 360 camera, so I can literally go.
All right, so now the manager's coming out.
I have a 360 camera, so I can literally go in a circle like this, and I can see wherever. So, what's up?
I'm here to find out exactly what's happening out here.
Not much. What's happening with you? Okay. That was a strange conversation, but you take it easy.
Smart.
Have a good day.
Smart, because usually what they want is the confrontation, and so that's the long and short of it. It's just stress testing the First Amendment. I'm allowed to film. I'm allowed to be out here, and SpeakeaZy here says that it is unconstitutional. So let's see. Let's get further into his argument.
It's procedural provocation with ad revenue enabled. Yes, courts like Glick versus Cunniff recognized a qualified right to record public officials in public spaces. Qualified. That word does some real work here that people are not paying attention to, because the First Amendment is not a cheat code you shout when a clerk enforces you a posted policy. It's not a get out of trespass free card. It's not a you can't talk to me force field. Government offices are not constitutional playgrounds. Under Perry Education Association versus Perry Local Educators Association.
I'm still so mad that doesn't show up. I'm still so mad it doesn't show up.
Most government buildings are non-public forums. That means restrictions only need to be reasonable and viewpoint neutral. Let me repeat that for you in case you didn't understand. That means restrictions only need to be reasonable and
Hey, shout out to Jack of Blades. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. I've had this, when was this? This was a while ago, right? This was at least a few weeks ago. 2 months ago, and I've been holding on to it because I really enjoyed this conversation a lot, and I think you did a good job. And interesting topic. Welcome. We also got Smoking Spaceman. Welcome. I don't believe so. No, I think this is his honest opinion. Based on, so I've watched more of this than what I usually watch before I show you, but he seems dead ass. I mean, Jack, did he say anything about, him, just playing the devil's advocate or anything? This seems like his real opinion.
Point neutral. Translation: you can't wander into a DMV, ignore signages, hover over employees like you're narrating a wildlife documentary. Observe the bear cat in its natural habitat, and then cry tyranny when someone asks you to step behind the line on the floor. That's not civil rights activism. That's loitering with a production value.
I thought so.
And let's talk the incentive structures, because this is where the mask slips off completely. If peaceful documentation were the goal, these videos would be boring.
I mean, that video was kind of boring, but just saying, the first one YouTube shows us was a pretty boring video. We had it at 2x, and I was like, all right, I'm bored. Let's get back to the debate.
Not dramatic zoom-ins, no thumbnail screaming, tyrant melts down, no ominous background music because the receptionist keeps blinking too aggressively. The business model depends on friction. It's like walking into a restaurant kitchen during dinner rush, standing in the way of the chef, and when he tells you to move, you shout, "Ah! Culinary dictatorship exposed." No, you're in the way, stupid. And here's the darker truth. The reaction is the product. The confrontation is the commodity. The escalation is the revenue system. It's not.
I agree with that part. I agree that, if it was just, you standing there with a camera, people and nothing else going on, then it would be a pretty boring video. But that is not strong enough. But, well, hey, let's see what he's got.
It's not an investigative journalism. It's bait with a microphone.
Define investigative journalism.
All right, and let's talk the taxpayer reality here. When these engineered confrontations happen, offices don't just shrug and move on. They call supervisors, they poll security, they pause services, they draft reports, they conduct reviews, trigger internal affairs. Internal affairs exist to investigate actual misconduct, not to serve as the comment moderation team for someone's YouTube channel. We fund oversight to catch corruption, not to subsidize content creators who treat municipal staff like NPCs in a Liberty-themed video game. Every unnecessary report, every forced review, every procedural escalation. That's your money, you taxpayers. And no, discomfort isn't unconstitutional. Before we get into that, because I'm guessing that will be brought up. You're correct. If you're going to say discomfort isn't unconstitutional, that's right. But the Constitution does not protect you from awkwardness. It also does not entitle you to manufacture.
Testing. Are we good? Are we good? Let me know that we are good. And we will jump back in. Smoking Spaceman said most are boring. The only ones with explosive responses get posted and go viral. That's an interesting point. If you're not watching regularly and you're only seeing the clips, then that, how we always talk about the representative heuristic, you're going to assume that every 1A audit video is going to be like the viral ones that you saw, just like all of you Christians think that every atheist is like the militant one that you hate and that the leftist. That's because all the people that are atheists are loud and obnoxious like that. Glow in Dark said, I'm thinking of renaming my dog either Juba Juba. Is it Juba Juba or Jubba Jubba or Jack Lumbus? Good luck with that. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. So I love 1A auditors. Nobody is going to change my mind. I was involved in cop watch stuff for years before BLM and fully support these heroes. Fair enough. Welcome. So he's just starting. We're going. I paused it because of the microphone, but we're still in the opening statement here. Yeah, I know, right? Strayman. All right. And Liberty says I watch the boring videos too. Fair enough. Are you really? We got some a very clear bias towards Jack in this one. So SpeakeaZy's got an uphill battle. I'll back it up a little bit before your ears got graped.
I'm guessing that will be brought up. You're correct. If you're going to say discomfort isn't unconstitutional.
Hey. Okay, you're saying them. No, there's no clickbait title at all. That is legitimately what they are arguing. You came to watch, whether you clicked on that video, which is linked in the description if you want to watch it without my commentary. That is specifically what they are debating. And I'm specifically covering that. So no clickbait anywhere to be found. Shout out to Edge of the South. We are checking out this debate as to whether 1A auditors are acting within the Constitution.
That will be brought up. You're correct. If you're going to say discomfort isn't unconstitutional, that's right. But the Constitution does not protect you from awkwardness. It also does not entitle you to manufacture operational disruptions. Under standards like the United States versus O'Brien, conduct that materially interferes with legitimate government functions can be regulated, even if speech is involved. That's the line.
So that's where he's going to go hard, that it's not because of the fact that you're filming, it's the disruption itself. It's the fact that you are disrupting the goings on that is illegal, and I think that the argument is that we're using 1A auditing as a cover for that. So we will see
if speech is involved. That's the line. You are free to record. You are free. You are not free to obstruct. You are free to criticize. You are not free to stall public services because you're fishing for a viral clip. You are free to document. You are not free to turn every minor policy enforcement into a dystopian trailer for 1984, the lobby edition. And here's the uncomfortable question my opponent won't answer. If the goal is transparency,
And this, yeah, Liberty saying the only time I disagree with it is on private businesses. I don't believe that any business should be effectively considered public spaces. There's a clear violation of property rights. And so I guess what's the word I'm looking for? The crux of it is, or the different categories rather. You have public spaces, private spaces that are open to the public, and then private spaces. Well, how do you know we even how do you even know if we agree or disagree? We haven't gotten through the opening statement yet.
My opponent.
Maybe we're on the same side.
If the goal is transparency, why escalate when compliance would preserve the footage? Why refuse reasonable repositioning? Why refuse to follow neutral building policies? Why insist on confrontation unless confrontation is the objective? Because peaceful transparency doesn't trend. Conflict does. And let's be crystal clear here. If someone peacefully records from a lawful public sidewalk without interfering, fantastic. They don't need defending. They're already protected. But when the strategy depends on pushing boundaries until someone snaps, when the entire premise is to see how close you can get to obstruction without catching a charge, then don't pretend this is about liberty. It's about leverage. It's about testing how far you can.
I love when people make incorrect assumptions about me.
Stretch constitutional doctrine before it tears apart. The First Amendment was written to restrain tyranny, not to bankroll troll and
tyranny
morons on the internet, not to turn public servants into unwilling cast members in a low-budget drama called Am I Being Detained? And if we start treating every tripod like a sacred relic of democracy, immune from context, immune from consequence, immune from regulations, then we're not defending the First Amendment. We're hollowing it out. Liberty is a serious thing. It is not a performance art project. It's not a monetization strategy. It's not a social experiment to see how many times you can repeat, I'm exercising my rights before someone sighs and calls security. Tonight.
Okay, so we're 2 minutes and 30 seconds left of the 10-minute opening statement. I'm not fully sure what the actual bottom line is. He's saying that, just because you have a camera doesn't mean that you have all these rights, but it also doesn't mean that you aren't allowed to do things. So what part of it is illegal?
I am not attacking the First Amendment. I'm defending it from being diluted into a content genre. Because rights are shields against tyranny. They are not swords for harassment. And the moment we confuse the two, we stopped protecting liberty and started protecting nuisance fucking idiots on the internet.
Right. I think, Jack, would you still have taken this this prompt if it was something along the lines of 1A auditors are bad for society? Because that's the argument that Easy just made. And I mean, depending on which avenue he goes down, I could agree. And I do think it's, it can be, there's people who do it in a very obnoxious way. I think we've all seen that. And to Easy's point, those are usually the ones that go viral. But to say it's unconstitutional, that's a pretty high bar. And so I wonder if, if he'd made the hey, shout out to Jack for the first debate. Dilly taking on the man himself. But I think, on Easy's side, it would have been a much better prompt to say 1A auditors are bad for society, or 1A auditors are something negative that isn't a legal thing, because the law is the law, and you could very easily make an argument that this is illegal, but we shouldn't do it because because it's bad for society. That seems to be Easy's argument, but we'll get into the specifics. Good ones and bad ones for sure.
Protecting liberty and started protecting nuisance fucking idiots on the internet. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for that, SpeakeaZy.
All right, and so can anybody give me what the bottom line is from that? What is the part that is unconstitutional? I didn't hear that. Liberty said before body cams, auditors and cop watchers, cops acted way worse against innocent people. Obviously, a slight, totally legal nuisance is better than the alternative. Strong point. I like it. Justin, I'm talking to each other. Girl.
And Jack, whenever you're ready, once the clock's reset, we'll start playing once you start talking.
Jack's first ever opening statement. Here we go, brother.
All right. Thanks for having me, Easy. Thanks for Teriak for being the mod today. Today I will be defending the First Amendment auditing and why the First Amendment auditors are constitutional. In this debate, you will hear an argument from my opponent that the amendment auditors are unconstitutional. I think this debate will come down to an emotional appeal for my opponent. He will argue what feels is unconstitutional, as he should. It is my job to demonstrate why it is indeed the fact that the First Amendment auditing is constitutional. In this debate, we might have to define words, policies, and laws.
Always a good place to start. Shout out to Steve Young in the building. Welcome, welcome. So one of the important things this does is that it shows regular people they can record their interactions with government employees. So the employee can't say one thing and do another. And that's in general, whether we're talking about, going out to do 1A auditing specifically, or you just find yourself in a situation, we all got to be better at, whipping out the phone and starting to record, even if you're not like recording in somebody's face like that, then just having it and, in your lap and that I think is a good thing that comes from, this type of stuff, whether or not you want to say it's overall good or overall bad. But totally agree. Jackson, I only knew about this debate the day before and had to do notes at work. Well, goddamn, son, you went in hard. If for my first debate against Easy on his own channel with no prep, I would have been like, can we go next week? So the balls on this guy.
Fact.
All right, so
it is my job to demonstrate why it is indeed the fact that the First Amendment auditing is constitutional. In this debate, we might have to define words, policies, and laws. He thinks this is all a way to get the cops called so that they can get some viral clip. Now, I don't believe that all auditors do this. I can't deny that there is, I would even say a majority that do this. But we cannot, just like we do for cops, take a small minority of bad cops and apply it to the general population of cops.
I mean, I generally do, but that's a conversation for another day.
Now, I think that when you do something like that, you kind of muddy the waters. And I don't think that's the case for all First Amendment auditors. And the ones that I see sometimes, they're just doing a travel. They're just going place to place and often shouting out businesses. And when cops are called because people get them in their emotions, they get called to them. And they sort it out like how they should in a proper way. And they highlight those good cops.
Now, because I'm not somebody who watches this content, I have not really seen that. I mean, maybe I've seen a video at some point somewhere of somebody who was doing 1A auditing, and it was a pleasant experience for people involved. But other than that, I don't see that. But again, I'm somebody who doesn't look into this stuff. I just get fed what goes viral.
I don't see any problem with that. Now, yes, there are issues. If you're in the way of a business that you're in a public place, you should not be obstructing. You should not be standing over people trying to look at their information.
Really quick, guys, can you do me a huge favor and hit that like button? It is free. It is easy. It helps out so very, very much. And while you're at it, you should share the video. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. And of course, don't forget, every donation comes with a treat for the overlord.
But there are laws for that, and that makes sense to me. But if you're not in the way, you're not disrupting public places or outside on the public right away, causing a big scene, and you're just standing there, even if you have a professional equipment, you should be allowed to do so.
Hey, shout out to Jason in the building. All right, so we got people on other sides now. I think you're the first, unless people are staying quiet. You're the first one here who said A1 auditors are D-holes. I've said I don't love what I've seen of it, but I am not into that world. But 94% of you disagree with the prompt and are on Jack's side. So we'll see. I like when we do these debates. I like to, do the prompt up top and then afterwards see if how many minds were changed.
Standing there, even if you have a professional equipment, you should be allowed to do so. But often people, like I said, get caught in their emotions. They not understand it. These people don't have to answer what they're doing there.
That's why I found it funny when someone called me a bootlicker. It's like, yo, y'all understand how much I don't like the cops?
In some places, in some states, they do, when have to get confronted by cops, they have to show ID. Some of them choose to not. Some don't know what they're doing properly right. And that is a problem. But I don't think this is all cases. There are plenty of people that know what they're doing. And, there's many kind of case studies. Easy in his opening cited many of these things. There's many of them that many case studies that have been done, many courtships, many lawsuits that have happened that have kind of changed things and regulated it. But I stand on the First Amendment. I'm not a complete absolutionist on this stance.
You meant absolutist.
I definitely see where Easy is coming from, and I don't believe that people should be using it to just get viral clips. I feel like the extreme side of this is trying to take away people's ability to do that, to take away their cameras because of people's feelings, because they just don't understand, because the person doesn't have to talk to them. And a lot of these people freak out. All these store owners and stuff like this. Now the bad side of this comes in, public sideways and home residential areas.
Interesting. You said, isn't the prompt self-defeating? If a 1A auditor is violating the Constitution, then they aren't even engaged in a 1A audit. That's why we need to define our terms. That's why we need to define what is the difference between holding a camera or phone or GoPro or whatever and auditing. But yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it, and obviously no shade to the Easy, but we gotta call it like we see it.
Public sideways in home residential areas. Obviously.
Yeah, and Easy was talking about this before, getting the cops called, and realistically, if we want to break it down that way, then it shouldn't be, or that the anger there should be on the people who are calling the cops. And I understand Easy's point that the auditors often are trying to invoke that, but I don't know what is the constitutional or rather unconstitutional part of it. Edge of South said the First Amendment should be exercised, protected, and sometimes stress tested. Some D-hole gives a stress test and it fails. The violators should be held accountable. Fair, yeah. Meaning, like, if they get arrested for not doing anything, then yeah, if you violate, that's a false arrest. No difference. We got freedom of the press. Oh, you're saying, well, but I mean, colloquially, in terms of what Easy is arguing, what is the difference to Easy between holding a camera and filming something, and what is the threshold that brings it into auditing that makes it illegal? I just watched a 1A auditor pepper spray some old lady who tried to steal his camera and charged him. Karen's getting sprayed is peak internet content. I ain't mad about it.
You wouldn't want somebody outside of your home just videotaping your home. I think that's really wrong to do. But that does.
Good point there, Jack, to bring up. Okay, so this part of it is wrong. You're establishing a threshold that, okay, it's wrong when you hit this level. You're filming inside someone's inside someone's home. He has yet to do that.
Stretch to that. But I think there should be a way to either edit or amend the Constitution in that way to be able to not do that in a place of private setting like home ownership. Now, this could stretch to places where people have a business and then on top of it, they have apartments. And I could see that being a problem because the people live there. But in a place where people don't live, that is not their home, I don't see an issue with this. If they're not in the road, they're not impeding traffic, either within the public place or not. I think as long as they aren't doing that, they're not obstructing, they're not causing a ruckus, I don't see a problem with it. But yeah, that's
And so again, we have, regardless of which side you are, which side you're on with this prompt, it's clear that Jack's saying, I think that 1A auditing is not unconstitutional, because even though there are ways that you could do things that look like 1A auditing that would be illegal, being a 1A auditor itself is not unconstitutional. So, like, that's where I'm working from. That's what the opening statement is supposed to do. And I don't really know what Easy's bottom line is here.
That's pretty much all I had on that. I'll get into the rest of it later, and I'll cede the rest of my time.
So I can say, since your home is recorded constantly already. What about ring cams? Your neighbor is recording you home. What about Google Street View? There's no expectation of privacy outside your home. Yep.
All right, that wraps up the opening statements from both sides. Now we're moving into the rebuttal round. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's opening statements. This is not a back and forth, no interjections. That's a bit later, boys. We have when your 5 minutes are up, we stop and move to the other side. SpeakeaZy, you're up first. 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours.
So now this is Easy responding to Jack.
All righty. So, I took notes here, and let's clean this up a little bit here, because the side that said we're going to get down to a bunch of emotional appeal is the side I just heard a bunch of emotional framing wrapped into very little legal substance. First, it will come down to the emotional appeal. What I'm doing is drawing constitutional lines, right? You're appealing to like some like heroic imagery, like they expose bad cops, that they're standing for transparency. That's the branding, right? That's cool branding and all for them. That's not arguments for them. The Constitution doesn't evaluate motives, right? It evaluates the conduct. And when the conduct interferes with like legitimate government operations, it becomes.
I was gonna call it, but I'm not sure. Just it's a little too early. You don't necessarily need to have illegal stuff in your opening statement if you're gonna say it. So. Not quite projection, but it was like, okay, well, you didn't really do that either. But Jack said I was nervous, but I loosen up later. Oh yeah, man, that never ends. You always get a little jittery, then you get into it and you find your rhythm. Liberty said Liberty says it literally has held thousands of cops to account and exposed cops that are literally criminals. Steve said there's some douchebags that do audits, and I don't like some of the things they do. Like some wear masks, but they aren't all dickheads. But that has nothing to do with it being unconstitutional. Bingo. That's again why I think it should have been bad for society, because at least then there's two arguments. Because I'm definitely I'm gonna keep saying this over and over, but I'm definitely not on the side, but I'm sympathetic to the notion of, if you're just a normal person working throughout the day and there's some weird guy, and like I can understand that person's not looking for trouble and the cameraman is, but we're talking about the Constitution.
It's like a regulable thing, right? And that's not emotion. That's just based off the doctrine of the Constitution, right? Like when you say things like you can't take a small minority of the bad auditors and apply it to all, you're correct on that, and that's why I haven't, right? I've explicitly have said, like, the peaceful recording from a lawful place, when you see these people, like police are arresting someone and someone's just sitting by filming at a safe distance, that shit's protected. There's nothing.
Okay, right. So then we have to differentiate. What is the difference between that and auditing?
No interference going on, right? I'm not criminalizing cameras. What I'm saying is the modern practice we have of auditing, right? The monetized confrontation that you see, It structurally incentivizes the escalation, right? Like, again, if the dominant content model rewards reaction, which that is what happens on the internet, then the behavior is not accidental. Like, this shit that we're seeing over and over, it's not accidental. They're literally selecting for that stuff, right? And like when you say they expose bad cops, I also want to say to that's a good thing when real misconduct is exposed, right? But are they documenting existing misconduct, or are they manufacturing a reaction to claim misconduct?
Is it illegal to manufacture outrage? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel you, bro. I understand I've seen all the annoying clips too. And I would be, if I had a storefront, I would be very frustrated if someone was just standing there with a camera. I get that. But you said unconstitutional.
They would have not went there and did that shit. Would the misconduct would have happened at all? The answer is no.
Correct. The answer is no. But what about the Constitution has to do with that?
When you say just standing there isn't a disruption, sure. That's not usually where the confrontations end, right?
That's what every
channel's to leave.
That's what every channel's about. Exactly.
And it's my right to stand here. Well, you were asked to leave a government function in function. Now you are interfering. The moment you say no to leave, if you are not conducting within the business of that public business, then you are interfering in it.
Okay. So at least we have a standard now that you're allowed to be there. You're allowed to film. It's once you're causing a disruption. And now that I think back, he did specifically say that. So I'll take that back. That it's causing a disruption. But that's when it goes from just filming to auditing. But he hasn't said how that disruption is unconstitutional. Jason, it said, I'm not hitting up the dispensary that has an 1A auditor out front. I don't give a shit. But I get delivery, so it's all good. But yeah, but the point is, that's your right. That's your right. You can choose to go to a different dispensary. You can choose to go to a dispensary later. In the same way that person can choose to film. You might not like it. I might not like it. They might not like it. But the First Amendment isn't about what you like. Space Ant says, so many times I've seen auditors go to places after being informed by private citizens that experience confrontation and hostility while taking care of regular business with that place. And so maybe the reason that you see a lot of confrontational content is because that is on the other side. That's what the 1A auditors are exposing. How is this? I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm posing the question, how is this different than the Stop Nick Shirley Act? Where we see the fraud, and he exposes the fraud, and now they're trying to criminalize exposing the fraud.
What?
Fujoy said they don't have the right to tell you to leave, and standing there filming isn't enough to be called a disruption. I think I agree with that. We'll see how exactly he lays that out, but I think I agree with that. And so in a government building, I feel differently, again, about a private business that is open to the public. Because if you're trespassed, then get the fuck out of my store. But government building is a government building. So when you're trespassing, you're breaking the law. Big brain take.
And it's an objective standard that your physical space is taking up space in the public function. It's you can't get around that, right? And when you say they don't have to answer to what they're doing in these public places, you're right. You generally don't have to answer questions absent a lawful detention, right? That doesn't grant immunity when the police is enforced.
I think that's where I'm going to be more in line with Easy. That regardless of whether or not you're filming and you're not disrupting, whatever, once the cops get a call and they come, there is a standard of you have to cooperate with an active investigation. It doesn't mean you have to do every little thing that they say, but the rules do change.
When the police are called, you have to identify yourself. They were called. They were conducting an investigation. You literally have to identify yourself in the situation. So every time they say no, they're fucking being unconstitutional. So,
okay. So at least we have an understanding now. He's saying that if the cops are called and you say, I'm not giving your ID, then that is unconstitutional. The very easy rebuttal to that is, okay, then yeah, pretty much what Liberty's saying. So when you're trespassing, you're breaking the law. Yeah, that's what trespassing means. Shout out to Oklahoma Community Watch. Welcome. Said I've been I'm gonna try that one more time. I don't know what that says, but welcome to the party. You don't have to show it's the Fourth Amendment. Trespass is a civil matter. So the cops who show up and ask for ID almost never have a crime they're investigating. They come for the complaint. If someone is filming, which isn't a crime. Okay, yeah, right? They have to have, what is it? Articulable, reasonable suspicion? Okay, all right. I'm just trying to get this all straight, because again, I'm not in this world, so I don't know the ins and outs of it.
They're fucking being unconstitutional. So we agree people shouldn't use it for viral clips. I wrote this down. That's good. So we agree that this escalation for profit is bullshit, and we need to get rid of it. We need to get rid of 1A auditing. That's what I hear when you say you agree we shouldn't use it for viral clips, right? And when it's an extreme thing, like do we take away cameras? I wrote the do we take away cameras part down here. I think this is your weakest argument. And the reason I think this is your weakest argument is because I've never said once, and I will never say we should confiscate anybody's cameras. So this is just a false dichotomy with my argument. And since we only got 10 seconds left, I'll leave it there.
That's not what a dichotomy is.
For the open floor.
Thank you very much, Easy.
Might have been a straw man or a non sequitur, but
Jack, whenever you're ready, your rebuttal.
So now again, we got Jack with 5 more minutes, and then it's the open debate. Time to pull up the Constitution. If there's no trespass, then sounds like the auditor is picking up a Fourth Amendment violation as well. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Oklahoma said, I filmed the police, but I also studied law, and that guy's wrong about the First Amendment. Yep, we're coming to realize that. Jason said, are the auditors like making America better? Are they just using the Constitution to be d-holes? I don't get it. Well, let's find out what Jack's got to say.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely going to have to be things that are clarified.
Before we go in, shout out to equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. A 1A auditor is a First Amendment auditor, and so let's just pull up. Did I close that? God damn it. Just in case you don't know what we're talking about, people usually go film a business type thing, and essentially the idea is I'm allowed to film, and
strange conversation,
you can't tell me not to.
See you wherever. So, what's up?
I'm here to find out exactly what's happening out here.
Nothing much. What's happening with you?
Okay.
Okay. That was a strange conversation, but you take it easy.
I'm just gonna double it just because just to see what it is. So he's there, he's waiting, filming people.
Maybe she's cooled down a little bit. And they really might be coming, so.
And so to be fair to Jack, this is rather boring. Oh, we got all right, what do we got? The highlight. All right, so now the cops show up.
Colony police. The first interaction I'll have with a police officer. I can't really tell you.
What's going on?
What's going on? Can I just get your name and badge number?
Yeah, Officer Bob, 644 County Police. Carl, if I need something.
Sweet. Thanks. What's going on? How can I help you guys today? That's it. What you see is what you get.
All right. Well, we just talked inside. You just don't want you on the property. I mean, you're on public roadway. As long as you stay off there.
Am I being trespassed?
No, you're not being trespassed, but they
So I can't go on the property then?
They don't want you filming on the property. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Some of the.
Did you guys have your body cams rolling while you were in there?
No, not while we were in there, but they're going right now.
Oh, they're going right now?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, why'd you shut them off?
We never turn them on. So.
Oh, you never turned them on?
Yeah.
Really?
We don't have to turn them on when we're inside talking to the patient.
You just feel like shutting it off?
What's that?
You just felt like shutting it off because you flip a coin or something? Is that how you usually do that? Or?
No, it was just never on.
No. Is that normally how you ride around when you respond to calls? You just don't have your body cam on? Or?
It's on now. We don't.
And so this is the part where Easy is trying to say this is clearly trying to make a disruption and whatever. I agree. I don't love this. But also, them's the rules. Them's the rules. And so I'll keep this open if we need to. But yeah, just standing somewhere holding a camera and just where you're on public land filming stuff that you're allowed to film, there is definitely an incentive for the auditors to get trouble from, whether it's the manager, whether the cops come. That's the content. So I understand what Izzy is saying. But what is the unconstitutional part? Shout out to Quality and Deference said, liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, so free, easy, helps out the channel so very, very much. Futo, I said we should use, yeah, we got that one. Steve said, people love to say that because someone makes money on it, that it makes it bad. If ABC News walks into the post office, nobody has a problem with it. Billy Bob Audit does it, and it's a problem. Rules for thee, but not for me. Oklahoma said some of them do it for money. I do it because it's my duty as an American. Based. She said the legal. Yeah, Billy Bob does it, and it's a problem. But the legal act can't be the disruption. If a bunch of white people feel uneasy because a black guy walks in, can they ask the black guy to leave because he's a disruption? That's a good argument. That's a good argument. I like that. So again, we've got SpeakeaZy in the affirmative saying, indeed, it is unconstitutional. And Jack of Blades saying, nah, bro.
I feel like...
So this is his rebuttal. They both did their opening statements. Easy gave his rebuttal. Jack's going to give his rebuttal. And then it's the open debate.
There's definitely going to have to be things that are clarified. I definitely don't feel like I came from that emotionally. I don't have an emotional attachment to it. I'm passionate about it, and then maybe that could be construed as an emotion.
Passion is an emotion
about this because I've seen the right side of auditing, and I've also seen the bad side. Don't get me wrong. There is definitely, like I said, a majority where these cases happen. But I don't feel like going to your camera thing. I'm just saying the extension of all this is going to be that.
I just want to put it out there. Full disclosure. I am, as you can see, I'm doing my best to call balls and strikes, but obviously Easy has this platform where, there's a lot of viewers that I can gain from going on there. So I in the back of my head, I'm worried about I don't want to say something, but I trust Easy to understand that if he were watching this, then, I'm not saying anything personal. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I love just calling balls and strikes.
Of all this is going to be that. I think there's a while before it gets to that kind of process. Like there's a process to get to that point, but I think the end step away would be doing that, because if we don't, then we're just, like I said, it's a very minority. We're taking those things away from people who are doing it properly. These are everyday people that are maybe just walking by doing a selfie. They caught someone in it. Those people are offended. They call the cops. It could literally just be that simple. People's emotions can get them all riled up to be able to make calls when they shouldn't make the calls to the cops in the first place.
I'm actually going to star this because I want this to whenever we are in a situation like this and we're talking around a lot of things and we see that the main point has not been hit, then just over and over and over. Okay, what is unconstitutional? Tell me the unconstitutional thing. How is that unconstitutional? Hone on that and stay on it.
The waste, and I think that we can agree that those cops don't need to be out there because these people aren't committing crimes. And that's the only reason why people should be calling 911. Now, in a lot of situations, maybe they do deserve it. They're getting in the way. I don't agree with those things. It's not a complete, I agree with them no matter what they do.
I can't get Liberty's argument out of my mind. Like, if it's illegal, then it's illegal. But if it's not illegal, then it's not illegal. That seems to be the crux of it.
I've definitely seen bad footage, but I've definitely seen some really good footage. And I'd rather have people be able to highlight what good cops are. I don't think it was caused purely because they were there. Like in that instance, it shows who they were. Now, granted, people could have had a bad day. And a lot of the people that I see that have good interactions, give them that second chance. And some turn around and make the right calls and behave professionally. But there are some cops that don't do that. And they might arrest or detain when they don't have the right to.
That's a really good point, that if you're acting this way when you know I've got a camera in your face, then how are you acting when you don't know that I have a camera in your face? And again, coming back to the stress test, whoever said that, another good one. Shout out to Waco Mind. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jack here is cooking.
And they might arrest or detain when they don't have the right to. Now, in some places, I believe that they don't. I could be wrong about this completely, but I believe they don't have to ID in every state. It's a state-to-state basis. Now, some states for sure. States like Alabama, Kansas, Florida, and I believe Arkansas,
Greenbow,
among many
Alabama.
different other states, do have you ID when the cops are coming up to you. They're supposed to verify if they ask for it. Completely agree with that. However, there are places, if they know the laws and they go to these places, that they don't have to identify. Now,
okay, so let's take a quick side quest and see. Hold on. Let me not thanks. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so which states require you to show your ID to law enforcement when they ask if they cannot articulate suspicion of a crime? Let's see. So short answer, none. Okay, which require you to show. Yeah, there's no U.S. state. Okay, so what was he talking about then? Core rule, Fourth Amendment, Terry v. Ohio. Stop and identify states. Usually, what people mean. About half of states are have stop and identify laws, including places like Alabama. Okay, so that's what we're talking. But even in all of these states, the rule is the same. You only have to identify yourself after a lawful stop based on a reasonable suspicion, not just because the officer asked. And so there is no situation in any state that if I was God damn it, I always do that. When a auditor and the cops were called on me, there's no situation in any state that I would be required to show ID if I was not committing any crimes. Hey, we got Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Nope, no treats yet, but sorry. Welcome. We also got Lone Wolf. Welcome to the party. Shout out to you, Texas. So again, the question was, there's no situation in any state that if I was a 1A auditor, the cops were called on me, that I would be required to show ID if I was not committing any crimes. Broadly, understanding is correct, but needs tightening. So, police can only compel identification during a lawful stop. But that's what I'm trying to ask. Is that how do we define lawful stop? So your scenario of all the time, you're in a place where you're legally allowed to be. You're not interfering or violating any laws. The officer cannot articulate reasonable suspicion. Then your encounter is consensual. You are not required to identify yourself or show ID in any state. Got him. So I did not know that. I thought there was, I don't even know specifically what, I wasn't saying, I thought it was X, but I was under the impression that if you, and I think this comes up later, where it's like, we saw a short brown dude with long hair, running and whatever, and there was a bank robbed. Like, it was a short brown, and they're, looking around, and they stopped me. Then does that count as a reasonable suspicion? Because you can articulate, I think you robbed the bank, but I didn't do anything. So, I don't know. Plead the fifth. Shut the fuck up. What do? Shut the fuck up. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to nail down on. Is it a reasonable suspicion to say, I think this guy is casing the joint or whatever? That's what I'm trying to do. Yep, that's them. Shout out to Box. Welcome to the party. So guess what your boy Box did? He got on TYT. What? Yo, drop a link or something. Drop a link or a video or something. We gotta watch that. Gang. That's pretty awesome. Well, I became an uncle. Amelia was born yesterday. I am officially an uncle, regardless of your political positions. Smoking Spaceman said Easy did make the argument of lawful detention, but didn't elaborate how or when a lawful detention occurs when involving an auditor. Yeah, and we're still just in the opening. We haven't even gotten to the actual debate yet. But Steve said that isn't a reasonable suspicion to look at your ID. It is allowable to detain you if you fit the description to determine if you are that person. Your name does nothing to prove involvement. Good point. True. Well, where was it? Would it just be on their YouTube page or what? Did I just see? Oh, okay. I was like, I could have sworn I saw this. So no, Emilia. Emilia. Thank you. We got Salty. Welcome to the party. We are again here checking out this debate. SpeakeaZy versus Jack of Blades. 1A auditors are, not is, unconstitutional. Oh, really? Gang. Shout out to Amelia's. Just send me, if you have a timestamp and a link or whatever, or is it like, do they private it afterwards? But we're here. Okay, so now that we're taking a minute, let's just take a minute. I decided that I don't like doing the Uncle Lutch Fund. I don't know that I can effectively take out that money to specifically work on work differently for my other finances for the baby, with the money that YouTube takes, the money that the taxes, and it's a little gimmicky as well. I don't want to use her like that. So we have $50 right now. What I'm thinking is, whatever the total is after tonight, then the full amount, we don't need to worry. So if it's $50, then I'll take the $50 and spend it on something. But we're gonna just do that for tonight, and then I think we'll just do a monthly goal. I don't like using her as a gimmick. Yeah. So feel free. Tonight is the last night to get in some shape for my baby niece. All right. Where we at? All right, let's dive back in here.
ID when the cops are coming up to you, they're supposed to verify if they ask for it. Completely agree with that. However, there are places, if they know the laws and they go to these places, that they don't have to identify. Now, like I said, don't know if that's completely true. Didn't have many time to get into that. But in a lot of cases, from what it seems like, when the interactions, they don't have to go down that road of identifying who they are. Now, some will. And a lot of the people that I do, especially if they're being detained, they will ask for the ID. The people will give it to them, or if they got attacked, or assaulted or battered in some way, and they have to make a police report or a note about it, they have to present their ID. So either way, they got to do this thing. But I just don't support the general population freaking out about these things when we've all had cameras for so long. People just recording willy-nilly. I mean, there's people who do pizza reviews in front of stores. I would consider that auditing. They're just doing it, and the owner comes.
Interesting. So doing a pizza review outside of the store is auditing. I mean, I think that's more so auditing the pizza. How, Jack, if you're still here, can you explain how you're saying that doing a pizza review in front of a pizza store is auditing? I'm not saying it's not. I'm just curious about the terms that we're using.
Of course, I would consider that auditing. They're just doing it, and the owner comes out, has a big deal about it. Suddenly, cops being called. Plus, there's people that just do interviews. They're just doing stories. They're journalists. They're writing stories about this place, maybe this bank or whatever. I understand their concerns. I get it, but it's perfectly protected by the Constitution. But that's pretty much all I had for my rebuttal.
All right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're because auditing typically means like checking to make sure everything is the way that it's supposed to be. And so if you're doing the pizza review, I think you're auditing the pizza, but I don't think you're auditing the First Amendment. But that's why I'm asking if Jack is still here, then maybe he can get that. We are all auditors on stolen land. Dilly, motherfucking dilly. All right, it's debate time, guys. Let's dive
great.
in.
Great stuff from both sides, boys. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, let me just talk to the audience real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're
Go check out all of their stuff and stuff.
Right away. I just want to make sure we have a part of agreements here. Here.
Okay.
Is there any point which
Yeah, let's get an official definition. An audit is a systematic, independent examination of records, processes, or financial accounts to verify accuracy, compliance with standards, or to improve performance. So that's why I'm a little, I don't know if Jack's still here, but that's why I'm not really sure how doing a pizza review outside of the store is in the realm of First Amendment auditing. But that's what audit means.
is there any point which filming a government employee becomes unlawful?
I think if you're, like I said, in a public place and you're obstructing, or you're kind of, let's say someone's doing a checkout of maybe purchase or something like that, and you get up all on them and hang over them and kind of just film all that, I don't think that's right. But if you're standing back, you're out of the way, or maybe you're outside, whatever your eyes can see. People have to purchase blinds or stuff like that to have their privacy. If they want
whatever you can see. So I just ended the first poll of the prompt. First, 1A auditing is unconstitutional, and 84%. Oh, wrong one. 84% of you said disagree, with only 6% saying you agree. So we'll see if Easy can change your mind.
blinds or stuff like that to have their privacy. If they want privacy, create privacy.
So what I'm asking, do you think there's a, like, it sounds like you said yes, but is there a point which filming a government employee becomes unlawful?
Good question.
Unless you're affecting like whatever they're doing. I think if you're out the way, then no.
So there's like,
so this would be a good place for Easy to give an example. If I'm doing this and then and somebody tells me this, is that okay, or should I leave, or whatever?
So someone could follow like a government employee all day, block their workspace, refuse repositioning.
No. None of those.
He specifically said out of the way.
Like I don't.
Yeah, Jack said they're doing the same. We're talking about the. Jack said if you're doing a pizza review outside of the pizza store, then that would also be auditing. Jack said they are doing the same thing auditors do. You could say you're auditing the pizza. It's silly. It's really just filming from the public sidewalk, and some of them tend to have a problem with that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think just to keep our terms straight, let's focus on the 1A aspect of it. But word up. All right.
Repositioning.
No, none of those. Like I don't think you could just stalk someone or something. A lot of the time when I'm seeing a lot of this that we could add to the First Amendment auditors, I believe that like if you're asking them questions, they're walking away, like you can follow them for a little bit, but don't like if they're like 6 blocks down and they parked 6 blocks down because of whatever, don't follow them all the way. Like just stop.
Yeah, but yeah, so I know this is your like feeling about it, but I'm asking, you do agree that it becomes unlawful at that point. So like, you agree that the right to record is not an absolute thing.
I mean, it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. That's for sure.
Yeah, so the right to record isn't absolute.
The right to record isn't absolute. I think I see where Easy's trying to go and say that because again in the opening he was trying to say just because you have a camera it doesn't magically allow you to do whatever. And so I think what he's trying to get to is if you are doing bad things while you're filming, then that's bad. But the filming part, I'm struggling to think of a situation where merely filming is unlawful. Outside of the we're talking about the public places. Obviously, yeah, if you're filming in somebody's house, that's not what we're talking about. But so maybe is that what he's asking? That there's places where you can film and there's places you can't.
Yeah, so the right to record isn't absolute.
Okay, yeah, the right to record isn't absolute. You don't have the absolute right to stand in my backyard and take a camera and film in my my house.
It depends what we're talking about. Like if you're obstructing, like I said, someone, you're getting in way, you're getting in the business, you're getting in front of their truck delivery or their way of getting in their post office or something, and you're standing in front of the door. Yeah, sure, for sure.
I hate to tell you this, Glow, but you absolutely can, and it is a booming industry. So we're talking about public spaces. And Jennifer's right. Yeah, we never had any privacy or ever will. That's a small piece of why I'm like, guys, just download TikTok. You're not protecting anything. Any private information or anything like that is long gone, if it ever was. But that's a whole other thing. And yeah, so it's not absolute private property. So I thought Easy was trying to say, what I was just saying that. But if you're filming while you kill somebody, then that's not. But we can make it simpler than that. Private property, you cannot film. It's not absolute.
But if you're out the way and you're doing everything right, I don't feel like those people should be
right. You're saying though, so like you agree that this is the right to record isn't absolute. So the debate isn't about if there or the debate is now about like where that line is, right? Not whether one exists.
Yeah, I think
there's a line that exists.
Yeah, I think it is scalable for sure.
Okay, good. So now, good job on Easy for framing what this is. So we all agree that there is a context where you're filming and it is illegal. Didn't establish unconstitutional, but we'll just start there. That there is forms of filming that is illegal. That's our starting point.
Yeah. So if an auditor refuses to move when asked and their presence prevents staff from serving the public, is that still protected?
No.
Quality said, Quality said, yes, face tattoo. Sticking your camera up a cop's ass would be a pinch too far. But that's the assault part. It's because your phone, you stuck it up their ass. The filming isn't the illegal part. That's where I thought he was going. But interesting. Did he just re-engineer the prompt mid-debate? No, I think he just reframed the direction that it's going to go. Because it's on the screen, right? It's on the screen. You can't get away from the word unconstitutional. But that is a good move to frame the conversation the way that you want to have the conversation. So even if you're not getting the best points out, you're controlling where it goes next, and you can bring it to somewhere where you can make better arguments.
I don't think that would be protected.
Then you agree that interference removes the constitutional protection.
Yeah, because then that
I would have asked specifically, what do you mean by interference? What type of interference? Because it could be as someone brought up before, it could be interfering that a bunch of racists see a black person walk in and it's disruptive and it interferes with the way things go. But that's what exactly does that mean?
Constitutional protection.
Yeah, because then that way you're in the way. You're in the way, and there's no sense for that. Now, if they interpret that as maybe you were really quick getting in the door frame and you were moving to a spot out the way, then I don't think that's a big issue. But if you're standing there, then yeah, I don't see like that's actually I think that's actually a form of like kidnapping.
If you sign an NDA, are you supposed to be talking about it? But gang, knew my rights, sued and won my case. That is how you don't become Alex Preddy or Renee Good. As Box like to say, on the side of the street is not where you hold court. That is for a courtroom. If they are wrong, you're not definitely going to win, but you sure as shit ain't going to win on the side of the street. Much better chance of winning in court.
I think that's actually a form of like kidnapping. You know, because you're holding them in. You know, if you're refusing to move, that's a form of kidnapping in my mind. So,
do viral do these like auditing videos typically feature like calm, uneventful?
Again, he just undercut himself. He was about to say, "Do these viral videos contain that?" And then he stopped himself and restarted the sentence. Because if he had said, "Do these viral videos seem common, whatever," then Jack could say, "Yeah, sometimes," or rather, no. But those are the ones that go viral. That's a representative heuristic. Just like when I thought if you were in the military that you had to be in your uniform the entire time. That's only because I only knew that somebody was in the military because I saw them in a uniform. We got Dick Johnson in the party. Welcome. Good to see ya. Yeah, good lawyer. You definitely need a good lawyer. Unfortunately. Am I? Do you think if he had let himself get arrested and then sued that A, he would have lost? You don't think that he had a case? And B, do you think they would have shot him if he was not resisting? You think if he just put his hands behind his back and went with them, even though they were wrong, you don't think that he'd be in a better position right now? I do. Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome to the party. And we got our boy Kelly Green. So I'm extremely okay with First Amendment auditors, especially the viral videos. Fair enough. That seems to be most people here. I do have a sympathetic ear to the nuisance aspect of this. And Jason doesn't like it, but everybody else seems to be right in line with Jacob Blades. Shut up, equalities. And just think, watch, your niece will be taller than you in 2 to 3 years. My sister is 5 foot flat, and her husband is like 5'5". All right, so probably not.
Moving like calm, uneventful.
Wait. I wanted to hear that part. Yeah.
Like,
see, he said viral.
do viral do these like auditing videos?
So he said, do these videos. And now once you take out the word viral, then yes, there are a lot of calm videos. They just don't go viral.
Typically feature like calm, uneventful compliance, or is it typically confrontation?
The ones I see.
I'm not saying all.
Stay safe, brother. Stay safe, guys. Morty's hungry. Come on, we're going almost an hour and a half and nothing. Look at him. Just look at him. 99 cents gets the Morty a treat. Come on, guys.
The ones I see.
I'm not saying all.
Right.
I'm just asking typically.
Turn it on. I'm turning the ads on at 90 minutes. If we don't get any donuts.
How they start out, I think, is more of like I think there are bad ones for sure. I don't know the percentage on that. I don't know if I'd say it's a majority that start out that way. Sometimes I feel like they have to get into that realm, like you push someone so much that they just don't give a shit anymore,
Yeah, Jennifer's right. They stopped teaching cursive, and Constitution's written in cursive. So eventually, that's going to be a problem if it's not already.
Push someone so much that they just don't give a shit anymore,
So,
like I don't know if I'd say it's a majority though.
Yeah, guys, tonight only, and we're donating for the baby. Only tonight. This is our only opportunity to show Amelia that the TIJ family cares about her first awesome memory. And there we go. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. So don't threaten me with ads, young man. Because I'm going to do that more often. No ads for you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. Let's dive back in.
So,
Like I don't know if I'd say it's a majority though.
so are you saying the majority is calm, uneventful compliance?
In the beginning. But I think that changes.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Yeah, in the beginning, obviously, because they're not doing anything yet. But he's talking about the purpose of the video in general, and you could have said yes because you've been like, yeah, the majority are calm and boring. The viral ones, you're right, but again, that's because they're viral. Shout out again to equality and deference because vagina are new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated.
The beginning, that's like saying most movies suck because in the beginning you don't get any context to them. I'm asking you the content.
And speaking of movies, guys, May 4th. May the 4th be with you. I have never seen Star Wars. So what we're going to do, I'm going to have a stream open here on the phone just to give you guys the Rumble link so we can go over to Rumble and actually watch Star Wars A New Hope for the first time. When's the last time you got to introduce Star Wars to somebody? You know what I mean? Oh, my goodness. Equality again with the Big 10. My goodness, let's get a nice little brick for Morty there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Of course, it not only counts towards the baby goal, but it counts towards the treat goal. And it's a peanut butter night. I should have said that earlier. It is a peanut butter night. Let's get Morty his peanut butter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let me grab the banner before I forget. That's 6212 for the day. And that's already 2 out of 15, guys. That's already 2 out of 15 donations. Thank you so very, very much. Where we and yeah, stay safe, guys. Stay safe. Yeah, I try to do that all the time, but nobody ever wants to do it. I have a whole roll that's moviegoers. I'm like, if you guys can get 3 people to do it, we'll watch a movie, and nobody ever does it. So join the Discord. It's pinned to the top of the chat, or now it's on the bottom of the chat. It's absolutely free to join. There's no membership anything needs for the rest of it, all that kind of stuff. And yes, we're gonna watch the original. That's A New Hope is the first one, right? Yeah, the first one to be released. That is what we're doing. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. But either way, again, I ask you guys to not advertise other people's streams while I'm streaming. Thank you very much. Shout out again to Batman, aka Equality and Deference, because vagina. Let's dive back in.
Because in the beginning you don't get any context to them. I'm asking you, the content requires the whole thing, right? So
Right.
Are these auditing videos typically featuring calm, uneventful compliance, or are they mostly confrontational?
So what do you use as typically? Like how
Mostly,
how would you...
I was saying like mostly.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Wait, mostly calm?
No, mostly, kind of, at least at the very least, kind of contentious.
The only Star Wars thing I've ever seen is season 1 of the Mandalorian, because I like Bill Burr. It sucks at politics, but I love him. See, so the majority of all of them, even the viral ones, aren't because the auditor gets loud and crazy. It is someone who incorrectly reacts to them standing there that causes it to go viral. This is the I don't even know the word. If Jack had been able to put that forth, look, I understand the nuance or the nuisance rather comes from other people. The fact that you're just standing there is not unconstitutional, regardless of whether you want that confrontation or not. That is not unconstitutional. Good point. Good point. Yeah, right. You know, the older the car, the better. They're just gonna turn you off when you're not woke enough or whatever. Anyway,
mostly, kind of, at least at the very least, kind of contentious. Maybe they don't have to be, like violent by any means or this or that, but there's a lot of cuss words exchanged sometimes. People get very heated, stuff like that, for sure. I definitely see that a lot.
So you would agree that the content, like it models, like the model is it rewards escalation, right, for the content.
That's definitely probably the thing that gets the most viral views. Now, I've seen channels where they're still getting a lot of views because people don't know if they're going to have those experiences because of what it is now become.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you're always going to look back at a debate and be like, I should have done this, I should have done that. I think you did a good job, man.
But some people, in my mind, do it the right way. Now, if we're talking about the wrong way of it, sure. There are definitely a lot of times where they have these contentious things. Like I said, sometimes that doesn't include in violence. Sometimes it's just words and this and that, and then it doesn't require anything. Sometimes in some of the videos I've seen, cops don't even get called. So it's on paper, like that seems like it would be boring, but the person still gets quite a bit of views just because sometimes use clickbaity things, as we know, and sometimes they use titles and this and that to get views. Yeah, for sure.
And so that's another good point, is that it seems clear that let me take that back. It doesn't seem clear. I'm going to assume that SpeakeaZy does not spend a lot of time watching these 1A auditors, because if you don't like it, they're all essentially the same thing. If you're into the nuances of, what is this person going to do? How do they do that? Then you're going to be more familiar with how it goes in the range of the good ones versus the bad ones. And so, again, we come back to the representative heuristic. It seems like Easy sees all of 1A auditing as a disruption and a bad thing, but that doesn't make it unconstitutional.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so the business model to A1 auditors, escalation.
Yup. Not unconstitutional.
I don't know if it's escalation.
And see, this is a great example where, it sounds bad that, they're going out there trying to escalate. But this is when, if you're confident in your position, which again, Jack just had this the day before, first debate, no shade at all, then you're like, yeah, of course it's fucking obnoxious. We're talking about whether or not it's unconstitutional. I'm like, fuck yeah, it's obnoxious.
I don't know if it's escalation. I don't know if I.
Fuck yeah, they're trying to escalate.
Like that word of it.
And so now he can jump on you. Really, you don't think they're trying to do this and you're trying to do that? When they definitely are. But that's not unconstitutional. Shout out to Supplanter Jim. Jim, welcome. So the absolute crazy part is that people believe that a piece of paper grants rights. Well, that's a whole other discussion, but true. Jack said you're either totally against it or you're completely for it. I mean, at least on the legal context. Because again, I don't love that it plays out the way that it plays out so many times, but I respect the fact that it is that stress test that we're talking about. Claudia said, salute to Jack for his stance on freedom. You think you know him, but you don't know Jack. Dilly fucking dilly. Legal authority gets abused often in the world, unfortunately. Ironically, most of us sheep can see that. There's just propaganda telling us to be adversarial on the details and mandating sides. I get the last part, but they definitely want us fighting. fighting each other so we don't fight them.
Escalation. I don't know if I liked that word of it. Because I don't feel like they're trying to escalate.
Well, if the content model rewards escalation, then the escalation obviously isn't incidental. It's incentivized.
Right, so now he's gaining points, even though he's not addressing the prompt.
I don't think that's their primary objective. Now, I think half of them maybe, but I feel like that's even stretching it.
And so there would have been a great opportunity to, as I was saying, I'm assuming that he's not watching a lot of this content. And what exactly did you say?
I think half of them maybe, but I feel like that's even stretching it.
Yeah. Let me go back one more. Hold on.
I don't think that's their primary objective.
Oh, the primary objective. And so again, you can come back to, the viral ones that we both don't like. That's the purpose there. But the main purpose, maybe escalation is gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be a good video. But the primary reason is to stress test the First Amendment.
Now, I think half of them maybe, but I feel like that's even stretching it. I just feel like some kind of get out there and go, well, we could take it either way. Either way, I'll get something, even if it's just boring, I'm going out there. Like, I think that obviously if you have something that happens, that's definitely going to be the more sensationalized clip, the most viral.
Right.
But I don't think that's what they're going out there going, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that happens. I think there are those people, don't get me wrong. I would say even that's at least 25% of them, if not more. But I don't know if I'd say that's half,
Yeah. Well, I think you agreed earlier, though, that it was most. You said earlier that most of these online auditors, it's not calm and peaceful. It's confrontational.
Yeah, because that's what goes viral. That's not why they're initially doing it. And if they are, I agree with you, SpeakeaZy, that they're not, that I don't appreciate it. But you still haven't addressed how doing something that you and I both agree is a nuisance is unconstitutional.
Well, it's confrontational, but I don't think in the way that you're trying to phrase it. I don't think that that's what it is.
What do you mean?
The escalation. I don't think they're trying to escalate.
So, what are they trying to do then? If the incentive isn't to escalate, right? Then why?
To document how it is to be outside with a camera and see how that works. Shout out to Equality and Deference. Thank you so very, very much. Our sponsor and only donor of the night. You have a good one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much.
Well, why would they interfere in any?
Well, you're assuming that they're interfering.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had mentioned earlier, like even just standing there in a public business. Yeah. Like, are you aware that most government buildings are non-public forum?
Oh yeah, for sure. There are a lot of private places. Yeah, you can't.
Is he referring to like your senator's office itself or something? Because like when he said that, I was thinking like what, the post office, the DMV. But again, I'm not in this space. So I don't know the different the different categories of public space and open to the public but private and all those kind of things. Fujoy said making viral videos is encouraged by YouTube viewers and the government as they collect tax dollars from the video. So in what way is that wrong? I don't think it is. I think it's I think it's definitely not wrong. I just have sympathy for people who don't understand what's going on and they're not aware of that, and they don't understand that if you just leave them alone, then you're not going to get any trouble. Like, I don't expect the average person to know that. And so maybe that's another reason why you say that the auditors are good, because people should know that. That's an argument that you can make. But I also would not I would not enjoy if I don't work at a place anymore, but if I did and someone was just filming me, I don't think I would appreciate that. That I don't think I would be hurt by it and be like, oh God, no. But I would prefer that not. There's no privacy. He's not an idiot. Be nice to my friend.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm just kidding. You don't actually have to be nice, but I'm gonna be nice.
A lot of private places. Yeah, you can't go into like a bank or anything like that.
Yeah. So like under the Supreme Court doctrine, the restrictions only need to be reasonable and viewpoint neutral, right?
Yes, that is a thing. Yes, yeah. Because in certain places they can decide, but I think they have to put up signs. I believe they can't just say it; they got to put up actual signs.
So
like
exactly. So filming restrictions in government buildings is constitutional. Yeah.
Yeah. They're
So
like
when those like
offices and
auditors
stuff.
are in those government buildings saying this is the unconstitutional, showing the signage that says you can't film, those guys are wrong.
Yes.
Wait. What?
The signers are in those government buildings saying this is the unconstitutional, showing the signage that says you can't film, those guys are wrong.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah. So if there is a sign that says something and you're not going by it, then fair.
Sure. And I think
you agree.
Yeah, I agree with those people that they're escalating. Yes, those people are escalating.
But are they breaking the Constitution?
I just don't, like I said, it's not all claim.
Well, no, you're right. It's not an all claim, but the model of of First Amendment auditing is what we're talking about, right?
Right. I agree with that.
It's like there's a difference between documenting an existing misconduct and like deliberate.
If someone fully because I don't fully understand what the question is about the sign. If you guys do, can you just kind of give me the TLDR of what he's asking? Because I thought it sounds to me like he's saying if you're in a government building that's open to the public, but they have a sign that says no recording, then you're not allowed to record. That's what I understood from what Easy was asking. Is that what he was asking, or is he asking something different?
Between documenting an existing misconduct and like deliberately trying to be a part of the misconduct, right?
Right.
So even if they're going to just these buildings and to see if there's misconduct by their presence, they are intentionally looking for
escalation. So Steve said sometimes signs are placed incorrectly. If the public can go there, there shouldn't be a sign. If it's a legit restricted area, then you can't go past and record. So it's not so even if they like, let's take the DMV. If the DMV puts up a sign that says no recording here, you don't have to abide by that because you have the First Amendment rights, right? So again, this goes back to the private. If it's private, then yeah, you can refuse whoever you want. I don't know the rules on refusing service to in government buildings. Like I said, I'm not down this road too deep, which is why I thought it would be an interesting thing to show you guys. We are all signs on stolen land. Dilly, motherfucking dilly. It's funny because I filled up the drink and I didn't dilute it, and I was like, you know what? I know somebody's about to say something that's going to make me want to drink, and then you did. Beautiful. Just policy, not law, and the signs are unconstitutional. Gotcha. All right. I'm caught up.
Looking for?
Well, like I said, those people are looking for trouble. Yes. They're looking for escalation.
Thank you.
Right. And so that is the moment we're like, yeah, I will concede that they are looking for escalation. What does that have to do with the Constitution?
Yes, that's right. The whole goal of 1A auditing is to be a part of the misconduct.
But like you said as well, it's not the whole thing. So you can't use the whole phrase though.
It is. If it was
because that would imply that you're talking about all.
But the model of 1A auditing is because if it was just filming peacefully, we would call it filming. We wouldn't be having a debate about 1A auditors. We would have a debate about people filming in public.
So let me ask you a question. So when people just are taking
hold on, where the fuck am I at? Okay.
Selfies, just mind their own business.
Did it just get super loud for you guys? What the fuck happened? We gotta go back for that because I did not catch that. But did it just get louder for you guys, or is that just on my end? Because I'll make sure it's good. So okay.
Peaceful.
So you can't use a whole phrase though.
It is. If it was
because that would imply that you're talking about all.
But the model of 1A auditing is, because if it was just filming,
Do you need me to fix it? Let me just, yeah, as always. If it's too loud, if it's too quiet, if it just, oh, what about just like the microphone, just let me know.
peacefully, we would call it filming. We wouldn't be having a debate about 1A auditors. We would have a debate about people filming in public.
So let me.
So what's the grape logic part of that? I don't see it, because he's saying, thank you. He's saying that that there has to be a meaningful difference between just filming and auditing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this phrase 1A auditors. That makes sense to me. I think that's definitely a solid point. Now, I'm not saying that there is no difference, and I'm just saying he's making a strong point that the fact that we know what 1A auditor is versus some guy was just filming stuff, there is a difference there. Whether that matters to his argument or not, I don't know. He's implying that if the 1A auditor gets his rights violated, it's his fault. Okay, I see where you're coming from. That if he's doing something illegal, then he's doing something illegal. But I'm not gonna call it grape logic. It's a little bit strong. We'll go with victim blaming. How about that? We'll go with victim blaming.
About 1A auditors, we would have a debate about people filming in public.
So let me ask you a question. So when people just are taking selfies, just mind their own business with regular cameras, why are the people coming out of business and saying, you can't film this and that, and they call the cops, which you and me agree is a cop's waste of time? They got to come out and essentially just advise this person, and it depends on the cop.
No, I don't know why you would think that this is like...
Wait, no, it's not a waste of resources? I thought that was in his opening.
Do we ban cars because reckless driving exists?
Non sequitur. So see, Jack was making a strong point that, hey, we don't go this way, and Easy didn't answer it, and he's like, oh, let me ask you a question. I was like, hold on. You can ask me whatever you want when we're done with this one.
Like this and that, and they call the cops, which you and me agree is a cop's waste of time. They got to come out and essentially just advise this person, and it depends on the cop.
No, I don't know why you would think that this is like...
No, it's not bad. And so then he's like, no, I don't know, and then just asks a different question. Which, I mean, good tactic if you're got your back against the wall.
Do we ban cars because reckless driving exists?
No.
Right. So like we regulate the reckless driving, right?
Right.
Yeah. So why would regulating obstructive conduct like 1A auditing be equivalent to banning cameras?
Because I think that the end goal of that, it may not be the goal of it. I think that's the wrong word of it, but the end result of it, I think is taking away cameras, because people seem to not know. Like there's so many people that watch our videos.
So Heindel, do you think this is, you're saying the rights, they post interaction online, which allows them to make money from a high quality of views. Are you saying that's a good thing? Are you saying that's a bad thing? Are you saying that makes it more constitutional or less constitutional? What is the relevance to the prompt there? Shout out to Reaction APR. Is that it? Reaction. Welcome. Said being a 1A auditor seems to be the latest grift that felons have gravitated to for a payday. Well, I guess you don't need a license for it, so you can't get hired at McDonald's. Well, McDonald's will take you, but you can't get hired at somewhere legit. You just become a 1A auditor. And so that's the aspect of this where I do sympathize with the general feeling Easy has on this stuff. Excuse me. And I think it would have been a much more interesting debate to say 1A auditors are bad for society or something along those lines than unconstitutional, because then it's just a legal argument and it's not illegal. The things that are illegal are illegal. So I don't know. But welcome to the party.
Cameras, because people seem to not know. Like there's so many people that watch our videos. Some people are cool with it. A lot of people are just, they go about their day. They go, hey, what's up? Am I a celebrity? Blah, 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 this and that. Everybody's cool about it.
Mhm.
But then there's those people out there that are not cool with it, and they call the cops. And it's a big cop at the waste time. They could be out
because
doing
their
another
job
call.
when they signed up and did their interview and everything for that job, it didn't also involve cast in shitty YouTube creators movie, right?
And
That wasn't
and correct. But by being a citizen, then you are subject to the laws. That being that if you're in public, then you don't have an expectation of privacy. And even if it wasn't, even if like the argument that he's making is just that it's bad, not that it's unconstitutional. I'm hoping that he finds a way to ground it in a legal aspect, because I kind of agree in terms of the content itself. Again, I don't watch this stuff that much. I've only seen the viral crazy stuff, but I tend to agree that it's not great in the situations. But I don't think that means you shouldn't be allowed to do it. And then I'm assuming that because I have little familiarity with the whole space, then of course, again, according to the representative heuristic, I'm going to see the worst of the worst. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Oh boy. We got some auditors in the chat. I guess we know where JL stands on the prompt. Well, actually, I don't. I know he doesn't like it. But do you think it's unconstitutional? This is what Confluence would say is easy. Prompt cucking himself. He's got a strong argument, but it doesn't meet the prompt.
cast in shitty YouTube creators movie, right? That wasn't a part of their job description. So
Nope.
when someone comes in filming for their YouTube channel,
Right.
someone that is a part. So let me try to do it this angle for you. Is that a business what they're doing? The filming,
Yes.
them being an auditor, that's a business, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you conduct your business inside of another business, what would that be? Interfering on somebody's business?
Not necessarily. If there's an interference, then we deal with the interference, not just recording.
If you're doing it the wrong way.
No.
There you go, Jack.
Burger
There you
King
go,
can't
Jack.
Start selling their burgers in McDonald's, right? Not allowed to do that,
Well, yeah.
right?
Yeah. But
That would be, and if they
that's the
were,
thing is,
let's say they were allowed to do this, would they be interfering in McDonald's business?
Guys, really quick, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. We are on the road to 10K live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Guys, you know, the puppy will always be here. Well, let's not get into that. The puppy will be here for now, and we are raging. So please do hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again.
yeah. Yeah, they would be. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is
So
you
the
can look
1A
at it-
auditors are interfering in public business.
they can, for sure. But I don't think it, like I said, it's an all
But that doesn't reach the level of unconstitutional.
claim. Because if they do it from the public in public accessible areas and they're not blocking anything or getting in anybody's way, you know, or
I mean, they're just walking
interfering.
around with
Yeah, that's why I got it's behind me now, but my whole thing here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Yeah, I remember Section 230. What's good is Section 230. He's usually over. He's him and Avery. I lost him to Confluence. They're over there all the time now.
the camera.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Accessible areas and they're not blocking anything or getting in anybody's way, you know, or
I mean, they're just walking
interfering.
around with a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not 1A auditing.
Okay, so how do we differentiate between just filming and auditing?
But
That's just filming your
they call
journey.
themselves 1A auditors.
How can you call yourself a 1A auditor while not 1A auditing? That's like me calling myself a race car driver.
Well, they stop.
And even if it was, Steve, you're like, yeah, it's a terrible argument. Business in a business being a disturbance. They have McDonald's in ShopRite. They have Starbucks inside of Target. All that kind of stuff. Even still, that has nothing to do with the Constitution. What part of being disruptive is against the First Amendment? That's not what that means.
Once in a while, and they wait for people to come in and out so they can get footage. Like, I don't think that's wrong.
Sure, you cannot think that's wrong, but that's like an emotional appeal. Like, okay.
No, it's not. Saying he was passionate about it earlier was an emotion. You can say you can misconstrue passion or construe compassion. But I think this thing is not emotional.
Sure, you cannot think that's wrong, but that's like an emotional appeal. Like, okay, is it?
There you go. Yeah, it should have been like, how? Look at that. That's what the fuck are you talking about? How?
Your position that as long as someone says I'm exercising my First Amendment rights, their conduct becomes like immune from regulations.
Say that again.
As long as, is it your position that as long as someone says I'm exercising my First Amendment rights, their conduct becomes like immune from regulations?
Of course not. Nobody has made that argument. He seems to be trying to force that into the what the fuck is that word? The zeitgeist of this conversation. But nobody's making that argument.
No, just because you say you're doing it, yeah, you're not immune to that kind of stuff, especially if you're getting in people's way. Right, I get that. I understand where you're completely coming from. I'm just saying, if it's just a regular person, they can just say that they're this. Now, some people actually do journalism where they go out in front and they record. It might be for 15 minutes, might be 30 minutes, might be 6 hours.
They need that B-roll for the local news.
Who knows? But they maybe have a story they're working on, or maybe it's just an individual just holding a camera. They are allowed to do that as long as they're on the public right away and they're not interfering with anything. But I've seen where these people are perfectly within their rights and the cops get called on them. I don't have a problem with the cops getting called on them. And I'm sure they don't either because they expect it at this point.
If a cop gets a call and says, this guy here in a yellow shirt, glasses, headset, he won't leave my shop. I don't know what to do with him. He's just filming me. It's weird.
So this is exactly the thing that I gave you before, that, oh, there's a short brown dude that we thought robbed a bank, and there was, in fact, a bank robbed. This is the exact scenario.
Does that police now have the authority to come identify you?
I thought the answer was yes, but the answer is no.
I think they do have the authority to come identify you.
Yes.
And
reasonable
like we've discussed,
suspicion.
Well, I don't. If it was reasonable suspicion, they would have to detain you, which is the Fourth Amendment.
And so again, just before we look this up, I said there's no situation in any state that if I was a 1A auditor and the cops were called on me, that I would be required to show ID if I was not committing any crimes. And so they give us the bottom line, right? Bottom line, your claim is legally correct in principle, hinges on the lack of reasonable suspicion, not simply I didn't commit a crime. And so I added that because I wanted to make sure that it's not up to the cop to determine. But yeah, so no, you do not have to show ID unless it is a lawful stop. And you look like a guy that we got a call about is a reasonable stop, but you'd be detained, and then they would have to determine that you who you are. Shout out to Hawaii Manicus in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said auditing is a complete grift. If social media didn't exist, auditors basically wouldn't exist. I agree with you, but there's a lot of things that wouldn't exist without social media, and that doesn't make it a grift. I mean, if we had, let's say that you do, you do a call-in show where you just have a panel, that isn't necessarily a grift just because it couldn't be done without social media, right? Tough one. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also got Rum Created. Oh, that's another thing. Jim said, if so-called 1A auditing wasn't so damn lucrative, it seems unlikely that people would do it. I mean, yeah, I agree, but that doesn't mean that it's unconstitutional. Making money for doing the things that you do A, I don't think is a grift, and B, is not unconstitutional.
Yeah, well,
You know what the Fourth
yeah,
Amendment, right?
they would have reasonable suspicion. Exactly. So when these guys are saying, I don't have to identify myself.
But if they
That's
don't
not
have
true.
reasonable suspicion, then just because they made a call and somebody said, I could make anything up and make a call on someone.
Yeah,
that
they'll
doesn't
usually
suddenly
call and say
become.
that you're harassing them, right? They're not gonna usually call and just say.
But
what I was being a kind of like.
We have to identify the
specious.
words of harassment, because some people think that just saying
That's
something to
right.
someone that's offending them is harassment. And
That's
it's not.
right.
That's not
right.
harassment.
But the police have to come in and do an investigation to determine if there was harassment, right?
Yes, they have to. Yeah, that's part of their
That's
job
right.
to go out and do that. But
So
they can
they'll usually
also
say someone's here.
Right. So that's not a legal a lawful stop though. Because I mean I know what the thing just said, but I have a hard time. I don't know. Maybe Jack will explain it better than I. Yeah.
Trespassing. Someone here. So there's someone here.
Well, yeah, they can say
harassing
words that
people.
make it sound like it's more
Yeah,
of a
so the police
critical
have to
issue.
investigate. Why wouldn't the police
Right.
have
If
to
it's
investigate?
if the person lies, yes. But I think that's also a crime. I don't think you should be able to lie to the police just so they come out faster. Oh, he's got a gun, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Yeah, usually they have to identify to make sure that that's not real. Like
right.
They
But
can't just go off you saying, "Yo, bro, they're just tripping in there, bro. They're just tripping in there. I was exercising my rights."
No, I completely get it from the other side, and just saying that these people can make calls and make all. I've seen it. They made these. They literally can get the CAD number and literally get the footage of the call, basically of the people that are calling them, and they're making up this whole big story just so the cops come out. And in a lot of cases, in some states, in some places, they actually, depending on the county or the city or whatever it might be, they let them know over the call, hey, that guy's doing a personal protected activity.
Right. So before we get into that, so Fucho is saying they have to investigate first. So they have to investigate. Is getting your ID part of that investigation? How can they determine what they need to determine if they don't have the information? That's all I'm lost on. All right.
He's not in the wrong. But a lot of people fabricate the story so the police then come out. And then that's the interaction. Now, like I said, 50% or maybe even more of those people are looking for that. I completely agree with you there. And even some, I don't think it's many, probably half or less than half, are getting in the way and doing something actually wrong. So I just don't see what the problem is with regular people that could just be filming. I could call myself.
Well, and okay, I mean, fair enough. But I'm saying, like, if let's say again, I go to a bank and let's say I give them my ID for normal stuff, and then I punch someone and I start running. They know that it's me. So is it only because they already know who committed the crime that they can ID themselves, or you can ID the person? Because hey, I don't remember exactly what he looks like, but his name was Lutch Lutch. So if we find somebody that's acting shady and it's Lutch Lutch, what part are they not allowed to do? It's a legal standard that allows the police to stop and briefly detain a person if they can clearly articulate specific facts suggesting that a crime may be involved. Right. So the bank calls the police and said, this guy named Lutch, a short Indian dude, just punched another customer. And they find a short Indian dude. You're saying that the name plays no role, no part. But that's how they would identify that I am, in fact, the person that did the crime. They do if you give it to them, which people do involuntarily because they're afraid. Right, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if they know. Let's say my name is Bob Morty. If my name is Bob Morty, and I go into the bank, and I give my ID to do regular bank stuff, They know that I'm Bob Morty. And they know what I look like. They don't know where I'm going or anything else. They call the cops and say, Bob Morty, a short brown dude with long hair, just assaulted somebody in my bank and ran away. Then they see a short brown dude with long hair running away with bloody knuckles. I think the first thing that you want to do is see the name in that situation. I mean, I know I'm speaking legally. Obviously, they want to know your name. So what police can do is RAS stop. You briefly ask questions. In some jurisdictions, perform a limited pat-down search for safety. What they can't do, they can't do a full search of your property and arrest you. Requires a probable cause. I'm still not. I still don't understand how the name is irrelevant if they reported my name. How is my name irrelevant if they identified me? That's what I'm confused about. Right? That's the whole situation that we're talking about. And ChatGPT is saying, you guys are saying, no. But again, they already have the name of the person who did it. They have the physical description. I fit the physical description, and they're saying you can't. You can't do that. So what is the proper process of determining we have the right guy without finding out my name?
Not talking about just
go
filming.
outside right now
not talking
and
about
do
just
that.
filming. I promise you, nowhere have I said it once.
But you realize I could call myself an
1A
auditor and go out there with a regular camera and just start filming stuff.
You can call
as
yourself,
long as I'm from a public place.
You can call yourself Elon Musk. That doesn't make you Elon Musk, right?
Yes, but I'd most likely get the cops called on me because it would look weird, and then I would have to explain. I gotta know all my rights up and down just so I don't have anything fucking happen to me.
Yeah. So do you know where the practice of 1A auditing grew from?
No.
It was the Glick, what I brought up earlier, with the Supreme Court rulings of Glick versus Cuniff and Turner versus Driver.
Shout out to Vocoded. Welcome. So the reason we have our constitutional rights is because of 1A auditors. They do more for our rights than any soldier or politician. Damn, strong words backed up by Liberty Plus. Welcome.
Glick versus Cuniff and Turner versus Driver, it recognized the right to record in a public place, in public, subject to time, place, and manner restrictions. Right. So, the whole thing with this, right, is that part of it is important, subject to time, place, and manner restrictions. Right. So there can even be restrictions of manner within certain government buildings. And then we have a lot of people don't understand there's a difference between traditional public and designated public.
This seems like we might do a panel for the after party.
Traditional public, your streets, your sidewalks, these types of things. Designated publics, these are the ones that are allowed to have their own restrictions within the buildings. So this is a problem that the 1A, the First Amendment, does not protect you from this. Doesn't protect you from going in these places that a lot of the time they're told to stop filming it and they don't stop filming it.
So do you think that in these cases, these cops, that in a lot of the time that I see, sometimes in these, these videos, sometimes they can be contentious, sometimes they can't. But do you think that cops sometimes are in the wrong for detainment or arrest?
Oh, hell yes.
And they literally simply don't know the Constitution, even though that's literally what they swore an oath to. So they should know it inside and out more than us.
The post office should know the fucking Constitution inside and out.
I said cops.
Oh, you're talking about cops?
Yeah, cops.
I don't think they should know the Constitution inside and out.
Why? They should.
Technically, yeah. I mean, if you have certain rights outside of my house, but if you walk through my door, then your rights are not the same.
Shouldn't they at least know the ones that apply to them?
Yeah, sure. They should know the ones that apply to them. Yep.
Yeah, but they often
But I don't
sometimes
expect
break
people
that,
to be
though.
perfect. Right? I don't
Right.
expect people to remember every little
Right.
detail.
That's
of
what
it.
I'm saying.
Like
I
you
give the
said. You
same.
said,
I
shouldn't
give,
they know that inside and out? That's crazy, dog.
they
I don't know.
should. They should know it inside and out. They should know it better than the people.
Yeah, I think this is
So
a
why-
weird,
why-
I think this is a weird thing to be like, oh, they don't need to know the things that they need to know for their job. I kind of feel like this type of thing that I'm second guessing saying on the internet, but I kind of feel like Easy realizes he's not in a good spot, so he's trying to make that argument of like, bro, you really you think that? You know what I mean? So the 20 plus times I've been pulled over by cops. Jesus fucking Christ, what are you doing out there? Every single one has violated my rights. But yeah, I think that it's crazy to think that somebody who's enforcing the laws doesn't have an understanding of the laws. Should we expect them to necessarily be able to cite every single US code ever and every single state code ever off the top of their dome? No. But you absolutely, yeah, they absolutely should know the Constitution and the laws they enforce. Yeah, right. It's, I mean, how are you doing what you're supposed to be doing if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing?
Why shouldn't they?
I didn't.
They're
say
paid by
they should or
our
shouldn't.
tax dollars.
This is your claim.
They're paid by our tax dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So wouldn't you want the best for your representatives, just like you would for your politicians?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff about police training and everything we could do differently. Standards that we have for police. There shouldn't be women in the police. There's a whole bunch
Ain't none of y'all got fucking tax returns? God
of
damn.
stuff I could change about the police.
Right.
But we're not talking about that. I'm talking about the practice of 1A auditing is unconstitutional.
I get that, but that often
Filming someone in
involves the
public,
police.
not unconstitutional. I'm not talking about just
Right.
filming people in public.
Right. But you're also trying to use I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to paint the picture that it's all of them, while also not trying to paint the picture that it's all of them.
Well, the practice, just because some of them
Got
call
him.
themselves auditors and don't do like actual auditing, they're just filming their day-to-day thing.
We have
That's
yet to
different
define the difference between filming and auditing.
than auditing. Like, auditing has like a designated intent to it, right? It refers to people that are filming like government buildings or officials in public to test the First Amendment rights, right? And often it comes with posting the reaction online. And again, like the whole thing is that it exceeds the constitutional protection because it's weaponizing a protected activity to deliberately interfere with government functions.
Guys, we gotta get Morty some treats. 0 out of 15 after 2 hours. Come on, man.
Making sure the police get called, hoping the police get called so you can.
And remember, it's the last night for the baby. Jesus.
Film the misconduct.
That's an assertion, though.
If there was no why don't they just go there without the camera and practice it?
I think people do that. That's what I'm saying.
Like, if
You're
there was
trying
no
to apply it to
intention,
all,
if there was
thinking
no
that the police are going
intention.
to come out.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Say
so
that
you're trying to apply that to all, so you think that all of them want the police to come out, so they can get this viral
You even
video.
agreed earlier that the goal is misconduct. The goal is to film misconduct. You said it earlier too.
I think for some of them, yes, for sure.
No, for them, that's when the fun and games start.
Mm-hmm.
I would even say maybe even half. I don't know all the auditors. I haven't watched all of them. I watched the good ones.
Is our government employees' time? Is that important or no?
Well, I think everybody's time is important.
So when they
Yeah.
come and take up the time of a government employee,
Ooh, who's taking up the time? The person who is just behaving, or the person who is calling them for someone else just behaving within the confines of the law? That should have been that would have been a fucking death kill. Like, yeah, of course. I would have let him, just go on and be like, well, hindsight is 2020, obviously. But I would have loved him in that moment and be like, yeah, I mean, I guess, and like play him out like, yeah, we're taking up the time and the tax dollars go to this. And then, yeah, so how is that on the auditor? Damn! It is not on the people just behaving normally when the cops' resources are wasted. Shout out to Jason. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. And we'll call you our YouTube sponsor. It's that simple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said Morty hates stupid auditors. Stupid auditors? Or are all auditors because they're stupid? Which one is it? Which one is it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much, sir. Let's grab a couple of these before we dive back in. Well, but I mean, if somebody calls the cops on whatever, they do have to show up and engage, right? They can't just be like, nah. If you're calling, somebody's harassing me, they can't just be like, you're good, right? They have to show up. But I think the point is that if they're going to get paid for that time, we, those of us who are paying for that time, would rather that time be spent on actual crime rather than, just this shit. Morty's a sovereign citizen? Nah, he ain't that stupid. He ain't that stupid. Oh my goodness, we are all sovereign citizens on stolen land. Hell yeah. Yeah, literally. I'm thinking, should we change it? I'm thinking of changing it from push-ups to burpees. Maybe that'll get you.
So when they come and take up the time of a government employee, is this not interfering? You even agree to them conducting their business.
The cop? Are you talking about the cop? I'm trying to think if I'll be able to find that. I'll try to find that. Hold on.
Is this not interfering? You even agree to them conducting their business inside of a business is interfering with that business. Them being there and
you're not
being there for a physical amount of time is taking up other time, the business's time.
You're saying that I'm making an all claim to them. Like I said, if they're out of the way within the business, the public business that doesn't have signs, that doesn't have any of this thing, they're allowed to be there.
Jail, is that the one you were talking about?
Maybe they bought a stamp or whatever, and they're in the post office. As long as they're out the way, it doesn't matter how the people on the back line feel about it. Seen a lot of them get upset, seen people that don't get upset, seen both sides of it. And most of these people, like I said, not cool.
Okay, but so police do not have a constitutional duty to show up when called, but I mean, they do still have to follow policy and local laws too. But like, I'm not saying it'd be unconstitutional for them to show up. I'm saying that would not be in their terms of service, for lack of a better term. Just be like, nah, you're good. Like if somebody calls, they show up. Is that contentious? I didn't think so. But yeah, quick. See, I keep saying this, but this is the last fucking free side quest that we are ever fucking doing. $5 for a side quest. But
a Houston police officer is under investigation after she posted a racist rant on social media.
The police department confirms Officer Ashley Gonzalez has been relieved of duty. A warning here, the video, it is disturbing, and we are only sharing just a portion of it.
Megan Reyna live downtown with the backlash from the community as well as the police department. Megan?
Yeah, well, the community is obviously hate on as police here fully investigate.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate.
This is video of what police say appears to be their officer, Ashley Gonzalez, going on a racist rant. The Instagram post was clipped and shared by community activists.
Enjoy it. It's the last fucking one.
Dr. Candace Matthews, Monday night. The officer is heard saying a racial slur at least 25 times. Since the post has gone viral, Gonzalez has been
Just give. Where's the fucking video?
The message from the community was pretty clear this morning when protesters took in front of HPD headquarters here around 8 a.m. They were disturbing and has no place in law enforcement or in our community. Now, again, this is after some
real interesting. So a Houston cop has now been relieved of duty because of a racist video rant. Here it is.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I f***ing hate.
She said the N-word.
Oh my God, I f***ing hate. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't f***ing, oh, we were slaves, isn't that? I don't give a f***. Like, for a f***ing reason, you guys were f***ing slaves. You guys don't know anything better than steal. Like, oh my f***ing God. Like, I was literally eating food with my friend. So I had my f***ing wallet next to me, like my whole purse. And those, like, that little small ass decided not to steal my wallet. Oh my God. I would have grabbed my heel and like, what the?
He's got to be the worst part of TYT.
Got that ass. No homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud. Like, goddamn. Like, oh my God. I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like, I kid you not. I don't know what came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you. And oh my God, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was.
Yeah, plenty. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the last free side quest, even as you're fucking cucking me with $2.
Seen both sides of it, and most of these people, like I said, not cool. Usually they're not cool, but there are a subset of them that are cool. Don't know how.
Right, how about this? You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna guilt you. I'm gonna guilt you. This is who you're withholding your money from. This is Amelia. I don't exactly know the rules on if we're putting her face out there and everything, but that's my precious little niece. My precious little niece. And so whatever we raise tonight, guys, is going directly to her. Just saying. That's my niece. That's my niece. Let's get her something awesome, guys. Let's get her something awesome. I'm already on my own doing a thing where, my brother-in-law has a month off of work. So he's, helping doing dad stuff around the house. But when he goes back to work, I'm going to get one of those meal services to show up. So like, that's just one less thing that she's got to talk about. That's me. So yeah, everything in the Uncle Lutch Fund that I was going to do it for a while, but I don't love, I don't love using her as like a gimmick. But we already raised some money, so like, all right, we'll finish off whatever we raised tonight. And the coolest thing I can get her for whatever that is, I'm not going to take out any taxes or anything. So whatever we raise, please help get our baby the coolest memory of the TIJ family.
Usually they're not cool, but there are a subset of them that are cool. Don't know how many that is. Don't know the percentage. But I'm just saying, painting them broad brush and just saying, oh, they're all bad because they're looking for this viral clip. I've literally seen video evidence of a cop never showing up. Hours and hours of footage. No cop shows up.
That's why I blocked off her name or her face, right? A good uncle blocking out her face. You don't know what this bitch look like. But yeah, I mean, love, guys. That's love.
Yes, it's boring footage. We can all probably admit that's probably boring footage, but I'd like to see it honestly, especially when the cops show up and they highlight good cops that know their constitutional rights and practice them correctly. I've literally seen handfuls of examples. They walk away, they shake hands, the cops go on their way, and sometimes when they get another call, they'll say, "Hey, we already confronted those people. They're doing their job right." Blah blah blah, or they'll come back out. And It just
Yeah, and I that would be another part to really hammer home that like this is a public service that I appreciate that there's a way that this public service can be misused, but it is indeed a public service. Hey, shout out to Edge of the South. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Her name is Amelia. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. She says thank you. She said thank you. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's dive right back in.
her job right, blah blah blah, or they'll come
Yes.
back out. You know, it just depends.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone is in a place they're legally allowed to be, not violating any statutes, they're not interfering with the operation in any manner whatsoever, not obstructing, not trespassing. Yeah, I agree with all of this. This is cool. If it's just
all right, there we go. Debate over. We all agree.
Just filming.
But
wait, if it's just filming, no disruption, no refusal of instructions, nothing, then cool. Constitutionally, there's likely no issue here, right?
Right.
The
So
problem
do those
isn't
people
filming.
exist? Do those people
The
exist?
problem is when the filming becomes the obstruction, the refuse to comply with the policies, even if they don't have a fucking sign up. If someone's working there is telling you they work there, they're giving a policy to you. Escalation inside of these non-public forums that happen all the time, this shit is a problem. Interference with the workflow of even something as stupid as the post office, this is a problem, right? Again, I brought up the Perry Education Association versus the Perry Local Educators Association, right? And this
if we hit the goal, I'll drop the link. Let's fucking go.
This is was the court, like the Supreme Court's decision on how First Amendment rights apply to like communication on government property, right? So like there's actual like manner restrictions on government property that it seems like everybody just blows over when it comes to these 1A auditors.
Huh?
Right? Like let me see.
Well, it's real easy. Like I wrote,
what it
like
was,
I said,
it was over the school's email system because that was it was a designated public forum, right?
Okay.
And people were writing whatever the fuck they wanted through there, and they didn't want that to be allowed because certain government buildings need manner restrictions.
Okay,
Shouldn't be allowed to just go do whatever the
what is the argument?
fuck you want and say whatever you want anywhere, right?
So let me get this straight, maybe.
Hey, shout out to Joe fucking cool with the $2 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Morty, take it. There you go. That's 4 out of 15, guys. 99 cents counts. 15 donos and or $75 in total. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that adds to the Uncle Lutch Fund for this amazing little girl that was just born. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. Towards the goal. Very much appreciated. Let's grab a couple of these before we dive back in. Steve said the post office literally had it posted in every post office that people can film in public areas, and postal workers give incorrect directives. Why should you listen to bad directives? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Shout out to Annie. I'm going to call you Annie because I'm going to mess that up. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said the First Amendment overrides any law or rules. That seems to be where we're at, but SpeakeaZy is taking a different realm, a different place. Bogg said Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances. Oh, it's here. We got it even better. Even better. Even better. We'll go 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Eat it, bro. What are you doing? an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right to people to peaceably assemble and petition the government regardless, or to redress grievances. Thank you. So, very, very much, sir. Punch us a little harder with the super chats. I like that. There you go. And again, my goodness. Shout out to Joe, Alice, Teresa, Rowdy, and Burden. You guys are now members. And in 33 minutes, the chat goes to members only, and you are invited. Thank you. So very, very much. I was going to bring up like whether you guys want to do our own panel or check out that panel, because it was pretty interesting. NJ all day, baby. Thank you again. Did I give him a treat for this? I don't think I gave him a treat yet. The 5 gifted memberships, and of course that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated, guys. All right, let me update the banner here, and we'll get some of those chats. Until then, let's dive back in.
Need manner restrictions.
Okay,
so allowed to just go do whatever the fuck you want and say whatever you want anywhere, right?
So let me get this straight, maybe. If let's say it's a public building, but maybe they have policies that they don't allow filming inside, do you think that is protected by the Constitution?
Yes, it's at their discretion. That what I just brought up was the fucking
so the policy
foundation of the public forum doctrines.
So the policy
reinforced
the policy
that the
trumps
government
the Constitution.
has discretion.
So you're saying
it's
the
part
policy
of it. What do you mean?
That is not like some private business or some public business. Like their policy is not the Constitution.
Yeah, again, the ruling was that the government discretion to regulate speech on non-public property if the distinctions are reasonable and viewpoint neutral. Do you understand what that means, right?
No, I get what that means, yes.
Yeah. So if the lady inside is saying, stop filming in here, please leave, and you say, fuck you, it's my right. Actually, no. The lady working there just gave you a policy that you're directly disobeying. You don't.
Shout out again to all you guys. $99 in the Uncle Lutch Fund, 7 out of 15 super chats, and $49 out of 75. Thank you so very, very much. Let's see if I want to make sure I got all your goodies. Oh, why did it jump up like that? Where at? Jason said, I seen one and people asked, why are you recording me? And the auditor was a total confrontational d-hole. I would definitely slap someone in that situation. Fair. But can you see where that is an aspect of not doing it right? Do you think that based on what's being presented here in this debate, that is what Jack is saying? Yeah, you shouldn't do it like that. But if you do it the right way, do you think that there is a right way? That's really the crux of it. Panhandling is protected under the First Amendment, but towns pass laws to make it illegal. One auditor battles this particular injustice. It isn't people's discretion to ignore the Constitution. Yep. And then that also, when it comes to the intersection of state laws and federal laws, then it gets spicy. Folks, that was the First Amendment. That what was so important to pen down, and they did. Thank you very, very much, guys. Again, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you guys opening up your wallet and donating. Even if you're not able to do that, I still very much appreciate that you guys are here. I know you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. If you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, and sometimes I'll be doing debates like that. And I think I want to start hosting some too. So we're going to check that out. Definitely hit that subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. So you may as well hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party live ever. Again, let's dive back in.
What that means, yes.
Yeah. So if the lady inside is saying, stop filming in here, please leave, and you say, fuck you, it's my right. Actually, no. The lady working there just gave you a policy that you're directly disobeying. You know what's happening?
This is what you guys were saying, that policy doesn't override the Constitution.
I can literally
now is we're in a world of a bunch of like pussy cops we got now because everyone's scared of going to fucking jail for shit they didn't do, right? We got Derek Chauvin.
I'm definitely scared of going to jail for things I didn't do. Not like actively, but that's the thing that I don't want to happen.
Sitting in prison right now for fucking doing his job as a cop and protecting us, and he's sitting in jail because some woke fucking bitches filmed him at a different angle looking like he choked somebody out. It's goofy. That's why they're scared when they come up to these first amendment auditors.
What's the connection? That the people filming Derek Chauvin weren't auditing. They were doing exactly what you said was okay, where they're just something is happening, they're documenting that. So I'm not sure how this is connected. Did I get? Oh, I missed some people in the band. I'm not
That's not what I see.
Oh, just leave. Yeah, you're okay.
That's not what I see.
It's
I see sometimes people will get a power
trip. We need to put our fucking foot down on this shit.
No, because then some people get a power trip. You give the police more power. There's already people power tripping. Like
you give the police more power.
Yeah,
they're just enforcing the law, Doc. What do you mean more?
There's
power?
Some people that have literally like.
We got to stop making them question the laws they're supposed to enforce. That's what the problem is, right?
I mean, I think they should be enforce what they're supposed to be able to do. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And when the cop is getting a call from someone saying this dude here looks like this, he's wearing dark shades with a blue tint and a black sweater.
So let me
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Teriak and say, hey, I got a call about some harassment going on. What's your name, bro? And he said, no, I don't gotta identify myself. It's my right. It's like, dude, you're literally the product of an investigation.
8. I miscounted. Oh God. 8 out of 15, guys. I miscounted. I forgot some people in the banner, but now we're all go. 8 out of 15, guys. Thank you so very, very much. So this is, again, the same kind of situation we were talking about before, where the cops have outside of the legal talk, they reasonably can think, oh, that guy seems like the guy that we're looking for. That's what is being presented. And Easy saying, in that situation, yeah, you have to ID, or you have to leave, or you have to stop doing this.
What's your name, bro? And he said, no, I don't gotta identify myself. It's my right. It's like, dude, you're literally the product of an investigation, bro. Just shut the fuck up. It's like when those dudes get pulled over and they're like, I don't gotta show you my ID. It's like,
yeah, but suddenly you get put into the system because you gave them your ID. Like, I don't think that's right either.
What system?
They literally look you up and put you in a system.
Not in right now, Jack. What system?
Well, yeah, I'm sure I am.
My guy.
I'm sure I am. You do fingerprints. They got you.
Right, but Jennifer, this is a private business that they're talking about, and what they're arguing about is more government buildings and public spaces.
Fingerprints for giving them your ID.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, sometimes they have you give fingerprints for something.
You have a social? You have a social?
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm sure they got me from
that.
They
got you everywhere, bro.
Yeah,
exactly. Crazy.
But I'm saying that that gives them a lot more to give the incentive to do something to highlight. Either way.
Jack, if we don't see ya, you have a good one, and congratulations on your first debate. I am definitely looking to see more. Click the pinned link. Come join the Discord, and maybe we could set something up, whether it's against me or if I'm moderating or whatever. I'm looking to get it going.
What I'm saying,
view of the authority. And I get it.
I like cops. I don't have a bad interaction with cops. I have no.
I don't like cops. I have had bad interactions with cops. Fox, I was falsely charged for a purse theft. Court was rough on me, and I did have a self-defense incident too. Both rough. They got it wrong twice, but every other time they were ahead of the money. I repent and I'm sorry. Got it wrong by charges against. Yeah. Right. Yep. And I mean, that's like, how do we define profiling in the sense that it would be a bad thing? Like, you're actively looking for criminals. That is in and of itself profiling. Right? I got a PLB. Oh, is that Jack? Jack just joined. Oh, that's Steve. Just joined the Discord. And again, because we just changed all the rules, full access immediately. Full access immediately. Let's dive back in.
And I get it.
I
you
like
see
cops. I don't have a bad interaction with cops. I have no personal problem with them. There's a lot of them that are chill. And I think that's the opposite with the First Amendment auditors. However, there are good people that are doing it correctly. So let me ask you a question. If you were filming outside a bank, right? And you're just filming the bank, you're on the public right away, you're just filming the bank, don't have a word to anybody, you haven't said literally a word out of their mouth, because some of these people don't even say nothing and they're getting attacked. And you don't have to. You literally don't have to say shit. Now, if they ask for your ID, in some states, like I said, you have to provide that. However, within that, do you think that if you film that bank, that because that looks bad, because you might be robbing the place or whatever it might be, because a lot of people come out and they're like, oh, are you case studying this? And the cop comes in. Every time I see when people film for a bank, I understand the concern. Believe me, I get it. But usually the response is way sometimes worse. So do you think people should be able to film banks? Because sometimes they have their screens right up against it. They have no blinds. That's personal information that anybody can see and just whip out a phone. Oh, suddenly I got your information. I don't think that's right, but that's why they create the privacy. This is this is for.
If someone's standing on a sidewalk, they're not trespassing anywhere, they're not blocking entrances, they're not interfering with the operation. Yeah, if filming the exterior of a bank, yeah, that's generally protected.
Okay, then what part of it is unconstitutional? What is the unconstitutional part? It's an hour into the debate. Not counting all the songs in the opening, but including the opening, we're an hour in, and I still don't understand what he's saying is unconstitutional.
Right, but you agreed that looks suspicious, right?
Even if he wanted to make the argument that, hey, there we go, Jennifer joining the Discord. Full access. Gang. Even if they were saying that the First Amendment does not cover auditing, I think that would be a little bit more of what Easy is trying to say. I still think he would be wrong, but yeah, yikes. Get out of my store should always be obeyed. Bingo. Yup. Policy and laws, two different things, you'd think. Fox said, I like cops. I dislike some laws. I don't like cops. I guess I also dislike some laws. Most of them seem to be all right. But I like law and order. I like the society that laws present. And unfortunately, cops are a necessary part of that process. Like I said, cops going through their whole career never having to use a gun is what a good career is about. Bingo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that because they did use their gun that it was not a good career, but I agree.
Sure.
Now,
wait, what did we say? Back it up a sec.
Interfering with the operation, yeah. If filming the exterior of a bank,
so filming is fine.
Yeah, that's generally protected.
So what part is unconstitutional?
But you agreed that looks suspicious, right?
Sure.
Now, do you agree that you understand why people would call, right?
Yeah.
Right.
What?
Do you agree that why people would call? Like why they would be suspicious of that activity?
Well, usually that happens when it's a government-owned building. And again, what I just brought up is like the Perry Education Association versus the Perry Local Educators Association. That means the people inside, it's reasonable and viewpoint neutral filming restrictions for them.
From the outside, from the outside.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, you can film.
Okay,
you
think so. Filming
as long as it's on the public,
protected everywhere. Just
as long as it's public right away.
No,
anything your eyes can see. Anything your eyes can see.
No.
So you're not allowed. Are you not allowed to look at it?
You got context doesn't matter. You can just film anything. You can just film anything.
Yeah,
You
as
think
long as
so?
it's not, as long as you don't go into the
Yep.
private establishment or
Right. So the going exactly, and this is if I was Jack, I would want to hang on to this point a little bit more. That the situations that SpeakeaZy is bringing up, there are other things beside 1A auditing that makes it illegal. The people that are getting arrested and justifiably arrested, those people are doing something in addition to 1A auditing, unless you are including breaking laws within 1A auditing. And if that is the case, then what laws are you including that's saying filming is this, but auditing is filming plus this crime? That's what needs to be established.
in public places, if they have signs up on, offices or certain things past doors, yes.
Yeah,
Don't
so
go
like
into those places.
If you're filming,
Don't obstruct.
if you're filming a secure access point, they can't have they can't deem this suspicious conduct and stop you for it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Is it public or private?
Yeah, I just said right from the sidewalk. You're filming a secured access point
From the sidewalk.
Sure, yeah.
So public right away.
I just said that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you can film.
No, you can't.
Bro, what? How would let's assume that you don't even know that it's a secure access point. If you're just walking down the street and you just start, let's just say you're doing a little vlog, right? And you're saying whatever, and back here there's that secure access point, and you just happen to turn around and you're doing that, right? Now you're filming what's back there, aka the security, the security point of, I don't know exactly what that means. How does that become unconstitutional? And again, they might come up to you and be like, hey, we don't want you to do this here. Requests are legal. You can request that people do things. This has all still come down to, I don't like it. And Easy's the one who's been talking about emotions. I don't know how the fuck people use their phones without a pop socket. I do not get it. And notice I've had this for 3 years. This is the what? The S22, I think. And never had a case on it. Perfect condition. Because all you got to do, when you get a new phone, I actually learned this from Neil deGrasse Tyson. When you get a new phone, first without the pop socket, so like do it like that. You just want to flip it around your hands a lot, so you get the muscle memory of where your phone is, and so you're much less likely to drop it. Then, especially with the pop socket, then you ain't dropping shit. And this is not an advertisement for pop sockets, but they fire. That one's for free, pop socket. That one's for free. Yeah, I'm not buying a nice, sleek, shiny phone and then putting this fucking giant jack. It's not happening. It's not happening. Anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you can film.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No.
I think that's where I think.
Protected.
Yeah. No, that is.
This is where I would have asked for a specific what law says that you can't do that.
Anything your eyes can see.
That's not true.
Why wouldn't you be able to do that? So you're telling me when you're looking at it with your regular eyes,
if you were filming the customers coming in and out of the bank, if you were filming the customers coming in and out of the bank, right? You think that
that was the first the video that I used to demonstrate that they were at a TD Bank.
If someone came up and asked you to disengage, that's completely legal for you to do.
To not do it? Yeah. You are under no obligation to respect other people's desires. You are under the obligation to follow the laws. If you're not breaking any laws, then that's it.
Say that again, what?
So like you're following customers and capturing their faces, entering and exiting the bank. Do you think that, and then when they ask you to stop, you refuse? Do you think you're allowed to do that?
Yes.
Okay, you're just that
yeah.
crosses into other legal.
Easy's a Fed. Easy's a Fed. I gotta send this to him. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Screenshot. And remember, guys, I have screenshots from all year because last New Year's I wanted to do that. I wanted to go back and look at some stuff, but I hadn't been saving it. So all year I'm keeping a close eye on all the good stuff. It's gonna be fun. Where are we? All right, dive back in.
Yes.
Okay, you're just that.
Yeah, you can get license plate numbers. You can get VIN numbers. You can get all of it.
What is stalking?
When you follow someone.
Good question. But I would have been I would have said something along the lines of something different than being a 1A auditor. Because that is opening up a new. Now he's moving the conversation. I want to talk about stalkers now, and so good on Easy, bringing it to somewhere where it's more comfortable for him to have the discussion. Because eventually, if you stayed on that, we would have had to. Okay, what is the law that says you can't film a secure point or whatever the fuck you just said? What is that law? Show me the law. And so instead of going down that road, he's like, fuck, I don't know. So let me talk about stalking.
Thank you.
Well, you ain't following somebody.
Illegal. I just said you're following the customers, capturing their faces and entering and exiting the.
So because I turn, all of a sudden that's following?
No, I didn't say because you turn.
Well, they would be just turning. Now, if they're following them, yes, I agree with that. Like I said, especially for a prolonged period of time.
Isn't that one of the main things of being a 1A auditor is that you just fucking post up and you don't move?
Clear in the beginning.
Yeah, again, the whole thing you're missing is the
Go away and don't give me any more money.
Context. What matters is the location, the properties rights, whether the conduct becomes some type of interference, some type of trespass. I don't know
for sure. Yeah.
If you don't think a terrorism suspicion or security risk is unlawful.
I wish I would have had the chat up this whole time. I kind of want to. I'm kind of. Did they not have them? I could have sworn. Oh yeah. And just to see where everybody's at. What are they thinking about this?
But they definitely can look into terrorism suspicion and security risks.
For sure. But that doesn't automatically, employ suspicion of that. Like, unless they have articulate reason.
All right, let me see. Let's just see what they're talking about. Okay, the super chat said, given the First Amendment permits content-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions in both traditional and non-public forums, why would First Amendment auditing be categorically immune from such restrictions? Watch his exact videos Jack is speaking of, and literally watch cops get called out there just because they are standing there with a camera, abiding all laws, not trying to record. Joe motherfucking cool in the chat. You can film anything from public. That's protected under the First Amendment. Can't wait for the open panel. I'm going to put it up to, should we do that before? Oh, no, you guys can do it after. Yeah, so chat seems to be mostly with Jack, at least in this moment. And I'm thinking of a way. So if you're a member, start thinking of a way how I could ask you, do you want to finish watching the debate if we don't get there? Because we got about 10 minutes. We're not going to get to the end. So do you want to finish watching the debate? Do you want to skip to the panel? Do you want to do our own panel? Or do you want to go do something else? So let me put that up now.
Employ suspicion of that. Like, unless they have articulate reason for you committing a crime, they can't detain you. They can't ask for any of these things. Like,
members, if you're talking in chat, that is going to be weighed more heavily than the poll itself. So if you're a member, tell me in chat what you prefer.
The ID.
If you're being
detained, you have to give that to them.
Start it over. What if they just come up to you? If they got a call about you, they can't detain you?
Well, a lot of the time, yeah. If you're not committing a crime, they can't. Yeah, they can't just come up to you and be like, "What they said is true, and I haven't done any investigating, but I'm going to detain you." I've literally seen that happen. I've literally seen them escalate.
Yeah, if someone says
Now-
you were there harassing someone, and they come up.
Yeah,
And they,
but what if
had
you
your
weren't
description, they
harassing
can't-
somebody?
Yeah, but they don't know that. They're not mind readers.
That's why they gotta do the investigation and ask
That's
questions.
why.
Right. You don't get to, like, that's exactly the point. They don't know that. And so they don't get to just decide that you've done that before they know that you've done that.
Detaining you and finding out who you are and your side of it is a part of the investigation.
All right, members, the poll is up. I mean, everybody, but again, specifically members are going to have a little bit more weight, but let me know what you think.
No.
No?
That's not how it works. They just ask you questions. They go ask them what they really meant. They clarify with them. Usually, I think some people don't really say words, don't think they should, think you should completely comply with the situation, think you should present your ID and everything. However, I don't think unless you are committing the crime, they shouldn't be detaining you. Now, if they have that suspicion, they should be. But they should not be doing that from the call. The call doesn't mean shit. The call just gets them out there. That's it.
If someone reports a crime and describes you as the crime
You did this already, brother.
committer, that is reasonable suspicion. That's all they
So-
have to go off of. What the
So
fuck?
let me get this straight, okay? So if
There
I
you
why,
go.
why do
if
swatting
There you go. There you go, Jack. Now you're taking his framework and interrogating how. So you're saying A, B, and C. So if A, B, and C happens, then X, Y, and Z, which won't line up because A, B, and C is not correct.
off of what the
So
fuck?
let me
But notice how easy kind of seeing. And again, I'm projecting my own thoughts. I obviously don't know what's in either of these gentlemen's heads, but it seems like we go from
It is reasonable suspicion.
we go from here,
That's all they
So-
have to go off of. What the
so
fuck?
and now I got something to say, and he's like, let's move over to something else now.
let me get this straight, okay? So if I
Why do
if I-
swatting?
if
Why do
I'm-
swattings happen if they have to wait for fucking reasonable suspicion?
I get what you're saying.
Huh?
I-
How are they allowed
I
to
get-
swat people all the fucking time? If they have
If Jack stays on this, good job, Jack. If you don't get caught up by this,
to wait for
I get what
reasonable
you're saying.
suspicion?
I get what you're saying.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I do
It
get what you're
doesn't
saying.
seem like it because you just said
Yeah.
the call is not good enough.
It isn't.
They're literally
They can
kicking
lie.
people's
They can
door
lie in the
down
call
over
easy.
calls, but they
can
can't
lie in
detain
the
you.
call.
okay, so I think that because the argument really is obviously if they call and say, at this address, blah 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 is happening, they will kick the door down. I think that is a meaningfully different call than saying some guy is standing out here with a camera and I don't like it. There's no imminent threat there. And I don't know the laws, but I would assume that there being an imminent threat changes how they decide that they're gonna go out and kick the door down. So all right, all you guys are saying you want to do our own panel. So I need a 1 in the chat if you are willing to come up on the panel, because I'm down to do a panel. But it's one thing for you guys to want a panel and another thing for people to actually come up. So put a 1 in the chat if you would come up on the panel. If we don't have, we need 3 people. So we got 1 right here. I need 2 other people. Otherwise, we're going to do another poll with the other options.
Kicking people's
They can
door
lie in the
down
call
over
easy.
calls. but they
5
can't
minutes,
detain
guys.
you?
5 minutes.
They can lie in the call.
Right, that's right. So that's why they detain you to
So what
determine if it
happens
was a
to those
lie
people
or
when they
not.
lie in the call, Easy? What happens?
What?
If you didn't commit the crime and they lied in that call, what happens to those
After they
people?
detain you and find out who you are and what happened, they let you
Okay.
go. That's usually how that goes.
And what happens to
I've
those
been
people for
involved in
making a false
situations
police
like this
report?
myself.
What happens for the other person making the false police report?
Depends. If it was like an anonymous call, obviously nothing. It's usually what happens.
So
with the
is that a
swatting.
crime? Is a false police report? Is that a crime?
Yes, you're speaking of.
Okay, so I just put up a new poll. This is just in case. The other poll is already locked in. So if we get 2 more people that put a 1 in the chat that will come up on the panel, that is what we will do. If not, then we will go to the poll that is running right now. Right now.
My point.
How am I speaking to your point?
Well, because you had mentioned.
Wait, let's back that up.
If it was like an anonymous call, obviously nothing. It's usually what happens.
So
with the
is that a
swatting.
crime? Is a false police report? Is that a crime?
Yes, you're speaking to my point.
How am I speaking to your point?
Well, because you had mentioned something along the lines of like a lot of times we see they don't get arrested and stuff like this.
There you go, Jack. Get a little bit. Earn that goodwill. Earn that goodwill. It'll be nice in the beginning, and then you could be a little bit of a dick later on.
A lot of times we see they don't get arrested and stuff like this. The reason they're not getting arrested, or sorry, them not getting arrested doesn't equal it's constitutional.
Say that again.
Them not getting arrested during these 1A auditing interactions doesn't equal that the 1A auditing is constitutional.
Well, if it was unconstitutional, they would arrest them, wouldn't they?
See, that's exactly what.
Wait, I want to hear that one more time. I'm sorry.
They're not getting arrested, or sorry, them not getting arrested doesn't equal it's constitutional.
Them not getting arrested doesn't mean that it is constitutional. Okay, fair.
Say that again.
Them not getting arrested during these 1A auditing interactions doesn't equal that the 1A auditing is constitutional.
Well, if it was unconstitutional, they would arrest them, wouldn't they?
Yeah, right. If just filming was unconstitutional, then they would be able to arrest them. It's frustrating because, again, I do sympathize with the frustration of, oh, these guys are wasting resources, and there are some that are not ideal in the way that they operate if their goal is to stress test the First Amendment. I get that. But the prompt is about the Constitution. Shout out to Box with the $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, I drop it. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, you'll move your neck when my hand's not fucking there, right? Thank you. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you, sir. Hey, guys, so I don't see. Okay. All right.
Well, if it was unconstitutional, they would arrest them, wouldn't they?
See, that's exactly what I just said. No, that's not necessarily true.
So I'd be like, okay, walk me through how somebody is the cops are called. Shit. Oh fuck. Hold on. I lost the count. Where were we? We're at 49. We're at 49, and then we got 2, so we're at 51. It is hard to do math while you're streaming. 102, 51, and 10 out of 15. Guys, 5.99 super stickers will hit the goal. Trigger push-ups. And get Morty his peanut butter. Just saying. And I see Box over in the VIP party. Remember, guys, you can trigger a VIP party that will end this stream where we head right over to Discord and essentially do a panel, but just not on mine, so we don't have to worry about TOS, and you don't got to cam up or any of those things. 3 people in the Let Us Speak channel, and after we got 15 seconds, that triggers the VIP party. So it's up to you guys. Right now, the poll is stuck at go to the panel section of this debate or find something else. So make sure you get your votes in.
Exactly what I just said. No, that's not necessarily true.
So if
people get away with
breaking
all the
law,
time,
they should be arrested.
What?
If they're breaking the law, they should be arrested, correct?
Yes, they should. Exactly. That's my point. All these cocksuckers should be arrested.
Hey, Box again! My goodness! With the $5, let's get Morty his treat with every single donation. Thank you, sir! Out sponsoring yourself, brother. Box said they're not wasting resources. They get paid by the hour. They will be there whether something is happening or not. The price is the same. That's not the point that people are making, Box. This is what we said before, that yes, you are correct that they are going to get paid either way. But the point is, if there's a crime here, there's we'll say a real crime happening here, and they need those resources to go here, and then somebody calls the cops on you for 1A auditing, then some of the cops that are needed over here are going to end up over here. So that is wasting the resources. Even though it's already paid for, it's allocated differently. That's what we talking about. But shout out to you guys. We did not quite hit the goal, but let's see how close we got. 107, 11 out of 15, and 56 out of 75. Guys, thank you so very, very much. So now we switch to the after party. So we get, hold on. So we got Uncle Lutch fun for one more night. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. We're at 107. 0 out of 5. And 0 out of 20. We got a new goal. So thank you so very, very much. I'm going to let this roll until you guys break the tie. There's 16 people here, and I'm going to let you guys all choose before we go to members only. So we're on the poll. We are stuck between go to the panel section of this debate or go find something else. Somebody break the tie. Whoever hits it first, you win. Until then, I'm going to let this play.
Exactly. That's my point. All these cocksuckers should be arrested.
But you admitted also at the same time there's people doing it the right way.
No.
Before we go to
filming isn't 1A.
Before we go to members only, shout out to Matt. Said reasonable articulable suspicion of a particular crime is required for identifying. Otherwise, it's violating the Fourth Amendment right. Indeed. Again, guys, hit that poll for me, please.
Same time, there's people doing it the right way.
Or I'll just choose. If you guys know, if you're stuck, I'll choose.
No.
I'll do what I want.
Isn't 1A auditing. I've already said. I want to make that.
So what's the distinction?
There's a distinction here.
Yeah, what's the distinction?
Filming.
They both have a
filming.
They both
is
just
not
film.
1A auditing.
Okay, now we're here. The difference between just filming and 1A auditing. An hour and 17 minutes into the discussion, and we are just now establishing the difference between just filming and 1A auditing. And wait, did it? I ended it, and okay, find something else that wins. We got 2 votes. Find something else that wins. So we'll check out what panels and stuff. We'll see. So I just want to see. I just want to see this part. If you're not a member, make sure you sign up. I am about to switch the chat to members only. You will still be able to watch. You just will not be able to chat. Of course, you can super chat, and Rumble will still be going. So if you want to switch over to Rumble, the chats won't be on the screen, but you'll still be able to chat.
The minute you start interacting, you've already turned it away from filming, right? You've already added on another action.
So what do we do with people that have journalism?
In somewhere, you've already added another action. I'm not talking about just filming. If I was talking about just filming, I'd understand the outrage that most people have when I bring up this topic.
Okay, so then what are you saying?
Talking about just filming. I'm talking about the action of 1A auditing. It doesn't involve just filming. That's disingenuous.
But you understand that I could literally say I'm an auditor.
Yeah, you can
and literally go out and audit.
You can say you're Jesus Christ. That doesn't make you Jesus.
Well, I get that, obviously.
Right.
But
so
I'm just
saying you're something doesn't make you that thing.
Right, but you can do that. Like, for instance, like if I'm filming a pizza review in front of a store, right? Do you think that by me doing that, I'm in the wrong? Because I'm promoting their business, I'm showing it off, I'm eating it, I'm having a great time, gave them a score, whatever. Do you think that that is wrong? Or you think I'm just filming?
I mean, we're going into different grounds. If that person doesn't care about you filming in their
but what if they do?
Business? Yeah, well, then, you're wrong to do that. Yes. They have every right to kick you out.
So it matters the person, even though it's just filming.
They have every right to kick you out.
Okay. Gotcha, easy.
Yeah, the filming itself was what's wrong, not auditing.
What was that?
Whoa, what? Did you just say the filming itself was wrong, not the auditing? So now that we are in members only, let me know specifically. Do you want to go find another panel? I have some other stuff that we can cover. What is specifically? Because find something else is a little bit generic. Give me a direction that you want to go in. We can check. Let's check. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see who we got. So SpeakeaZy's open. They're in panel time. Who else? Nope. That's over. Ooh, this we gotta save that. That'll be another show. So we got this is still going. That's that. Get the God isn't real. Yeah, it's over. Oh, we missed it by 2 minutes. So what should we do? Let me know in the chat. So this is the after party. Remember, the VIP is in Discord. So we need 3 people to join the Discord voice channel. And that ends this stream where we go over to the private VIP party. God's real. He's an asshole. Indeed. Those are not typically, yeah, they usually have like a thing where it's not like just a conversation. What do they got?
It's like say it's predicted in the Bible as magic soul goo stuff, and it's discovered based off of predictions in the Bible, then the Bible gets to define it because it made the predictions. You don't get just to label it a new form of matter.
Guys, we're not doing a whole other thing. That was the options. We can finish watching the debate. We can watch the thing. We can go to Discord. I was willing to drop the link, but nobody's going to come up. So, like, again, if you can't decide, I'm going to choose.
Absolutely not true. Science does that all the time.
No,
they discover things that religion's been talking about for thousands of years and repackage
That's wrong.
That's not wrong. That is not even close to wrong.
Science, the one who makes the successful predictions, gets to define what it is. Science defined time as something that is a philosophical concept that couldn't bend. Einstein
why don't they call bioelectric
wrong.
Energy chi? Why don't they call that chi?
Because
or
chi didn't make testable predictions. It didn't work.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
Read
They just changed
I'm
all
done
the
talking
words.
to you. I've
When the
explained
children-
I've
Look, hey,
explained
man,
where
I
you're
happen
wrong.
to know a little bit
Put it in
about this.
ChatGPT.
I'll tell you exactly the history of it.
me. Put it in ChatGPT.
Yeah,
So ChatGPT just
I'm good with that. Can you call the trail for this Thomas Slaughter video? What is that? Where did you put it? Put it again. If it's something relevant to the channel, then yes. Put it in the Discord. Put it in the Discord. If you guys can't pick, then I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna give you guys a minute.
Of the
I'm
time,
thinking
Josh,
we
this
might
is-
might just join up with them.
Evolution debates have been my most canceled debates that I've scheduled since Swords of Reason started, because a lot of the times what's happening is
that me? Is that supposed to be me? Who is that? Oh, we definitely got to join this later, but they're still in. It's a 2v2 debate. All right, so they still got some time.
It's like if
they still got some time. So I think we should just let's oh yeah, what was that video? Send me the video again. I think may as well just finish it. Keep going here. I guess we'll find out. Drop that video, box.
the filming itself in a private company. That's what's wrong. You can't film
into a private company. You can't film into a private company.
You can't film in private companies. Not if you're told not to.
So what is a public place then? Just parks, just parks,
Yeah,
just parks. You can literally just film the sidewalk. I can just film the sidewalk.
Yeah, so these are traditional.
Remember, box. You can put links in the chat here. You don't have to use just put the link.
I could audit the sidewalk.
You could audit the sidewalk.
Well, yeah, you're making a distinction, right? It wouldn't just be filming it. If I was an auditor, you're saying all this other stuff like filming private businesses is, it's not allowed. So I have to film the sidewalk.
Yeah, if a private business owner doesn't wait, if a private business owner doesn't want a guy with yellow shirts in his business, he can say, "Beat it, bud."
Yeah, that's the right.
All right, let's see what we got. This is not a side quest. This is a member's exclusive ability to run the show. Become a member so that you can dictate what the fuck is going on.
The tactical task to breathe fire has now been issued. Good to go.
Do you want to give us some context, or we don't want to watch it? No context.
You will breathe fire day in and day out for the next 2 months. You will breathe fire in your sleep. You will feel fatigue. You will feel fear. You will feel happiness. You will feel regret. You will feel sadness. At the end of the day, you will continue to breathe fire. Good to go. Okay, with that
Just
said,
do it.
The operational instinct, and here's what I tell you to do, and it's almost one of those impossible tasks, but you got to fight for it every day. You got to use that operational instinct, and you got to know what happens before it happens. You got to stay methodical on the field. You got to stay clear-headed on the field. You got to work any resource as required to move like this, move methodical, and ensure you always have mutual support in position to effect the fight and bring fires as required to fucking kill the enemy. Kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Good to go. We're going to have the required obligation and constraint to protect those who need to be protected. Getting pit on the battlefield is going to be very challenging, but don't ever forget this. You are obligated to protect and serve the Marine on the left and right flank of you 24/7. Good to go. Don't ever forget it. You will always be supported. Your actions will always be justified. We're going together, and no matter what the outcome is.
So I just want to point out, like, notice how there's not really space for me to comment on anything. So, like, this is more of a video like, hey, you guys should check this out. The videos that we want to cover are things where I can talk about something. Otherwise, we're just stealing content.
Man, I tell you right now, no matter what the outcome is, and we can't live in this fantasy world, but we have to be ready. We have to come to grips with peace and with God, that we're heading into an environment that no one's headed into the past 9 years. This war started. Good to go. It's going to be a tough environment. You guys are going to be tasked and tested to a degree you've never been tested before. But I tell you right now, we will all come home together. I'll say it again. We will all come home together. Good to go. You guys will do the unit proud. You will do your country proud. Don't let fear get in that brain of yours. The enemy is not 10 feet tall. He's 4'2". He has a short reach, and you're going to fuck him up. Good to go. Other than that, first sergeant, man, I love you. And I mean when I say it. I love you as your parents love you. And my number one goal in life is to get you back home to mom and dad.
No idea. No context. No explanation. Just here. Play this video.
This will be the last time that we're together in
This is, I mean, if Vox hadn't been dropping bars and donos tonight.
And get right with your God.
This is why I'm starting to charge, because this is I mean, you know what I mean? Like I got to do a show. I can't just play videos.
The strength of the wolf is the pack.
All right, we're gonna go back to the panel.
You have to be able to rely on that Marine to your left and right, just like the CO said, and he has got to be able to rely on you. If you're an atheist, play along. The power of prayer is exactly that. Please bow your heads.
I'm not playing a prayer. So, like, yeah, that's what I mean. Interesting. Look at the baby! Oh, my niece, guys! It is the last opportunity to donate to get an amazing, amazing gift from you guys. I'm getting my niece everything she ever needs, but you guys have the opportunity as my family to help out with this family. So I think what we'll do is hop to the panel section for now. And then when the panel opens up on the one they're doing right now, then we'll go there. Come on. Yep, that's the baby, guys. This is the final night to donate whatever we get in the Uncle Lutch Fund. I decided I don't love using her as a too much of a gimmick, but we already started, so I was like, all right, we'll just do it last thing tonight. And so yes, if you would like to donate to this beautiful, beautiful baby, the newest part of my family, as you guys are also my family, then I would very much appreciate it. All right, let's see what they're all talking about. And guys, don't remember, we got, I got to put the new goal now.
Fantastic.
Oh, great.
Hey, SpeakeaZy. All right, it's fantastic. I got so many questions. So many. So let's start with number one. All right, so we're just going to skip the camera part. I don't want to talk about that bullshit. We all agree if you're in a public space, I can record whatever the fuck I want. Whoever the fuck I want, I can record. What do you mean? Wait, hold on. If I'm in a public space, I can record where I want, wherever I want. In a public. Okay, tell me this, expand. I wanted to skip the recording, but so if you could look at Inland Auditor, all right, who is a guy on YouTube, right? He actually goes and stares at restricted police cars in a parking lot and records them. Police come up. He says, I don't answer questions. Nothing he can do. He's on a sidewalk. He's literally on a sidewalk. That's RCW 19-3-0081.
So when it comes to like a secured access to a government,
listen, as long I get it. As long, but if I'm on a sidewalk, a public sidewalk, if they put the secured access there, not my fault. They need to put a wall up. Then the government needs to put a wall up. They need to put a gate in between that secured access.
Look at it.
So now y'all saw that everybody in his chat was like, no, Jack is right.
And yes, and I can record it all day. I can sit if I'm on a sidewalk. I can record this all day. This is in America. I can sit on. I do this every day. I can sit at the police recording. I'll do this right now, SpeakeaZy, to prove my point. I'll go sit at the police office and record every cop going in and out. Take their badge number. I'll even question them. I'll heckle them from the road. I'll even heckle them. SpeakeaZy.
I got video. I got one. What about doorbell camera?
Hold on. So let's just skip. Hold on. I don't care about that. Let's just skip this. Let's just skip the cameras. I can do that from public. I want to get to the nuts and bolts.
Say like you find out your neighbor down the road.
Again, this is all. This all
window in the upstairs.
Again, if I'm on the sidewalk, and he's naked and he did close his window, I'm gonna record that shit.
No, remember DoorDash girl thought she was such a victim when she was delivering. The instructions were to leave the food outside. Dude was passed out drunk with his pants down in his home, but the door was open. She pushed the door open, went in and recorded him and posted it on TikTok. And then she acted like the victim. Now, if she had just recorded that on her own, there would be nothing wrong with that. What you can see with your eyes. But from posting it, that's where you get. Yeah, that's where it. But again, because of the fact that the guy's door was open, whatever she could see, she would be allowed to record. Whatever you can see with your eyes from the public.
Oh, I was gonna say
you would. Okay, well, I want to skip the recording. Can we just skip that and get to the actual?
Box, why don't you tag Disciples and see if you could trigger the VIP party?
Important stuff of A1 auditing.
No, you're missing it.
Okay, let's do it then. Let's go over the
I won't. A1 is a steak sauce, by the way.
Shout out to Monster of the East over on Rumble. Welcome to the members only after party. But Rumble is the cheat code. Actually, I got to take down Twitch. Welcome to the members only after party. What is good? They're talking about is our First Amendment auditors unconstitutional?
Filming from the sidewalk is always okay. So say you find out down the road your neighbor's 9-year-old daughter, her window's always open while she's changing, so you find out the time and then you keep showing up there to film at the sidewalk.
Again,
that's the responsibility of the people who own the home to put up blinds, right?
Hold on. So you're allowed to record. You're not allowed to record the child because that's child pornography. At that point, that is
record everything because you're on a sidewalk.
Right. And so the illegality is the prong, not the recording, not the filming.
That has nothing. Hold on. Again, breaking a law, which I can't do that in public. Hold on. You can't even. Listen. You're conflating the two. It is legal for me to be recording from the sidewalk.
And yes, guys, I am keeping an eye on the panels, so we'll see when those open up.
The fact that it is a child is what makes it illegal. Just so we're clear. But I will not be charged for recording from the sidewalk. That's what I'm saying. Opposed to trespass on the car.
You're making my argument, Everett.
No,
the filming
he's not.
Illegal activity.
Thank you, Jesus. So again, We're getting over the part that of filming. There's nothing wrong with or illegal with filming from a public space. Are we?
That's yes, correct.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can we move on?
The filming in itself.
Okay. So how do you go from there to 1A auditing that is illegal? Shout out to Rowdy Gowdy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How are we doing? I'll do a recheck. Drop a 1 in the chat if you would be willing to come up on the panel.
We're good. Now let's get to First Amendment. Let's get to First Amendment auditing. All right, what they actually do. All right. So what is wrong with the First Amendment auditing going into, like, let's say a government building and requesting a public records index, knowing that 92% of the places that most A1 auditors go to fail to have a simple public records index, which by federal law is required since 1963.
Get him, Avarice. Get
You're
him, Avarice.
going in to see if the place has a public index.
Public records index, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Very important document too.
So they're going into the place of
not
business.
They're going into a public building, like like a government building. So like
a public business.
No. A government building of which I own. There's no such thing as a public building, like business in America.
What's a post office?
Okay, well then that's a government building. So yes,
is it a public business?
A government building.
Is it a business?
What is?
Is it a business?
Is what?
A post office.
It's a government building. It's not a business. It's a government. It's a government like system. It's like the
I'm on this. I'm trying. Like nobody's fucking saying anything. Nobody's fucking saying anything. I'm trying to do what the whole purpose of the after party is for you guys to do what we want to do, what you want to do. But nobody's fucking saying anything.
Senate, is that a business?
DMV.
Is the DMV a business? Oh, but that's where we all get our license. That's government stuff. That's all government.
All right, then you know what we're gonna do? Then we'll go to we'll see where they're at now. And just jump in when they start.
All of creation.
Yeah.
And that's why lions eat the testicles off of competing male lions in torture.
So I had to, that's where, it was actually one of my
this
channels that got
is evolution real?
it out of me.
Yeah.
He knew how to get it out of me. He's like, so are you denying Christ? And I was like,
yeah. So what about like my approach? Because I denied him that, right? I gave him an alternate theory. I could say, let's say it's neither, it's not my creation view at all, right? What if an alien came and did it? It would be the same thing. You would need to provide a symmetry breaker for what would falsify all that, right?
Right,
like,
exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like you,
So what
like
would you-
good thing like I've done before is I've said something like, well, what if I just tell you that I'm actually immortal and I can go back in time and forward in time and I've just been creating all these different things you're finding. Now, how do you falsify that?
Yeah,
like that's a good way to do it so that they don't go to God.
Right, right. Like
that's where it'll always
you
go.
could have you could have a party, right? Like there's a party and there's all these different food items on the table and they all have a different like poison in them. And then one guy eats something and he drops dead, right? And we're like, well, it could be this with the curare in it. And like, no, it's the shrimp over here. It's got, rat poison or whatever. But it's like, you don't know. How would you know which one killed him, right? You got to do an experiment. You got to like investigate. You got to open them up, right? You got to test what's in there, compare it with the things that are in the food that night.
I just realized this is Trench Deacon, who looks exactly like my older brother.
He's not doing any of that. He's just saying, we know because we got a thing that looks like this thing. That's not
because of science. Science
It's not science. Yeah. No.
So it looks like we've got the Christians up here and the evolutionists down here.
Science told me, bro. He tried to say like, oh, it's well funded. Oh, and all the people believe. He made so many fallacies. It's crazy. He's like a fallacy generating machine.
I'm still waiting for him for his workaround. When I asked him,
is this
what's his workaround for the law of biogenesis? This is an actual scientific law, and life only comes from life. There's no amino soup that you can whip up and zap with 4,000 volts. And
well, that's why a lot of evolution debaters will stay away from abiogenesis. Actually, I've had a lot of times where I'm setting up an evolution debate and they specifically say I'm not defending abiogenesis. So
yep, I don't know how life began, but once it did, evolution, baby.
If they go into this, I'm not standing for
yeah,
it.
they want to
to
attack. Yep, they want to attack another non-falsifiable and go straight for your religion. It's just it makes me want to put people's faces through walls so hard, dude.
Yeah,
so hard.
I have an opinion, kind of, to throw at you guys.
it would probably be more called acclimation than evolution. But there's two things I can hit on immediately. You've got the chimpanzees, okay, and you have the bonobos.
But you're just as genetically close to a chimpanzee as you are a pig.
No, you're missing. Let me finish my thought.
Yeah.
So there was bonobos and chimpanzees were the same group. Okay. Some kind of storm happened, whatever, whenever. A river literally separated the two groups. And the chimps adjusted to what they are now, which is extremely dangerous. And the bonobos went in exactly the opposite direction. They're extremely civilized and have it's incredible how close to human behavior the bonobos actually are. But they did come from the one single group. They just got split apart by a river. And then over however many years, one group went hardcore and the other group went in the other direction. But I don't think that that's evolution. I think that that's acclimation.
Or adaptation. That's what I was calling it.
Adaptation.
We could see adaptation in the last 6,000 years of human migration.
I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling it. Let's see what these people are talking about.
Your way. If I'm a dick here, I'm screwed.
All of our laws should be directly related to how you get to the afterlife. So
all of your behavior should be directly related to how you get to the afterlife. Your only way to the afterlife is Team Jesus. It doesn't matter what you do here.
But it doesn't mean you don't have good works, is my point. You still have good works.
I didn't say you couldn't.
Common good.
Didn't say you
Your
couldn't.
common good is not common, is what I'm saying. Your common good is let's find out how you get there and make everybody do it.
That is absolutely not what it was.
That has to be the.
Well, because remember, you can tag disciples, and if 3 people are in the voice channel, that triggers the VIP party, and we will all go over there.
It isn't. I know that you need things written down for you and that you need the free pass. I get that. But see, we do things like act in honor. And see, that's how come our society was so successful. And like this one that has now stolen from that society and all of its symbolism.
Yeah, they started 98 minutes ago, so they probably got like another half an hour of actual debate. I guess this isn't working the way that I thought it was going to work. So I'm just going to go back and we'll just finish the fucking original debate. I don't know what the fuck to do.
It's stuff. That's all government.
Y'all motherfuckers don't know what you want until you get it.
If you're filming,
Don't obstruct.
if you're filming a secure access point,
How these people
your
wear
First Amendment rights.
Let me finish.
Every time I talk, I'm an audit.
That I'm in the wrong because I'm promoting their business. I'm showing it off.
You're right. Okay.
Filming. That's disingenuous.
Okay, there we go. So we got to the point where we're establishing that filming and just filming are different things. How are they different things?
You understand that I could literally say I'm an auditor.
Yeah, you can
and
say
literally go out and audit.
You can say you're Jesus Christ. That doesn't make you Jesus.
Well, I get that, obviously.
Right.
But
so
I'm just
saying you're something doesn't make you that thing.
Right. But you can do that. Like, for instance, like if I'm filming.
Hey, Box, did you hear me? Or you don't care?
A pizza review in front of a store, right? Do you think that by me doing that, I'm in the wrong? Because I'm promoting their business. I'm showing it off. I'm eating it. I'm having a great time. Gave them a score, whatever. Do you think that is wrong? Or you think I'm just filming?
I mean, we're going into different grounds. If that person doesn't care about you filming in their
what if they do?
Business? Yeah, well, then you're wrong to do that. Yes, they have every right to kick
so
you
it
out.
matters the person, even
They
though
have
it's just
every
filming.
right. They have every right to kick you out.
Okay, gotcha, easy.
Yeah, the filming itself was what's wrong, not auditing.
What was that?
The filming itself in a private company, that's what's wrong. You can't film
Into a private company. You can't film into a private company.
You can't film in private companies, not if you're told not to.
So what is a public place then? Just parks, just parks,
Yeah, parks,
you can literally just film the
streets,
sidewalk.
sidewalks,
I
these
can
are
just film the
traditional.
sidewalk.
Yeah, so these are traditional.
I could audit the sidewalk.
You could audit the sidewalk.
Well, yeah, you're making a distinction, right? It wouldn't just be filming it. If I was an auditor, you're saying all this other stuff like filming private businesses is, it's not allowed. So I have to film the sidewalk.
Yeah,
I have to
if a
film,
private
the
business owner
street.
doesn't wait, if a private business owner doesn't want a guy with yellow shirts in his business, he can say, "Beat it, bud."
Yeah, that's the right private.
Yeah, so that's
business.
we're talking about so we're talking about.
Can we
we're
say
talking
the
about
word private?
Public, exactly. That's why we're talking about public.
This is where it's important to understand the difference between public, or rather open to the public, that is a private business. If you own a store that is open to the public, you're allowed to walk in and film. Once you are inside, because it is a private business, they can then ask you not to film or to do this, that, or whatever. But it's not inherent.
Like, I don't know why
We're
you're
not talking about public. You said private. You just said private.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about private, like you filming in the private places.
You brought up a pizza store, and I said, if that's a private business, he can say whatever
it's a private business? Public can't go in there? I didn't know that.
So again, it's a private business, but it's open to the public.
I didn't say that.
Man,
the
that's
public
crazy.
can't go in there. Do you know what private ownership of a business means?
Right, but it's access
Right, so he
to
gets
the public.
to decide
You
who
can't
goes
go in there with
there.
your
He gets to-
camera.
I don't understand where this.
You can go in there.
What do you mean? You
what
said you
document
can't
do you
film
think you
into
have
that.
here? I'm just confused. Where are
I'm
you
just
linking
saying.
it to?
Well, I'm trying to get the distinction between 1A auditors and just filming. That's my focus, because
There you said
from
it.
your
There you
view
said it.
is that auditing, you would just be filming the sidewalk or filming the streets or filming a park, and that's the only thing you can do. That's the
I
only
didn't
thing
say
you can
that.
audit.
No, I didn't
Yes,
say that.
that's because you said you can't film into private businesses. Yes, you
well,
can.
yeah. If the private business
Anything
doesn't
your
want
eyes
you
can
to film
see
it,
from a public
I didn't
place, you
say-
can film it.
Well, wait.
What if I record you
just
from
said-
5
what if
blocks?
I was just gonna say, okay, we're getting a little lost in the specifics. So Jack, give a new scenario. Boom, right there.
I didn't
Place, you can
say.
film
Good
it.
job.
Well, wait.
What if I record you
just
from
said,
5
what if
blocks
I was
away? 'Cause I have
inside a
Zoom?
pizza store filming? And I answered you. If the private owner of the pizza store doesn't want you there, what does this have
I'm not
to do
saying
with
you're
public?
in the place. I'm saying you're outside. You're adding me inside the place. Obviously, if you're inside the building in a private place, yes, get out. When they tell you you're trespassing,
Oh,
get
you
the fuck
said
out.
outside?
Yes, outside.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
I was lost on that too.
That's what I've been talking about this whole time is outside.
You're on a traditional sidewalk, and you're filming
Regular
yourself
sidewalk.
in front of a pizza place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
You just
I
did an
didn't say
interview.
anything. Yeah, I've never said that was wrong. Sorry, I thought you said inside. That's why we were talking past each other here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
inside, I completely agree. You shouldn't be inside, but if you're
Even
filming
still,
the outside
even
of
still, you could walk in and you can film, but they can ask you not to. Kelly, why are you being a bitch? You want to come up here? You want to hang out in the VIP?
bank or you're filming outside of anywhere,
Wanna
the moment you go
say
inside a
what you
private
wanna
business,
do.
you are not allowed to record.
Just let Lutch
I
take
completely
care
agree
of
with you. If there's anybody doing that, they're not a real amendment auditor.
No true Scotsman fallacy.
That person, if they don't leave, should be arrested. But
Okay,
if you go into
let me
a
ask
public
you
place,
something.
like
All right, so just in case you guys missed it, we are now in the members only after party. If there is 3 people who are willing to, well, I'll do 2 people. If there's 2 people willing to come up here, we can do our own panel. If 3 people go into the Discord voice channel, then that triggers a VIP party in which we hang out over there. If you would like to stay over here, I'd like some input as to what we should be doing, because that's the point of the after party. If we're not doing that, then why am I kicking out all the people who aren't members for you guys? And I mean, I'm trying to offer you something, and you're just leaving it on the table. Should I just turn the should we just not do after parties anymore? I think we're just we have the VIP party can be we're gonna do VIP party. But yeah, everybody can chat. So if you're not a member, I just turned it off. Members only chat, and I guess YouTube members parties are gonna have to be a little bit different.
if they don't leave, should be arrested. But
Okay,
if you go into
let me
a
ask
public
you
place
something.
like a post office or something, just because the lady doesn't want to be recorded, big deal. She has like 8 cameras surrounded in her in the post office. Like she's being constantly recorded. Just because there's a person behind it suddenly makes it a, oh my God, big deal. Put your hands up, jazz hands. Wah, wah. You know?
So I'll ask again, put a 1 in the chat if you are willing to come up on the panel. You guys said you wanted to see a panel on this channel. I am down to do that, but that requires people other than me. So we got Box, we got Kelly, we got 8 other people here. Put a 1 in the chat, and we will do the panel. I just need some kind of direction.
Let me give you the distinction.
The distinction between filming and 1A auditing?
Yeah,
I'm ready for it. I'm ready.
All right. Let me
Been
help you
waiting
out.
for that one.
Filming by itself is recording video or audio from a place you are lawfully allowed to be. Simple. All right. Auditing, 1A auditing, would be filming with the deliberate purpose of testing government response to the First Amendment activity.
Are you putting that on them? Are you putting that on them?
That's what First Amendment auditing would be, dog. You're auditing the First Amendment. Who the fuck are you auditing? The public citizens?
Yes.
No, you're no. What?
Yes, that is.
There you go.
A lot of time, that's what I see. They're just
1A auditors. 1A auditors are testing, are auditing. Wait, Jack, please, don't be disingenuous. 1A auditors are auditing me and you.
Yes.
Yes,
it's just practicing the
absolutely.
First
What do you
Amendment
mean?
right.
Absolutely. It does apply to the government, but that's not the only aspect of it. It is demonstrating, hey, I am allowed to do this. And so when other people say, you need to stop, I'm going to call the cops, I think that's an audit of the people as well. And I don't have an inherent problem with it. I have a problem with the way some people go about it.
Dog, that's all it is. A lot of these people
practicing your First Amendment rights.
Let me finish.
Every time I talk, I'm an auditor, dog. Every time I talk, I'm an auditor, boys. I'm practicing my First Amendment rights right now.
Just let me explain. Okay. So I'm going along. What I'm saying is you're recording, and you're kind of seeing the reaction of the public, right? You're literally testing your ability, right? You're literally flexing your rights, because if you don't, you lose them. I hear this so often. Now, if you're going outside and you're just filming, like you said, and you call yourself a 1A auditor, and you're just sitting out there, you're going from place to place, you're traveling, you're just filming. You're not looking for the police. You're not going to a police station.
See how you have to say?
You're literally just stopping.
I call myself
filming.
a 1A auditor, and I'm just filming. See how you have to make a distinction yourself?
What else
when
are
you're
they doing
saying
more?
It? You're making a distinction though between you said I'm a 1A auditor, but I'm just filming. No,
right. So what's the issue with that? Because you can be a 1A auditor who's filming and disrupting and escalating and so on and so forth. He's explicitly saying that all of those things aren't necessary to be a 1A auditor. That's specifically what he's saying.
There's more to 1A auditing.
No. That's like saying I'm a dog owner and I only feed him once a day. Like, well, yeah, but you're saying you feed him once a day. That means there's more to being a dog owner. What? No, that just means under the category of being a dog owner, you can own a dog and you can feed them twice a day or whatever. This isn't the semantic win that he thinks it is.
If you're not auditing the government, who the fuck is you? Like, what are you auditing? You're auditing government employees. That's the whole point.
Sometimes you can, for sure.
You're not. Why are you testing the average citizen? Who the fuck are you to audit me about your fucking rights, dog?
An American who has the rights to do those things. And again, I sympathize with the who the fuck are you to tell me that I can't stand here and film? That's the whole point. Am I wrong?
Who the fuck is anybody? What is that? That was it. You're impeding on my rights if you're going to tell me you're going to test my fucking knowledge on the rights. That's insanity what you just said.
They educate the public.
To educate the public, not to audit them.
Well, that is part of the audit.
You educate this part of the public by auditing this part of the public. Come on, easy.
They have to see the response of the public.
No, dog.
If you just do a travel thing, and
it wouldn't be called 1A auditing. It would be called citizen auditing. What the fuck are we talking about? Come on, Jack.
That is part of the First Amendment. They're flexing the right of the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
in every way, all 5 parts.
Who's the First Amendment a protection from?
What do you mean?
It's from the government, but very obviously the people are getting involved and bringing the government into it. How is that? I don't understand what the argument is.
First Amendment protect you from the average Joe or the government?
It could.
No, the fuck. What the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
If you're
Can
teaching
you
them,
if you come in my house or my business, you work for me. Can you say whatever the fuck you want, even if I tell you not to?
I don't
And
know.
still have to
Is
keep
it a
you working for
private
me?
or public place?
No, you work for me.
Is it a private or public place?
So you can't. Your rights don't matter when you work for me, right?
No.
Hey, shout out to Kitty with the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Getting us started. I know YouTube doesn't count that, but I do. Thank you so very, very much.
Your rights don't matter when you work for me, right?
No, I would say they matter.
How?
Yes.
So I, as a business owner, am not allowed to tell you you can't say certain shit in my business while you're working for me?
No, you can.
Boom.
But that doesn't apply
So
that it's
you don't
all
get
the
to
rights.
audit private citizens on your First Amendment rights. You don't have
If
First
you're in
Amendment
private
rights. Come in
places,
somebody's
yes.
house, go to somebody's house inside and audit your First Amendment rights. See how good
That's
that goes. right away.
private.
That's a private domicile.
That's my
private.
point.
But I'm not talking about that part. That's where you're adding the distinction. This whole-
Yeah, dude. We're not talking about the going into people's homes. We're specifically talking about public spaces.
What are you auditing? What are you auditing a citizen on in public?
Why is that relevant to whether or not it's unconstitutional? Even me, I got dragged down this road. What is this? What does it have to do with being unconstitutional? That has nothing to do with the prompt. Shout out again, Kitty. David, welcome, welcome, welcome. Said if you're doing something completely legal and others try to stop you themselves or call the police, then they are being tested on the First Amendment as well. SpeakeaZy is not very smart on this. I think that I have the feeling, this is my assumption, I don't know what's in his mind, but I feel like he had an emotional approach to why this is generally bad for society, and he's including other things in 1A auditing. We saw it before when you said, what do you mean? If you're saying you're a 1A auditor and you're just filming, that means there's more to it. No, it doesn't. I'm just a dog trainer, but I only use treats. I don't use shock collars. Well, that means there's more to being a dog. No. I'm just that's just the manner in which I train dogs. What's the difference?
It's recording to see the response easy. And
Of
then when they
random
ask you-
people?
Yes,
Yes.
I see it all the time. Yes.
So now 1A auditing is also auditing random people's reactions of you filming them.
Yes, and
So
often
prank
sometimes that gets
channels
the
are
police
now
call.
1A auditors.
No,
Yes.
How is that a prank? Like, where are you adding that
it
in?
doesn't have to be a prank. They're filming a reaction of the public, of things they're allowed to do in public.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're 1A
No,
auditors,
they're
prank channels.
No. Right there, I'd be like, all right, I mean, if you want to, sure, okay. So they are. What part of that makes it unconstitutional because they're pranksters?
No.
Why?
That's what you're adding the word in. Where will we be prank about that?
No.
Film.
Yeah, no. So Jackson's understanding that the prank itself, but Easy is establishing that as long as you're creating the content to see how people react, then it's then that's what auditing is. Therefore, a prankster is not just a prankster; they're pranking and also auditing. I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. If you want to think of it that way, fine. How is so is pranking unconstitutional now?
I'm not saying all 1A auditors are prank channels. I'm saying prank channels are also 1A auditors.
And I see, sure, okay. If you want to define it that way, no problem. So prank channels are unconstitutional too?
I mean, they could be. They could be due to two things.
There you go. There you go. Dilly. Good job, Jack. Good job.
things. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying, like a lot
So
of the
you can
ones
be
I
an
see that are doing it
unintentional
right.
1A auditor?
Huh?
Do you think you can be an unintentional 1A auditor?
What do you mean by that?
Good question.
Can
Like,
you have
He's saying like because he's asking because the pranksters are not intending to be auditors, but by virtue of their interaction going out to the people, then it would be auditing. Now, I think that's kind of a stretch, but because it doesn't fucking matter, because either way it's not unconstitutional, just concede that. Yes, you can be an auditor. And what did he use?
1A auditor? Auditor?
Huh?
Do you think you can be an unintentional 1A?
Yes. Yes, you can be an unintentional A1 auditor. Oh, you just missed it. I was giving you flowers. Let's back that up.
No. Filming a
You're talking about
reaction.
the prank.
Oh, 1A auditors.
No.
Yes.
How is that a prank? Like, where are you adding that
it
in?
doesn't have to be a prank. They're filming a reaction of the public, of things they're allowed to do in public.
And so he was giving you this reasonable question that you're saying, okay, because you're doing this and for the reaction of the people, then pranking somebody, you can be an unintentional auditor. And I would have been like, I mean, like, okay, if you want to define it that way, sure. But then how does that tie to being unconstitutional? And I forget exactly what you did here, even though it was 2 seconds ago, but I stopped until
they're 1A auditors, prank channels.
No.
Why?
That's what you're adding the word in. Where would we be prank about that?
No.
Filming
I'm not
some
saying all
average
1A
citizen.
auditors are prank channels. I'm saying prank channels are also 1A auditors.
I mean, they could be. They could be doing two things. I don't know. They could be doing multiple things. Who knows? I don't know.
There you go.
I'm just saying. Like,
there you go.
A lot of the ones
again, the prompt is about being unconstitutional. Okay, sure. Concede ground that you don't need when you know that you're winning.
An unintentional 1A auditor?
Huh?
Do you think you can be an unintentional 1A auditor?
What do you mean by that?
Can
Like, I'm
you
just filming and I'm
be a
auditing?
1A auditor without the intent?
Yeah, if you just go out in public and you're just filming.
Crazy, bro. I don't even know what we're talking about.
That would be an audit. Like,
no, man, you're talking about just filming this whole time. This whole time you've been just talking about.
Yes. So exactly. Just filming is the same as auditing, for at least the context of this debate. Unless you can give me a definition of just filming that is different than 1A auditors that we all agree to, then yes, that is the entire argument, that 1A auditing is just filming.
Auditing is not just filming, dude.
I think that's where we're getting past each other.
Because filming is just.
So that's where you go. Okay, so then what is needed in addition to reach the threshold of auditing from just filming? I'm just filming, and then X happens, and now I'm auditing. What is that? What is that thing?
A simple documentation. Actively testing your right.
Or recording. I'm actively recording. Either way.
Documenting their experiences, yes,
Actively
with the public.
testing your rights is different than just filming.
How so, Easy? Okay, fine. I'm willing to accept that line of argumentation. How is just filming different than 1A auditing? Because the argument that Jack is presenting is that, yes, you can be a 1A auditor and also separately do bad things in the process of auditing. But that doesn't mean that being a 1A auditor in and of itself is unconstitutional. And he hasn't even made that argument. And so, again, that's why I started way 848 from Edge of South. Where in the Constitution does it say it's not okay? So fine, yeah. Prank channels are unintentional 1A auditors. Fine. What part of that is unconstitutional?
How do we even put this in the same category?
Because it's either way, it's just filming. As long as you're doing it right.
Yes. See, and I wouldn't even add that as long as you're doing it right. Because the whole argument is that you can be doing it not right. And so 1A auditing means just filming with the intent of seeing people's reaction. If you define it that way, then very clearly it is not against the Constitution.
Like when people come up to you, you're just recording the response. Sometimes the police may get called out, whatever, because somebody has burnt. They feel like, they have these feeling or they make up this police report. The police come out, they may have a good or bad interaction. And a lot of these time people are wearing masks because they're literally educating the people. If you want to create privacy in public, you got to do it by yourself. You got to create that privacy, because otherwise outside you can't do that. There's no privacy in public. That's the whole thing.
Guys, we are coming up on 4 hours. If you would like to donate to my beautiful, beautiful little niece, look at her here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you would like to donate to get her an awesome, awesome gift from the TIJ family, I would very, very much appreciate it. So we got just about 2 minutes left here on the debate. So I think let's finish that up. But before we do, welcome to the party, sir. What have you been thinking about all this shit so far?
I'm very disappointed in the guy that keeps getting confused about what's like. I don't know. I don't think they're really honing down on whether it's like constitutional or not. They keep going back and forth a little bit, but there's so many things where it's like, no, you still have he's like, you can't say that if you work for me. And it's like, I can say that and it's not illegal, but you can ask me to cease working for you. You can fire me. You can trespass me, but it's all legal. And outside of that, it's legal. Like the stuff that one dude's talking about is legal things.
Yep. Turn yourself up like 7%. 7%.
Yep. I got this other mic. It's not my condenser mic, so it doesn't catch everything in the room. It's more directional.
There we go.
Does that sound better?
Yeah. You're not again. All right, so let's. I hope Box is still joining us, but let's finish this up and see what we got.
So in a lot of these situations, a lot of these people don't want to be recorded, but they're in public places where they're allowed to film. Whether that be on a sidewalk, maybe they be in a post office, they're out the way, they're not obstructing anything. I think that's perfectly protected.
That's not up to you. It's viewpoint neutral of the people who work at the government building. I brought this up already. By law, the Supreme Court's ruled it this way.
I literally have a list of them right here. I could list off. I did the research on it.
What?
A literally of of things that have gone to court.
Shout out to Keebler. Welcome to the party. So the key difference for 1A auditing and just filming anyone is 1A auditing film and hold the government accountable. Fair. I think the frustration is that we're not getting a clear definition on the difference between just filming and auditing, whereas Jack is presenting auditing is just filming. That's it is what it is. It's just filming. That's what in the context there. Whereas SpeakeaZy is saying that no, there's other things to it, but he's not giving what those other things are to meet the threshold from going to just filming, and now you've done X, and now you're auditing. So Jack is saying, no, it's just filming. Filming equals auditing. And he's saying no, but not offering anything else.
The same ones that you've mentioned are on there. US v. Grace, the Simon versus John, Florida versus Ryder, Ward versus Rock against racism.
No, see, I'm not very much in this space of the 1A auditing stuff, but I don't really love it, but I understand the legality of it. Whereas I see like the viral stuff, and I can understand how you can get an impression of this is bad. I don't see how it could be unconstitutional, but I'm always down to see the argumentation. So we got 1 minute left of the open in the open debate, and I believe the link is pinned if you want to come up and chat with us about it. We got 1 minute left in the open debate, and then just the closing arguments, and we're gonna start talking about it. David said, I heard SpeakeaZy say pushing the boundaries of what the First Amendment protects was basically obstruction. That is crazy. Protection of unacceptable speech is the point of the First Amendment. Agreed, sir. Agreed.
I don't know how to say, but the judicial court. There's another one on here: Pearson versus Coleman, Cornelius versus NAACP. Like, there's plenty of case studies, plenty of court cases that have happened with this thing. You know, like I said, and I don't know. I just feel like it's constitutionally protected. Like, I don't know where the mix-up really is. There are bad auditors, believe me. I get
when
that.
conduct interferes with government interests or government functions, it can be regulated.
Okay, but then what you're regulating is not the filming, which Jack has already established is the definition. Just the other things that you're referring to are other things. Before, when he said, a perfect example, before when Jack said, if you're a 1A auditor and you're just filming, and Easy jumped on that. He's like, see? There's more to it. That doesn't entail that. Because if we use the dog, I'm a dog owner, but I just let my dog shit everywhere or something. Go in the negative direction. That's not tied to being a dog owner. You can be a dog owner without letting your dog shit everywhere. You can be a 1A auditor and not do illegal other things. It's the other things that are illegal, not the auditing. And I understand that a lot of those other illegal and nuisance things are maybe the goal, but that goes back on the people who are calling cops and all that kind of stuff.
I think the First Amendment auditing is for the main guy talking there, because he's the same one that gets really mad at those situations. It sounds like he doesn't understand them. He doesn't know you have no expectation for privacy in public, and people have the right to film and do what they want unless they're stalking or harassing. There's lines to be drawn there. So I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah. Oh wait. Now hold on. We don't have the vertical anymore, so this always blocks my face on the thing. But I can move it up there now. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, much better. All right. Let's finish this up. And box. Are you coming up or what? I dropped the link. Come on up, bitch.
Are we coming and growing? I can barely decide.
Or government functions, it can be regulated. Even when search up United States versus O'Brien, and you understand what I'm talking about, right? This was in the 1960s at some point.
Before cell phones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that before cell phones?
Why does that matter? The whole Constitution was before.
Up here. Come on up here. I dropped the link. It's pinned. We're just finishing up this. Clock is over. Come on up.
Come to his hometown. Come hang out. Come to my house.
It said, if it interferes, if the filming process gets in the way of the police while they're investigating or arresting, then you could remove them. And right, but it's the interference that you're getting arrested for, and not using your First Amendment rights.
And people can still film the cops at very close proximity, and it's only by police. I believe it's the police policy of how close that is usually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very vague thing, but you can film police even. It's not interfering people to film. That's the weirdest saying. People say it's interfering.
Yeah, and I mean it can be.
I mean,
but it's not
in face. If you're standing on the sidewalk a proper distance away, the presence of a camera should not dictate the behavior of somebody. It should only make them more honest, and they have to hold to the rules that way. People don't like that.
Yep. All right. Closing statements coming up. I'm expecting Box to not be a bitch and come on up here.
The whole Constitution was, we better throw that bitch out. All right, sorry.
But no, good stuff. So in terms of the breakdown, it's going to do the quick question for each of you, just in terms of the back and forth, because I think like right there at the end we're kind of talking about like the ontology, like what actually makes First Amendment, like what actually makes it auditing and all this kind of stuff. And Jack, you were kind of like, well, anything could technically be it, and then it's like, okay, well then technically everything is, and then like what prevents like basically just kind of using this as a kind of like a bubble or a shield from doing kind of like nefarious shit or like illegal stuff. in terms of like with to you Easy's like your argument, like would you be against, let's say, like a non-confrontational kind of like First Amendment auditing, similar to like the way you have like private investigators, as well as you obviously have like the police that have like their detectives, but then you have like the private detectives. Like, would you be against like an auditing business that's set up shop like that, where there's maybe like a test, maybe it stems from a branch of journalism itself in the colleges, all this kind of stuff, and it actually has proper like regulations to it?
Yeah, I still think that would still run along the same lines of what I'm talking about here, because the problem is when you say to make like a test, this right here would be interfering into government functions and resources in a way that is, in my opinion, unnecessary.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, I
the
think
shit
we
on his-
got what we're gonna get.
I think the shit on his eyebrow is unnecessary.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe a
you
little
think he needs it?
unnecessary. I thought he needed to wipe it off, honestly. But
Oh, I mean, shout out to Jack. A shout out to Speakeasy. Very interesting debate. Like I said, that was 2 months ago. I've been holding on to that one. You know,
For
we
those
still,
of you know,
I still got the strike on the channel, so you know I gotta play it easy. But yeah, what do you think is the line of where it's okay versus where it's fucked up to be doing 1A auditing, to getting trying to get a rise out of people, getting the cops called? Where, like, not by the law, but by your personal opinion, what's good for society? What should we do?
man,
What could we do?
I think it's good to stick to the Constitution ultimately, and you make decisions based after that. I mean, you can't really limit people from filming. If we're just strictly talking about, let's say, filming in public on a sidewalk, aside from going in and being kicked out, being on private property or anything else, I would say filming in public, ultimately, it doesn't matter what the consequences of what other people's feelings are. It is the law, and it's not hurting anybody. If you can prove somebody's stalking you, if they were following you around like a private eye and they were filming you and stalking you, there's things to be done, because I think you can get restraining orders from people and things of that nature. So aside from that, standing in a static place, filming the people that go by, like Amagansett Press. What's the dude, Tuapri? He gets weird. There's this dude named Tuapri, and he's like, Beck yeah. He acts kind of fucking stupid half the time, but these guys come up and like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just doing a travel channel. And he's like, he acts really suspicious. And to some extent, I see that. And I don't like when people aren't direct. Like, so, at the same time, I like where he's vague and challenges them to allow him to continue to do something that's entirely legal, whether you think it's suspicious or not. If you have no right, or if you have no like proof that they are dangerous, they provide any threat to the public. If the dude was holding a pistol and filming people in their face, like, there's all kinds of things I could say that are very obvious. But the things I see on the internet and that a lot of people get mad at are the people simply filming in public on a sidewalk, and the cops get called, and that right there is wrong. I mean, the cops, a lot of the time, I see some of these guys, they get some really, really good reviews from the cops, and the cops treat them really, really good. I've seen it go south at times, and that's another thing as a First Amendment auditor, that you have to bear the financial consequence of maybe getting an attorney if you get into hot water. But
Oh yeah.
And I don't think that's right either, though. But it is what it is, and I think that's why they're out there, to prevent people from getting in hot water and financial damage for simply practicing their constitutional rights, which, like the guy on the video seemed to misunderstand, and he would have probably yelled at you if it was his business and you were standing out there. He'd been like, you're weird. You're interfering with my business or something. Come up with some false excuse. I'm like, sorry, dog. He can stand on that.
I mean, I
side.
might do that too, but well, yeah, right. Dick said it's okay to audit as long as you're not Nick Shirley in California.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
That shit makes
Welcome
That's
to
insane.
Avery. Welcome to the party, sir.
What's up, Lutch?
Did you see
What's up,
anything
Kelly?
we were talking about?
Yeah, unfortunately I missed the debate, but we're talking about like First Amendment auditors and stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think about what do you think about them in general? And then what do you think about the legality?
Legality, the legality of it is you can't fucking do shit, right? A lot of these cops will look for reasons specifically to fuck with these people, and that's fucking wrong. However, like there's a couple of I don't know them by name, but like where they're really aggressive and confrontational and shit, and I don't think that's right because now you're asking for trouble. You know what I mean? Yes, you're exercising your right, but you don't have to be a fucking dick about it and cause problems. You know, it's kind of. Go ahead, Kelly.
Normal people. I was gonna say there are a lot of cops. I mean, they're just normal people, dog, and they run into.
I mean, they're not though, because they have a badge and they can kill you, and ain't nothing gonna happen. But let's shout out Jack of Blades for a fantastic first debate. That was his first ever debate. So dilly to you, sir. Feel free to come on up and hit the link and come on up.
And sometimes I
go ahead, Kelly. You're saying. Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, anyway, yeah. I mean, there's things that get really aggressive, and I think the cops deserve respect too. And I think if people were more tactical and viewed them as maybe an innocent bystander first, and then if they abuse their power, then get more annoying or get more, tactical in their nature. Like when a person's filming a police department and they're in the back, it's still correct. I've seen these dudes stand on the sidewalks and they'll film government buildings or police departments. And to me, I'm like, that's sketchy ground. However,
that's asking for trouble to an extent.
Now, again, they're asking for the confusion of the thing. But however, I still think, unless the laws are changed, they're still under they're under legal grounds to do what they're doing, unless they have shown that they're mapping this place out and they can get communication records of this person as a terrorist trying to take out the police station.
Yeah, exactly.
Some fucking regular dude with a YouTube channel trying to audit my police station, I would go out there and say, hey, man, you have the right to do that. And if there's anything we can do to clarify our stance of having power and authority, I would like to do that for you. And that's all they have to do a lot of time. These dudes walk away. I've seen them walk away plenty of times, even the most aggressive ones, because they're trying to make sure that people understand the rights. And if they don't, they go ahead and do their audit. They're like, let's challenge this thing. Let's go ahead and play the damn game, dog. Because if they want to play a game and abuse their power, then they deserve to be challenged. And hopefully these people come out financially okay after challenging the fucking man, dog.
Well, and that's the other point, is that I don't look at cops as just normal people. Like, yes, they are normal people, but they have this power, and that is going to affect the way that you look at the world and you look at other people. And there needs to be a check on that. And so I appreciate. I'm never going to be standing out there. I mean, well, gotta do that. I'm not going to do that. But I'm thankful that there are people who are willing to do that, and with the chance of potentially getting arrested and having to go through a whole thing, even if you're going to end up suing them later anyway, that's still a pain in the ass. Keeper said, "Don't watch the new wannabe auditors. Watch the OG ones. If they haven't been doing it for over 5 years, they are just YouTube content creators."
Maybe they're potential OGs, dog. They might be potential OGs. They just haven't got to 5 years.
There you go. Go and judge based on the intent, right? The intent.
Absolutely. Have y'all seen the Second Amendment auditors? What do y'all think of those?
No.
Yeah, I mean,
it's where people who have it's where people who like live in states where it's open carry, they will walk around in public open carrying because it's fucking legal, right? It's one of the great reasons why I love Texas. But people almost always call the cops. Oh, there's a man with a gun. It's always fucking Karens that do this shit too, and then it ends up becoming a whole fucking scene. Like, that's kind of stupid. If you don't want to live in an open carry state, get the fuck out. Like, that's all I have to say about it. If you're not comfortable around, the more guns we have in a public space, I believe that's going to deter a mass shooter, because now it's like, oh shit, there's 20 more people with guns here. I'm going to get taken out a lot faster. So
I go to gun shows in Springfield, Missouri. There's numerous guns, and they're only like restricted by fucking zip ties and shit. Somebody could throw around.
Yeah.
And nobody fucking would fire off, because I guarantee all those dudes with booths, all those fucking dudes, they will rack something in there.
And you might.
Boom, they would take them out. Nobody's going to chance that shit with more guns. It's the gun-free zones that create targets a lot of the time.
Yep.
And again, it is a tough decision when you look at churches and you look at schools and stuff. How do you regulate that? Everybody carrying a gun, if they did. It's a really tough thing to decide. But
so
caused a lot of casualties because nobody has defense.
On my college campus that I went to, you were allowed to concealed carry, but you had to have a license for it, and you had to make sure like the campus police knew. But they were completely okay. As long as you followed those steps, they're like, yeah, fuck it, bring it. They didn't care.
I'd follow a thing where it's like, hey, if college kids registered their gun, it was obtained legally, and maybe you say you have to obtain it from an actual dealer instead of buying it off of like a trade or something, maybe like a registration thing. Like you do have to have the same I don't know about that though. That's again a gray line, but you could regulate these things to create systems. I mean, systems go deep and then they regulate things and they work properly, make a well-oiled machine. But people are scared to do so.
Makes sense. All right, guys,
the
real quick.
population's going to be harder to control.
Definitely. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. We're kind of in flux. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here. So the other panels on Raging Tomato and SpeakeaZy, the guy that we just watched, have both opened up. So here's what are we gonna do. Donos will keep this panel going. Otherwise, if we can't get anything, I'm gonna kick these fruities out here and go join the other panel. So if you want to see these guys,
join Sarah.
Drop something. Yeah, well, I mean, that's if I can get there before before it fills up, because then I gotta pay to be up there and everything. So we'll see. You said have fun. You want more info? Head over to Smurf Watch Transparency, where lots of real 1A auditors are. Interesting. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like personally, we were watching that other video before. Just not really the type of thing that is super interesting to me, but I respect the fact that people are willing to do it, and the fact that the stress test. Are we that close? Okay, yeah. So we'll use the goal. Perfect. Thank you. So we got 4 minutes to keep the party raging. Otherwise, I'm gonna find another one. Box fucking. He was in the Discord.
He disappeared.
He was in the Discord for like 2 hours. And so while I have you guys here, do you guys understand how to trigger the VIP party and what that is?
No.
So the VIP party just means
Discord.
Yeah, just us hanging out in the voice channel.
Get out.
So if there's 3 of you guys who join that after the main goal ends, then I'll immediately end the stream here and we go and talk over there. Because I'm not always going to have a panel. Because as you can see, everybody votes for a panel, and then everybody else is like, "Oh, well, wait, I'm not ready. Oh, I don't want to do it. Oh, I didn't do this. I don't do that." And so I'm trying to figure things out. But
that's why you just host them and then wait for people to come up. It'll eventually catch steam.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not interested in eventually when I can go and talk to people now. If I was looking to do a panel show, that would be one thing. This is hey, do you guys want this from me? And then you say yes, and then I mean you guys are up here, but in general, 50% of like 17 people or something. So yeah, do a panel. I was like, okay, put a 1 in the chat if you come up on the panel. Just box. So then we wait, and the goal ends, and nothing. So
you know what I was doing. I was driving. I was there. I was hard and ready for you. So I just had to get back to the house.
Yikes. Well, I mean that's the name of the game. That things are different here. So if you want to, because once we're in the VIP party, then whatever else is going online doesn't really matter. But this is still my job, So Kelly, you are up first, so I will give you the floor. Whatever it is that you want to say about 1A auditing, about debating, about rights, about anything at all, sir. The floor is yours.
I love our rights. I love our Constitution. I love the rules and regulations that we have. They're pretty sick. But I also love Indian Jesus. So come join us. Come have a good time. Come check out the panels. Join in the Discord if you wish. Become a member and follow this beautiful motherfucker. He's got some good stuff going on.
Thank you, sir. And stick around. The stream is not over, but I will see you in the chat. Avery, sir! Have you started doing shit with your channel yet, or what are we doing?
No, apparently in order to stream from my phone, I need 50 subscribers because YouTube's fucking gay. So I'm probably just going to start going over to Twitch and just start doing that. I can't even remember my fucking Twitch account. I think my Twitch account's the same thing. I know I'm not going to do anything on Twitch. It's just going to be there.
That's what I'm saying. So here's what we're going to do. Avery, let's see. I want everybody to go and give Avery a follow. Because you don't have a laptop set up?
No, I don't. It's just straight from my phone. I'll be using like GeForce Now, and then my phone will be mirroring it to fucking YouTube.
I will say you can stream from StreamYard from your free account. I'm pretty sure. So worth looking into. And Kelly Green sub like a gangster.
Hell yeah, let's go.
There you go.
But
there you go.
You know, First Amendment auditors. Sorry, go ahead. Shit.
No, I'm saying we all just start with 0, but after you, sir.
Yeah, so First Amendment auditors, Second Amendment auditors, anyone that wants to audit our rights, 100%, I agree with it. Just, you know, be polite and respectful in the process, even when you're getting disrespected from the police. It just goes to show how much of a douchebag those police officers are. You know?
Absolutely.
Much appreciated, Dick. And Kelly, if you're still watching, your setup's fucking dope, by the way.
It is. Too bad he doesn't fucking use it until I All right, brother. Thank you for hanging out. Feel free to come on over to the panels, and I'm not like some other people who want to be the only person on the panel. So if you get it, then you get it. If not, then
yeah, no, I got
you. Come on through, brother. Thank you for hanging out,
man.
Peace. All right, let's see what's going on. And again, we got Avery right there. Go give him a sub. I want to do that. I want to go subscribers. And they've got... fuck, we missed it. Unless somebody's going to donate to get me up there. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, this one.
Very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years.
Let's fucking go. Uncle Lutch, that is.
Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism.
I went to Tomato, but they're already full.
The demoralization process
somebody's
in the
have to
United
pay
States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts
we're talking about evolution.
Tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist
I don't know what's going on.
Is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
You hear that? So there's two things I want to point out, and you guys can go out.
They're not ready for it.
Whatever you want to say. Okay? Two things I want to point out real quick, and welcome, Lutch. First off, right there, how he just pointed out how the leftist is a main fucking weapon in this. Right? That we need them for the destabilization, and after it's fuck them. Right? And the way he puts it, put up against the wall and shot. And he's saying this metaphorically, but he means it.
The revolution needs its own.
Too, you know what I'm saying? Like he means it literally too. I mean, and also, I want to go back. What he says at the very start. This is why I say abortion is like the core. This is what needs to be stopped first. Get back to where we were, because step one in this is demoralization. That's step one of this fucking stage, this whole chain of events that he explains to you. This was in '86, and look at today. To act like, oh, well, that's just some good prediction, you know, he just took some
coincidence.
You're an asshole.
No, that was Inception right there.
I always say when people can predict the future, it's not because they have a crystal ball. It's because they're paying attention to the right things to connect the right dots.
Well, as a KGB
about
agent, he would
no, but didn't you know that the leftists of today would be this stupid? No, he did not. No one could have known that.
As a KGB agent, he's
one at a time. One at a time. Let's finish what he was saying.
No, I was good. I was just saying I couldn't hear everybody.
Okay. Yeah, one at a time, boys. One at a time.
That's my bad.
I want to hear everybody's.
I was asking him. Does he think that anyone could have predicted the ideologues of today?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yep.
Wow. That's terrible.
Wait, do you think? Why do you think they wouldn't?
Hold on, Jesus, Ginger. He's literally regurgitating Alinsky's rules for radicals, like the whole breakdown process. Like this all comes from like Leninism and Trotskyism. Even Marx has an accelerationist tactic where
That's why he just said when Marxism gets the power and they're offended because they thought they were going to get into power. No, that was never the plan, and it'll never happen.
What's really scary is like Marx is a proponent of accelerating capitalism, like the most degenerative forms of it. Like for instance, gender swap surgeries. That's a huge capitalist deal right there. So accelerating that to show the what's he say? To show the exploits and the contradictions in capitalism and the Western ideology. That's the like the evil genius of all this.
What I was going to say is there's another video. The video that I saw of this guy, he was in front of a classroom, and he broke down more points. In the beginning, he started off with the plan on how to destroy a nation without firing a single shot. and he goes into all this detail about the whole about like gay rights.
That
all this-
video is probably the one you're talking about. So the full interview is 13 minutes. I played that
Oh,
5-minute clip. That is,
Okay.
it takes the main parts, the steps. So I wanted you guys to hear that. Right?
Oh,
Here we go, check.
Also, real quick, sorry, I apologize. We got a $5 Rumble rant. Thank you, Bri, you legend. Said, LOL, just flashed back to my 80s childhood. My father gave me the preamble when we went to a restaurant. If you embarrass us in this restaurant, I'll beat your ass in front of everyone. Motherfucker, I still say that, all right? Fucking
What year was that interview?
That was 1986. Or sorry, 84.
84, yeah.
That was just a minute ago.
So why do we think it's different? It would have been crazy to predict the ideologues of today. I don't know who asked that, but
I have a question.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly. Like,
I don't know. Maybe he's being sarcastic.
If you pay attention to patterns, you're gonna see what's coming, man.
Yeah, you don't have to be a KGB
I've
spook
talked
to
about
figure it
this,
out.
and I don't like this idea, but
KGB
with all the shit that goes on the left, and like nobody makes a deal out of the violence that comes out of the left. One of these days, there's gonna be one really crazy motherfucker on the right that's gonna do some fucked up shit. It's coming. This is as long as the left violence keeps getting ignored, something's gonna happen. There's gonna be some crazy dude on our side that's gonna be like, you know what? All right, they're not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna take as many as I can, and it's not gonna be good, obviously. Right?
And all the 80s like cyberpunk stuff,
But you're just paying attention to
radicals
the
are
pattern.
always right-wing anarchists in a lot of those genres. It's interesting.
One of the things that comes into my mind also about this is like when you get people to stop believing in reality, where truth means nothing, and like when the whole trans movement started, and I had some people like, well, who cares? That they're before the kids they started pushing it on kids, and people would say like, well, they're just doing it to themselves. Who cares? Who they really hurt? And I'm like, well, it's not about that. Like, where do you draw the line? I'm like, well, what if? And I said this had to be like 8-10 years ago. I said, well, what if one of these people says, oh, well, I identify as a kitty cat, and people are like, well, so
it's a boiling the frog approach, and it's a baked-in weakness of liberal government.
Listen, what if? So my point was, let me finish. My point was, well, what if somebody says, "Oh, I identify as a cat," then they murder somebody, then they go in front of a judge, and you can have some idiot judge that says, "Oh, well, this person identifies as a cat. They can't be held responsible for their actions," and maybe that's an extreme.
Well, technically, murder is a human killing another human, right?
Well, it's
so that means we can end.
Yeah, right. Well, he's a cat, so
But I think
we can't charge a cat for murder. Sorry, guys.
And
this is why they use the boiling the
liberal
frog
playbook. Every
boiling the
cultural
frog
issue,
approach.
every cultural issue that has been relevant to the left, it follows the same exact playbook. First, that's not happening. Step 2 is okay. Well, there's one example, but that's no big deal. And step 3 is, of course, it's happening. If you don't like it, you're racist.
Well, that
I
comes
have a
from.
question.
Hold on. That Indian. That comes from.
Breakdown the 3 steps.
That comes out of the rules for radicals written in
real
71.
quick. Sorry, Bri.
Yeah, and there's 4 of them.
1 sec, boys. Bri for $2 on the Rumble with another Rumble ramp says Yuri was right.
Don't forget, you can
Well,
still donate to me.
He's talking about rules for radicals, which came out a decade before when he was probably still doing his KGB thing. And like rule 1 is power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Rule 2,
Peaches go
never
last.
outside the experience of your people. Rule 3, whenever possible, go outside the experience of the enemy. This is why they use pathos against your ethos. 4, make the enemy live up to its own book of rules. So this is why you see, well, Jesus would have let in all the illegal immigrants. What, you're not being a good Christian, even though they hate Christianity and they, openly pray for, or, espouse its downfall. Rule 5 would be ridicule the man. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. This is why they run the shame engine all the time. There is no defense. It's almost impossible to counter.
That was my history. It could
also
have been
infuriates
embarrassing
the
if I was a
opposition,
degenerate.
who
But I
then
no longer am.
react to your advantage. 6, a good tactic is one your people enjoy. This is why they celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination, or Trump assassination attempts, or when they firebombed the Tesla plants after Trump won the election. 7, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. This is why they quickly threw BLM away, for instance. It went on too long. It was time to get rid of those commie bitches that live in Malibu beach houses after their big grip. Number 8, keep the pressure on. They don't ever fucking stop. 9, the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. So also, this is also when Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Even your centrist was like, yeah, it's bad to assassinate people for free speech, but Charlie Kirk would say some wild stuff, fascism or whatever.
Or I don't agree.
The one
So
they used
therefore,
the
I'm
most was, well, Charlie Kirk even said that if we want to have guns in this country, some people have to die. So he would have been for him getting shot.
Back to rule 4. Back to rule 4. Make the enemy live up to his own book of rules.
It's goofy though.
They run all these at once, and then let's see here. Where were we? 10. The major premise.
They though, Trent, you have to.
There's only 4 more. We're
Gotta
gonna
be okay, but be careful with the they thing, right?
Yeah.
The they is who we talk.
This is the girl.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the exact they. I think people can figure.
This is the main dude talking.
Okay,
I'm speaking. But this is the they and these 13 rules is strictly socialism, communism. This is out of
right.
Paul Alinsky's manifesto.
Yeah, so the socialists and the communists is who you're speaking on.
Our favorite people.
Exactly.
They put the goalposts on wheels.
Exactly.
They just keep moving them and moving them and moving them.
There's a goalpost?
Yes. 10 is the major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition. So it's not just about burning them once with it. It's about the continual burn. 11, if you push a negative hard and deep enough, it'll break through into its counter side. This is based on the principle that every positive has its negative. So this is an acceleration. This tactic.
Sorry, when you say that, do you mean like with all this like BLM type stuff, we would expect to see pushback from like young white kids who are like, wait, what?
Yeah, or young black, or what exactly happened opposite of that was there was a pushback against black males because black males sat back and watched BLM. It was just a big LGBTQ black woman pride fest, and it was like, okay, you guys raised, how many $1 billion for Joe Biden's campaign, but not a penny went to the black community.
But I wouldn't expect any like white pushback hardly, because of the, what was worked up before that was all the guilt for being.
Well, they wanted white,
right? But
they wanted white
make
pushback.
Everyone feel guilty,
right? But easy, it's the next generation.
Like, inherently,
this is a warning.
It's the next generation. You're right. Easy, you're right about the current generation.
About not getting your own way. Not to let the cause get in its own way. Right. Which if it goes on number 11 too hard, then it's saying a tactic that drags on back to number 7. A tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. Switch tactics. Occupy Democrats becomes BLM becomes the next movement.
It was white liberal women throwing the bricks through the windows of the black-owned businesses and telling them that we're doing this for you. This is for your own good.
Or a black man that runs over some white chick laying in the middle of the highway, and now she was fighting black discrimination, and now he's doing a life sentence for manslaughter in California because he ran over a bitch laying in the highway at 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I remember
so that's why it's sorry. Go ahead, Parmesan. You've been waiting so.
Well, I have a question.
I didn't know if Trent was done.
There's 2 more. There's only 2 more.
Okay.
The price of a successful attack is a constructive alternative. So what they're saying there is like there's serendipities that occur.
I love that word.
Yeah. And then 13 is pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. So you see all these rules just being hammered into us nonstop every day. I do recommend reading a little bit of socialist nonsense every once in a while just to see what their strategy is.
I think less people are falling for this shit now. I don't know. I see a shift happening, and everybody says that, like it's cope. I'm just it's just my human nature. I'm trying to see optimism when it's not really there. I just see a shift happening.
I think it's too late. I have an actual question, and it's been bothering me for my whole life. I do not understand the Russian people and the people of the United States and Canada, for instance, should be natural allies. And I do not, for the life of me, understand why the Russians...
East-West split. You're talking about a completely different culture built on thousands of years of like tough guy leadership. You're talking about a landlocked nation. Russia was mostly landlocked.
Yeah.
And had a powerful land army versus the maritime armies of the West.
But we fought together. We have fought together before. I don't understand why they wanted and have succeeded in destroying us from within, just like they said they were going to do. I don't understand it when we could have gotten so much done if we would have gotten together and focused on anything. Can you imagine where the world would be right now if the Russians and the United States weren't?
That won't happen though, right? Like after the war, right? Like even though the Soviet Union ended, mad like the military, everyone, institutions, everyone is still there, right? So like they're still the same rivals as the former Soviet Union, and like NATO expanded towards them, and like there's no reason that Russia. I mean, I'm just not seeing why you would think that. Like, there's some things they work together on, I guess, but
not a whole lot changed.
Yeah, it's still the same. Like, we don't call it the Soviet Union anymore.
They're
but
like us in our mafia days.
What do you think?
Yeah,
that
it's
guy
more like
wants the Soviet Union? Of course he does.
It's more like two fronts rather than a united enemy.
There are a lot of Russians to this day that say that they prefer the Soviet Union, like the old way versus now, like before pre-Gorbachev and all that.
Who says this?
There are a lot of Russians, and like I'm just going by comments I've seen on like social media, and I know quite a few people. They came here from Ukraine, but they were originally from Russia, and usually people in their 50s, 60s, and they think things were better.
I mean, there's people who think that things were better under Biden here.
Yeah, the Soviet Union during that period of time literally had billboard signs reminding people not to eat their children.
Do you remember?
I'm telling you, like
eat other people's children.
Claim as the greatest achievement in American history,
Berlin Wall.
Who was the only ones competing with them?
Wait, what did you say? What was your question?
When, during the time of the greatest achievement in human history, right, going to the moon, who was the ones competing with them?
It was the Soviets. I would say collectivism,
right?
Mass collectivism is really good at short bursts.
Wait, let me get to the point here. This is why, premonition, they won't be allies, because who's the other? Like, Russia wants to be the superpower of the world. They can't be allies with us and be the superpower of the world. It won't work.
I mean, what's going on in Iran is a three-way
America only allies
struggle
with those that's willing to understand that America's the one who runs this shit.
Yeah, they might cozy up to try to get a little sun, but
wasn't that the Marxism that they were talking about originally anyway? Is
No.
right. Convince them that you're on their team so that then they can take over.
The Marxism that they talk about hasn't happened yet, and
It's
every
like
attempt at
asking,
it
like-
has been not the right kind of Marxism.
I
To me,
always
this-
felt
I'm
that
changing
the race
the-
to the moon was not
the goal to a monthly goal.
contentious
So ignore that
situation.
for now.
I always thought that
Ignore
it
it.
was an actual competition. I thought the way I viewed it, and as a kid, the way I saw it back then was everybody was trying to get up there, like I said about blew up, and nobody knew that would happen.
No, it was huge. It was bigger than the space race. It was in the Olympics with the CCC or the CCP CCCP versus
In the beginning.
U.S. in the Olympic hockey matches that there's all the movies of.
Yeah, but it was competition. It wasn't.
It's for hegemonic power. That's why people want to bring home the most gold medals. That means you're the best.
Yeah, but you don't hate each other. I mean,
Whoa.
I don't think they hate each other.
Well, Sparta back in the day, Sparta and Athens weren't big fans of each other, but they still competed in the Olympics.
No. Why would this been a Cold War if it was not contentious?
Yeah,
of course.
We're enemies.
Of course, it was
for
contentious.
For all intents and purposes, this is ancient since the schism of East and West, both schisms, the Christian one, and on top of that, the like the Roman one.
What are they using to blast out there?
What do you mean?
Were they using a what?
How do they blast out? What is it? What
Rocket?
propulsion are they using?
Jet propulsion. Hey, we don't,
Rockets,
I mean, I thought we were
right?
talking about evolution.
No, the collectivist model that they built was built to.
No, listen. Just think about this for a second. Of course, it was contentious. It was a display of military capability.
They were a full-on superpower.
The one who had the best rockets is obviously the one who has the best rockets to fire at your ass too.
They were a whole
Right?
empire. They
That's
weren't
what
just
that
the
was.
Soviet Union. They were the Soviet International going through the Balkans, all the way up into Europe, the Pacific, North Africa, Iran. Iran was the Soviet state once upon a time before the king. It was the Soviet Republic of Iran. So, and Vietnam, that so.
Not to
Even
mention
today,
they were fucking swamping us.
Just remember what Ron said.
Swamping the U.S. in this space race over here. Okay,
They're the number three. They're the number three
Sputnik
hegemonic
out,
power.
They put the first woman out. Apparently, they were swamping us. And then all of a sudden, we went to the moon. You know what I mean?
It's America
So,
and our
this guy's-
European vassal states versus the Chinese
You
sphere
got to
versus
zoom in on your eyes.
the old Russian Soviet bloc. And those are the three world hegemons. And everybody else is more, it's kind of, the Metal Gear script is kind of actually a weird prophecy in a lot of ways with the way proxy war would fight out because of nuclear weapons. So,
And that-
of course, we're going to be fighting
that gets into
China and Russia and Iran.
I can change. Everybody can change.
That gets into the whole thing where, like, I used to be very much like, oh, I don't want to be America world police, and especially after the movie and all of that. But the idea that, okay, if we're not the world power, then who is going to be? And as much as I don't want to be getting involved in bullshit around the world, I'd much rather be us than Russia or China.
Yeah, I'd rather rip the Band-Aid off and be like, yeah, this is not a bullshit holy war. This is actually the Game of Thrones playing out.
Well, that's another good point you point out, Lutz. That's another reason Russia and America can't really be allies. The governmental system is completely different there. So like,
yeah.
And I mean,
we're gonna have to do a one world
I
government.
don't want to live under the system they have in Russia. Maybe
I dream of a federation.
Maybe there's people here that disagree, but
maybe
what if we all just have the same?
Maybe there should be an economic forum for the world. That would solve everything.
Yeah, dude, genius.
Someone
When
just
I
needs to conquer this bitch.
When I was a kid, this might be why I feel this way about Russia and why I like them. when I was a kid and I was a gymnast, again, I've mentioned this to you guys, I was very good. And that was the Russian gymnasts and the American gymnasts were very good, but the Russians were better. And like Olga Korbut, you guys have probably heard of her. And
greatest fighter there is in the MMA is a Russian.
Russians are still the powerhouse of like all the ballerinas and shit.
Yeah, yes, they are. They're that. Mikhail Baryshnikov. No, I'm sorry. Anyway, the ballet dancer. Anyway, but when Olga Korbut, these are old gymnasts. When they did these skills, those are tricks. The whole world watched and in amazement. And I went to San Francisco and watched the Russian team perform in the giant cow palace they had there. And it was a filled up building. Everybody was thrilled to see them. And there was no hatred at all. None. We really liked them, and they really liked us. As far as like the sporting world goes, and from the view of a little girl.
Well, it seemed like there was a period of time in the 80s and 90s where
this was the 70s.
Well, even before the fall, there was more like, what do you call them? The joint space missions and whatnot. And then after the fall, we got the International Space Station. All this stuff was put forward. Russia, there's all kinds of movies about it where Russia and America are de-arming nuclear devices. Ukraine gives up all its nukes after it crashes out of the Soviet Union, which, stupid fucking move.
I have to correct myself. I said the greatest MMA fighter was a Russian. Actually, the second greatest. Sorry, I meant correct. The first greatest was a Canadian. Khabib was the second greatest. GSP
no.
I don't give a fuck what he says.
The greatest cage fighter ever, though, was
your weight class. He'd run you all your fucking rounds and make you look like a fool the whole time doing it. I love it.
Yeah, but he made it look like gay porn the whole time.
Yeah, he made it look like gay porn. Did you watch his early career when he was kicking people in their jaws and making them bite their ears, bro? He was fucking.
This is why I don't play that pause shit. Like, if I say something innocuous and you think gay shit, then you're the gay one, all right?
Denny, y'all remember DL Tank Abbott?
Dagestan's part of Russia, right?
No.
Or is that an entirely different
It was
country?
part of the Soviet Union, I think, though.
Okay. Well.
No, the Dagestani fighters are no,
Mother Russia. Bad fights you.
Fucking monster. And then third place is John Jones for me. John Jones is just, you can't ignore that dude.
No DL Tank Abbott?
Well,
does anybody remember him?
I'm blaming my top three and Tank Abbott, bro. Are you crazy?
But yeah, he was earlier era.
Limbs
like
in
Tank,
the early level.
Street
Tank,
Fighter.
take Tank at his peak.
What's his name? Why can't I?
But what about Hoist Gracie though?
Talking about Kimbo?
Yeah, wow. I can't believe
Gracie, Shamrock.
What about Hoist Gracie?
I'll put him above Tank Abbott. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, dude, Tank Abbott was the man back in the day.
Yeah.
What about Hoist Gracie?
Fucking jaws, arms, legs. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's a different era. Like, you can respect the hell out of a Hoist Gracie, but
weight class, and you just watch DL Tank Abbott throw somebody through the fence.
Right.
But like the Hoist Gracie era was different because it was about brute force. And then here comes this little guy, 170 pounds, and he's destroying guys that were like 350. And he take punishment too. Like that's where it became more about skill.
But that's also because nobody knew how to defend against that stuff. And so if you take Hoist Gracie at his peak and you go, we'll say 2025, some mid-range dude.
Of course.
Then Tito Ortiz came out.
The game keeps changing, but I think I got like that was like the point where that was the most impressive thing to me because it was always about who was the strongest and it was about brute force. And here comes this little guy. Jiu-jitsu's been around a long time.
Now it's a mighty mouse.
They did steal it. They did steal it. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a stolen thing.
Anderson Silva's a go-to. He has to be right under John Jones.
Welcome,
right
yeah.
under John Jones.
Welcome, Matt Club and
I
American.
love John Jones until the whole steroid shit.
I have a feeling everybody's gonna have strong feelings. Israel Adesanya.
What about him? He's great.
Izzy's great.
A lot of people
He's not-
are
he's
like,
not-
oh,
he's not the goat."
this gay dude. A lot of people hate his flamboyance.
Who
That's
cares?
Peter Yan is coming. Peter Yan
Gives a
came back.
fuck. I don't care.
Peter
about
Yan
that.
came back.
I'm judging his fighting, not who he's fucking, bro.
That's what I said. This
John
girl-
Jones is
Peter
gay
Yan.
as fuck, bro. We all
you
know
ever
it.
heard the saying, "Don't fight a gay dude"?
We all know John Jones is gay as fuck. Don't be lying. All right.
You got to be crazy to fight a gay dude.
But John, what about the thing about John Jones? Is, like, it's all them like
Can't let you
tested
get
positive
close.
for coke, all the failed drug tests. Like, you know, I think he would have beaten DC. He would
Bro,
have
back
beaten
when
Daniel
they
Cormier.
used to not even care about the drugs, and you had like Vitor Belfort looking like a fucking action figure. and
TRT.
Those fights were
TRT.
crazy, bro.
Horse
I
meat,
say,
man.
listen, everyone hates me for this. I say let them all do whatever the fuck they want to
Yeah,
do. And let's have
same goes for
gladiators
baseball.
in that bitch. All right.
Why does
That's
it make
how
sense
it's
that you could
league.
choose to be punched in the face, but you can't choose to use?
Let them
Because
use
the betting-
steroids,
they did all
bro.
that
Let them
so
come
they
in
could make-
jacked up, just ready to fucking bang. That's what I
Put
want.
the entertainment in sports
Yeah,
entertainment.
but what about
They had to-
what
they
about
had
the
to do it for
what about the
booking.
fighters that don't want to inject that shit in their system
You're
because they,
missing
Then
they
they
have
don't
no
have
to.
no moral
You
character.
die. Then you
It's
ain't
all about
dedicated.
More honor to gain, you know.
You ain't
smash
dedicated.
All these dudes on drugs while you're on the clean shit. That's
It was
what's
all
up.
about the gaming commission because they want to be able to take bets, so they needed to implement rules and weight classes for the gambling.
Hey, Spartacus Sense Intent
God.
says, you furry fucks don't know time. Not only do we need the hot seat, we need VKO too. If we hit the hot seat, oh, it's already 12:46. Well, damn, I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit them by the time. If we get to 300 by 1:30, we will do the hot seat. If we,
300. You see what the
hit
fuck I'm asking you guys
1,000
for?
by then, we'll do a verbal combat. origin.
$10.
All right.
I got another one for
He's asking for
greatest MMA
$300
fighter
or
of all time,
$1,000.
and that's I don't know, and I'm still sticking with this as number one. Oh fuck! I just had a brain fart.
Tito Ortiz.
No. God, how'd this happen? Freaking Russian dude.
Liddell.
No, the Russian dude.
Khabib?
No.
Khabib.
Old school. He fought in Pride. Never wound up fighting in the. Oh my god.
Mirko Crow Cop.
Yes.
No, not Mirko Crow Cop.
The other guy.
Oh shit. No.
Bald one.
He was kind of fat. He was
No,
bald.
yelling at us
Conor
ain't gonna
McGregor.
help. I don't know
He
what the
was a little
fuck you're talking
chunky.
about.
Oh my god.
It's not Vitor.
No, he
He was
fought.
in Bellator.
No, he wasn't in Bellator. He wasn't in Bellator. He fought in Bellator later.
Later.
Was it
Yeah,
Rider like K1, like Japanese stuff?
No, I think he's
No,
talking about
This is gonna
Pride.
bother me.
Hold up.
Kimbo's
Pride?
Slice.
What era? What
Yeah,
year?
He sounds like Mirko
Like
Crow Cop to me.
90s, early 2000s. No, not 90s. Mid 2000s.
Yes,
You're
into
talking
the
about
late.
fucking that
I'm just
Fedor.
fucking
Emelianenko.
Mark Coleman or whatever. his name is.
No.
Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor. How
Yes,
did I forget
Fedor.
Oh,
Jesus,
Fedor.
fuck. We all
Yeah, it's a million.
Easy on the blasphemy,
we
Jesus.
deserve lashes. We're not.
Yeah, Fedor.
Dude, I
Fedor
totally
was-
said him.
Fedor was the goat.
Yeah, I don't know about the goal, but okay.
Oh yeah, but he was destroying dudes like way bigger than him, and like he'd take punishment where like I'd have people sitting next to me, I'd tell them about this guy, and like, oh, your boy's
If I
done.
could
I'm like,
kick people in the head while they were laying down, I'd probably take everyone out, bro. What are you talking about? All I could do was able to stomp on people's faces while they were laying down.
Fedor's nose would be hanging off his face, gushing blood everywhere, and people would be like, oh, it's done. Your boy got beat, and then he comes back and just ragged.
I know. Them pride fights though were a little like that was insane, bro.
Nothing like an underground
Those
UHF
dudes were ready to
videotape.
kill each other, guy. They were stomping on each other's, kicking each other in the head while they're on their hands and knees.
Boss
Yo,
My favorite
Boss Newton's another one.
My favorite USC
Yeah,
moment is Max Holloway and I think it was Ricardo Lamas. It's like the last minute. They've been going back and forth, barn burner, and Max is just like, "Let's go right here
in the middle of the ring, and they just swing at each other.
Gangster,
Yeah,
gangster."
DL think Abbott broke some dude's arm in like 45 seconds. That was the craziest shit I'd seen.
To my lovely wife, I need more coffee, please and thank you. But yeah, that was one of the good moments. Who is it? Jumps off the fence and fucking kicks dude and
that was
Pettis.
Pettis.
Yeah, Pettis.
Pettis.
Yeah, dude, I enjoy his fights, dude. He's very.
Okay, what's the best fight we never got? The best fight we never got.
Well, come on, we all know that. Like, are you talking about like different time period people we can put together and shit like this?
We could go there. I was thinking more of like just in people at the
that
same
were in
time.
the
But yeah,
same
go
time period but
for
never
it.
fought.
Hoist Gracie versus who or some shit. Yeah, greatest fight throughout all of history, MMA history that we never got. That would be awesome.
That's hard.
I'm gonna go. Oh man,
John
There's
Jones
so many-
Stipe is the one that comes to mind. Actually, I haven't been following 2 years. They didn't fight, did they?
You know what pisses me off about John Jones? He lost that first fight to Alexander Gustafsson. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. He lost that fight.
I agree.
He got.
I mean, it wasn't a robbery, but I agree.
Oh, the greatest fight was Ken
Well,
Shamrock.
this is why I have a whole thing about the scoring system. That if you're going to do a 10-point must, then you should open the range. We should see a lot more like 10-7, 10-5, 10-4. That would actually instead of it just being 3 rounds, you win 2, you win. Then you could get fucked up in the first round, and then if you're not doing as well, then you still have that lead. It's called the Lutch system.
Or you just get rid of the judging, and it's like you got to finish. One guy has to quit.
I don't mind that. They just added. I haven't been watching in years, but they just changed the incentive things like the bonuses and knockout bonuses and stuff, right?
I was really disappointed though with the rematch. Like Gustafsson showed up.
Doesn't it have to be? Doesn't this have to be George St. Pierre versus Anderson Silva?
Yep.
Actually, no.
Wait.
No. Nope. Are we talking about the greatest fight of all time? Because I didn't.
The greatest fight that's never happened.
Oh, John Jones
No,
versus
they
Aspinall.
did not fight each other, and they were in at the same time for a long time.
But if you're a John Jones fan, shouldn't you care about the fact that he dodged
That'd be a good fight.
Aspinall? Wouldn't that
Yeah, but he was already
have to be the answer. George
is
St.
modern day
Pierre
John
versus
Jones.
Anderson
He's
Silva. Can
I
you
mean, that's a
imagine how
good one.
fucking technical that fight would have been?
And everybody was like, "Oh, it's so
Like
boring."
watching Bruce Lee and fucking.
They'll probably end up boxing at some point.
That'd be a good.
You get kicked in the face because both those dudes could throw kicks.
Kicks. They could both do submissions. They were both great at groundwork. Like
That's
that's
like when MMA really became
That's
mixed
gotta be the
martial arts.
answer.
Why
I
do
do
they
have
think
a
they
question.
fought?
Ortiz and Ken Shamrock.
Because they should have.
You know what
I
the
do have a
thing
question.
is? And Anderson Silva was so great. And then you look at now, I'm not taking away anything from Chris Weidman. Okay. He's a great wrestler and everything. He had his time, but think about it. Anderson Silva argues arguably like the GOAT. Okay. He gets taken out by gets taken out by Weidman. And then Weidman just falls off the face of the earth and becomes like he had kids and it like got in his head or something. But what is that crazy? Like what happened to him? He was so good. And he just went
I've
to
only
shit.
fought one
achieved the
MMA
goal
match.
and
I was like, "Yep, I got
he's
my.
talked
I
about
did it.
this.
I don't want to do it again." It's like being in a whole fucking car accident. Like
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
that's
did.
that's the
great.
beauty of the variability of MMA is that like they talk about MMA math, like this guy beat this guy, but like there's so many different variables that like you could never predict how this is gonna go. I mean, you might,
Dude, I
but-
can't even predict how that fight would have actually went. Maybe that's why they never fucking did it, because they were like, dude, we can't have either of these guys lose to each other, bro. What do we do? But like that would have been the fucking fight of all time for MMA.
Vegas didn't know
Anderson
who to
Silva
back,
versus
so they
George
didn't let it
St.
happen.
Pierre.
That was before the money
the
era.
odds were
'Cause
too close.
I came in late. I was a Connor era fan. Like I like Connor for a
Connor's
while,
the
but then I was like, oh, there's other shit here.
You know what pissed me off is that freaking Michael Bisping comes in when Anderson Silva is at the end of his career and freaking beats him. Like, you know what? I hate Michael Bisping because he never won the Ultimate Fighter. That deaf dude, Matt Hamill, beat the living shit out of him. You want to talk about some biased judging? That shit still freaking keeps
I
me
can
up
appreciate.
at night.
I don't hate Bisping, but there's definitely like that Silva fight that he didn't deserve a belt for that. But I do think there, like I said, especially with his eye, and he been through some shit.
Fought with one eye. He fought with one eye.
Fuck his eye. Listen,
he won the
he
belt
freaking
with
listen.
one
Matt
eye.
Hamill beat his ass, and he knew it. And then he came in and he says he didn't even give Matt Hamill any credit. They robbed him because it was UK judges, right? He robbed them, and then he puts his hand up. He's like, "Yeah, Matt Hamill ain't shit. Who's the real Ultimate Fighter?" Are you kidding me? Like he should have at least been humble. If he would have been humble and got down on his knees and showed his respect to Matt Hamill, I would have been like, okay, like, you know, it's not his fault. He's not the judges, but the way he went about it, man, come on. And then Dan Henderson slept him like a fool.
Remember when they used to plug the underground VHF tapes on like late night television next to like Girls Gone Wild fucking commercials?
Yep.
And then you'd get that tape and watch Dan the Beast Severn get his face busted open.
Yeah.
It was a good
That's
time.
when
All
I
right.
first started.
Hold on. Can I say
Why am
something,
I
Pseudo, for
forgetting
fuck's
his
sake?
name? Fuck.
Thanks for the membership,
Who's
dog.
Who's the
Oh,
big
for sure.
fucking?
It was
Are you
awesome
taking off?
that
Did
you're
you
the
say,
one that
Lux?
got it. I was like, hell yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you're taking off. Who's the? Who's
I
the
missed
big
that.
Fucking. Now I can't remember him. The big fucking jacked black dude. This dude used to like one punch people.
Ngannou?
Alistair Overeem.
What was that?
Francis.
Alistair Overeem.
Yeah, you're talking about
Yes,
Alistair.
That's him.
Alistair
Him
Ngannou.
versus John Jones.
Yes.
Yeah, that never happened either.
You know who was disappointing as far as
That
big
would
black
have been a
guys?
fight, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
Kimbo
That would have been
Slice. Kimbo Slice. I
That
expected
dude used
more
to
from him.
one punch people.
Kimbo Slice.
Feel the
Slice was
punch.
worthless. Kimbo Slice was
You'd be
worthless.
like, oh.
I wouldn't say worthless.
Those Miami
He just
backyard
was not
fights
good.
back in the day, that was the
He was
shit.
a street fighter. As soon as he came in and stepped in against people with skill, and you like, come on, he was terrible. Like you got Francis
He was
and
a
I mean,
God.
arguably same thing with Masvidal, who came from
I
the
don't think
same
he was horrible.
thing. He had some great wins,
Yeah,
but he
but
was
the thing
was
is-
hit or miss his
He was
entire
a
career.
beast.
You
If
should
he
have
didn't
been
have
like
that beef with
Lino
Kobe,
than he
He
wanted.
was
and hit
someone
the
you
gym.
did not want to get fucking hit by.
But
That.
Masvidal had skill. Masvidal still had skill. He came in at a time when there were a lot of top guys in his division.
Masvidal fucking has the fastest knockout in history, bro. That shit
was
the
gangster.
craziest shit, dude.
I don't think it's actually the record
Flying
anymore.
fucking knee on the fucking
But yeah,
bell.
that was-
Wait,
bro. That's
there's no
just
way that
stupid.
record was broken.
I think it was actually.
No.
By
Oh.
who?
UFC's my jam. That's why I came up. I want to also point out that the greatest fight of all
Fastest
time has to be
UFC
Forrest
knockout.
Griffin and Stephen Bonner from The Ultimate Fighter, and I can't
That
believe
was
that.
a- that
Fastest
was
happened.
knockout in
great.
UFC history is 5 seconds, achieved by George Masvidal against Ben Askren.
I mean, shout out to the Forrest, the Ultimate Fighter fight, Forrest and Bonner. Like, but it was more the moment of what it was, more than being a great fight. Like, not that it was
It
a
was a
bad
great-
fight,
come
but
on.
it was
It
a
was a great-
fight. It was
That's
definitely
why
a bar.
That's why Shamrock Gracie was such an epic fight. It wasn't the most exciting, but it was the clash of the titans, and dude, my hands were shaking putting that bitch in the VCR.
Right,
dude.
and yeah, that's what elevates the sport is when you get the right people, and it creates a new, I don't know what the word is, but a new level. There's levels to this shit.
I kind of will say, yeah, like I look at some of these, like, like the not UFC 325, which is like a number. We got these fight nights, and some of these fight nights, like you watch the prelim,
not
like,
good.
you watch these dudes you never heard
The
of,
prelims been good.
all opening each other up. There's blood all over the canvas. It's back and forth. You watch a guy get dropped 3 times, think he's done. He comes back and he wins. Like there's it.
And this was also like peak WWF too, man, and WCW.
Well, It's owned by. They own it all now.
I used to. My friend would do a watch party for the UFC cards for every single card, and it'd start from the early prelims and just go. And obviously, we couldn't show it, so it's just me and him, just making, just getting people into it.
JS
Like,
does that
watch
every
the fight.
Saturday. Every
Yep.
Saturday he does the UFC fight
No.
reviews, and he's watching, and he can't obviously play it, but yeah, he's up there talking about what's going on and what he thinks. And yeah,
There was a bar up by me.
I think I'm pretty sure he opens the panels for those too. You should fucking pop in there. One
I
day.
should. The thing is that in the last few years, like whenever they move the pay-per-view up to $80, I was like, fuck this, I'm not doing that. And I used to watch it just like on crack streams or whatever. But the dude I was doing the show with he'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm too good for that. And so he would be like 15 seconds ahead. I'm like, bro, please just pause your thing. So that like no, I'm not doing that. And so eventually I was like, all right. And then the price rose, and I was like, all right, I'm
Fuck
out
all that. Just wait and get it at Blockbuster once it comes out.
Get a VC.
That's all you had to do.
Y'all know what the VC box is?
Did you just say get it at Blockbuster, bro? There's nobody goes to Blockbuster anymore, bro. There's no Blockbuster.
I get all of it for free. I get like every cable channel. But yeah, listen,
Time traveling.
There was a bar up by me, and like when the pay-per-views are crazy, and you couldn't go online and find like a link to watch it like free. It was called Goodfellas. This bar. It was Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen, the first match, where everybody thought like Sonnen ran away with it, and he got caught in the triangle at the last minute. It was a brawl out in the parking lot because Scranton, PA, has a pretty good Brazilian and Portuguese population, and it was a brawl that broke out into the parking lot. Dude, oh my god, it was crazy. Like I grabbed my girl. I'm like, listen, we're getting out of here. I was like, I'm not getting involved in this shit. She's screaming in some Brazilian chick's face, and I had to pick her up on my shoulder and throw her in the backseat of my car and take off. I'm like, we're out of here. I'm not getting freaking my ass kicked by a bunch of Brazilians. That was a crazy fight too. What was like 15 seconds left in the fight, and he got caught in that triangle.
Bro, I don't care what nobody says. The Chuck Liddell versus Tito Ortiz era was fucking.
Wait, but real quick before you go off of that,
I was mad young too watching that shit.
You've heard Chael.
The reason we're all fans today.
You've heard Chael say that he gave up that triangle because he was afraid of winning or some bullshit, right? Oh man,
yeah, it's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Oh man, brother, take the L. Take the L. It was wait, GSP or Silva?
It's like somebody gets out of an arm bar. He's like, "Oh, I let off on his arm. I didn't want to break it." Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Come on.
Remember when Frank Mir broke? Oh fuck, who's that big giant dude? Tim the Maniac Silva. When Frank Mir broke his arm, he's like, "Fuck that shit. You don't want to tap, bitch. It's all right."
Well, and what was it? Kevin Holland, Patty Pimblett, where like he knocked, like it was an arm triangle, but he was also like cranking his arm, like he choked him, but cranked his arm at the same time, where it looked like his arm broke, but he also passed out. That was a fucking gnarly one.
Based.
Yeah, you know.
I ironically, some of the more crazy, like when I'm trying to think of like crazy fights, some of the women fights are coming up. Like when Joanna fought Wei Zhang. That was a fire fight.
Yeah.
I know some people are like, oh, the girl, blah, 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 but I think because of the differential and because there's so fewer, there's so many less women, then the differential between each is different. And so with the men, it's going to be typically more evenly matched. Whereas with the women fights, you're going to have one that's up here and one that's shit going down. I like the women fights.
What do you think about the Ronda Rousey?
I just can't stand. I'm seeing chicks fight, hearing about chicks fighting, all that shit. I'm like, ugh.
That's misogynistic.
I guess so.
What about the Ronda Rousey Gina Carano thing? I think it's fun as a talking point.
I just wasn't into the
I
chicks
don't
fighting.
Gina all day. Gina all day.
Oh, for sure.
Back in my D-Gen days when I used to see them fight at the bars and shit, I used to be like, ugh, these fucking chicks are nasty. So something about it just, I can't stand it. Rattles me.
Fuck, what's that?
Before I go to bed, I'm going to go to bed, guys.
One short little story about the Caranos. You know, I grew up in Reno, and the Caranos and I and my older sister, there's 5 kids, and we all went to school together. So now they're billionaires, but I knew them all very well. So I know Gina Carano's father, and they were always they were big, large in stature, all of them, all of the kids. I don't know which child Gina is. She's either the daughter of Gene or Glenn Carano. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, we played. I played at their house as they were becoming billionaires.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, you know, I mean,
small
I haven't seen them in a million years. You know, well, Reno was very small back then.
What are you guys
There was only
thinking?
30,000 people here, so everybody knew everybody.
I'm about to take it down unless you guys are
have a
down to keep
wonderful
going.
night, and
Do
I will
something
probably
else.
see you tomorrow.
It's the after party,
If
so let me know.
SpeakeaZy's off to the bathroom again, please tell him I said good night, and I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
Thanks,
Later,
man.
base training.
Good night, babies.
So are you guys all, before we get back into the UFC, so you guys are all anti evolution?
For most part,
Mm,
yeah. I'm gonna say yeah.
And so
When
I'm
it comes
going to
to-
assume
when it
that's
comes
just going to
to
go back
humans-
to God made things.
It doesn't have to. That's not my
I think
position.
UFC is a more fun discussion.
Fair enough. Amanda Hebus.
No. Hold up. Go back to. I like this because I've been waiting for somebody that's because it's all been pro evolution up here, so we kind of stopped talking about the evolution topic.
Anti-evolution.
I mean, anti-evolution. Sorry, I meant to say. So if we got a pro evolution side, let's get to this. We have
Go
about
ahead.
30 minutes left, unless the chat hits it for a hot seat. So let's get it.
I can do 30
I just
minutes.
have one question to the pro evolutionist. How do you contend with the law of biogenesis?
I don't. I don't know how life began, but once it began, then it evolved.
Yeah.
So
See, the whole-
well, that proves it.
That proves it.
Checkmate.
So Jesus, you're Indian. You're along the lines of you think like it could have been a single cell organism from outer space, landed in a puddle of water, and we came from that.
Potentially, yep.
Okay.
One
That's my-
common you believe in one common ancestor?
Yes.
Like we're
So
related
then
to
he's got.
bananas
So then he's
somewhere down the
got.
line?
Then he's got to contend with the Fermi paradox.
Where's all the life, dude?
Well, I mean, cosmological timelines are very different than human timelines. So there is the possibility that it takes about 14 billion years for a universe to create planets that have the conditions for life. So we could be the very first example of intelligent life, whatever you want to say.
I mean, are we even 14 billion light years within the next star?
It could be that there's plenty of people out there, but we only have the ability to reach so far out into our own solar system. And so there's no life, as far as we know, in our own solar system, but there's billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of other ones. That's like taking a cup. I'm sure you've heard this before. You take a scoop out of the ocean, be like, there's no whales in here. Same thing.
But the Fermi paradox mathematically deals with that position.
Right, but just because they exist doesn't mean that we know about it, and it doesn't mean that they exist right now.
It's using that very
Actually, to be
argument
honest,
against
I haven't
itself.
heard anyone do the analogy like that, Lutch, but that was actually not bad.
Thank you. But so what's the? I'm not actually familiar with the name of this paradox. I've heard of where are the people, but why does that? What part of what I said doesn't? I mean, I only said the first part, but
if theoretically we live in a pocket where there should be all this life, then what the paradox is pointing out is that we should be able to observe it then mathematically.
Why?
Because somebody else is beaming radio signals or something.
Okay. And so we just have access.
Or we be able to look at another planet spectrographically.
What if it's outside the observable universe? Then there will never be enough time for us to be able to see
there are
that.
a lot of planets, and would you agree that with spectral analysis they can see the composition of a planet?
Who can? Sorry, would I
Like
agree
if
that
it's
what?
solid, what it's made out of, if the conditions for life even are a potentiality, if there is methane gas from carbon life forms, etc. So
I'm sorry,
the paradox, what the paradox is dealing with is we should be observing all these things. We should be observing foreign radio transmissions, alien radio transmissions. We should be observing planets in the Goldilocks zones that have a methane or a carbon footprint.
So is carbon the only type of life that can exist?
Well, mathematically speaking, if this is just this big oyster, of or super fractal where you have X, Y, and Z conditions, there should be a whole bunch of Earths.
I mean, again, there might be right now. They might be outside of where we can reach. There might be
the paradox is dealing with
hold on. They might be in the process of like we might just be first, and so it might take another billion years. It might take another million years. It might take that's not long in terms of the cosmological timeline.
So you did stumble on an actual reveal. The paradox does state that we could be the first. But then if we are the first, then we're the only still right now.
Yeah. And what does that have to do? How does that mean that we're the only ones?
So then we're
therefore,
back.
evolution is not.
So then you still have to contend with the first steps. How does the first domino fall into the first form?
Why do I need to know how the first?
Before we get to that,
Well,
I'll let
you're
you
presupposing
answer.
the
1
first
second, Lutch. I'll let you answer that. But I just want to say thank you to Joseph for the 20. Says money. Like it. Thank you. And also thank you, Cool Vic, for the raid. I appreciate that big time. Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you hit the like, hit the sub up. All right, if you want to get up here, we're talking about evolution at the moment, especially if you're pro evolution. We don't have any more pro evolution.
Yeah, help me. I'm too stupid for this shit.
Only one person up here is pro evolution. If we hit 300 on the dono bar before 1:30 a.m., so that's a little under 20 minutes, we'll be doing a hot seat. So if you want to do a hot seat tonight, why did it just do that? Why does it look like that?
Oh, hey,
there we go. That was weird. I clicked the wrong one. But if you want to get in here, come on up.
My point, Jesus, is if evolution is real, then there has to be a causality for the first form. You have to be able to articulate the evolutionary steps between the first protein and the first form.
Well, it depends on what you.
Why? Wait. Why can't I establish this process is clearly happening? How it began is a different question. Why can't I just observe a process occurring?
Because we still have it. Because first, I'm calling what's in observation in the first place. Because there's how many forms between forms? If you come from some sort of a proto-human, how many forms between you and that proto-human?
How is that relevant to if I give you hold on.
Okay.
So if I give you a number, how does that tell you evolution is or evolution is not?
Because I'm asking what's the numbers? Where is the first number? And then what is the sequence of numbers? You're going from 3 to 7 to 5 to 10.
Correct. So if you see a line of candies, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. Do you need to know who put the candy there to realize that there's candy there? And that if you keep
I'm asking
following
bigger questions. If there's no candy factories, where's the fucking candy coming from?
Okay, that's a different question than what I'm asking you. That's why I did this. So the candy factory, I don't know. I'm just saying, indeed, there's a piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here. That's all I'm saying.
So, but you're.
So I'm not invoking a candy factory or somebody making candy, or that's a biogenetic.
You're
smuggling that in. You're trying to
because the process of evolution is then you're saying, well, somebody's laying out the candy. Then okay, where's the candy coming from?
Maybe God. I don't know. How does that mean that? So let's say it is God. Fine, God started all of this.
Let's say it's a simulation.
How does that mean that evolution can't exist?
Let's say it's a simulation.
Yeah, let's not answer my question. Why would we answer Lutch's questions? So the question was, let's say that God created life, and God was the first domino. Why does that mean that evolution is wrong?
Because that's not the argument.
That's the argument that I'm asking you. I'm asking you this question.
But essentially, that's a tu quo quo.
How so?
In the form of asking a question for a question instead of contending with the prompt.
I feel like I did. I apologize. Did you have a question that I didn't answer?
No, because it's not. I'm not defending God. This isn't about God. You could be in a simulation. I don't know. That's not the position.
Okay.
We're debating evolution.
Right. My point is, it doesn't matter. Why does the first domino matter if I'm watching dominoes fall over? And we have 7 dominoes. I don't know what knocks over the first one, but after the fourth one, I know that the 5th one is going to be knocked over, which is then going to knock the 6th one over. Which part of that is not making sense to you?
The first 7 dominoes are the whole cornerstone to the evolutionary argument.
How so?
Because their evolution is what, self-emergent then?
No. Or perhaps,
well,
maybe. But
you're basically saying evolution is real because of evolution. That's the bottom line of it. You have to have a start.
Well, the candy is still always candy.
Evolution
is never not candy.
With a cause. Do you understand the difference between a process, meaning a thing that is happening, and the cause of that process? Those are two different things, correct?
Scientifically,
correct.
So you guys are talking past each other.
Scientifically, so the process of something and the cause of that process are two different things, correct?
Scientific method. Is there a difference between a law and a theory?
Yes. See how I just answered your question? So my turn.
How do you
process versus reason for that process existing? Those are two different things, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm only appealing to one of them and conceding that I do not know about the other. What is the?
But your whole argument is contingent on the whole. The foundation.
Contingent on what specifically?
Your argument of evolution, because then you're not explaining evolution.
No, I'm not. Do you understand the difference of how life came to be?
Do you understand how you're saying evolution is real because evolution is real without having the prime, without the cause, without the first move?
Yes.
But that's not. So it can only ever be
this is why I'm willing to concede that it may be God. So even if God knocks over the first domino, what the fuck does that have to do with us watching the other dominoes fall?
Because they're
so how
you're just saying the dominoes are falling because dominoes are falling.
Well, we can't even completely understand. Would you say that a pig and a chimpanzee are two different forms?
Wait, say that again.
No, common ancestor.
I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
So it's just as likely, using the theory of evolution, right? It's just as likely you evolved out of a pig as a chimpanzee.
No, that's
no.
Well, he already admitted it's a universal.
Why do you think? Wait. Why do you think that's true? Why do you think that? Why do you think that I think that? I'm curious why you think that I think that.
Because you said the universal common ancestor. We came from bananas.
It's just the theory of evolution. Forms come from forms.
Yep.
And if you share
a
genetic,
so what is a species?
There's no such thing as species.
There's no, exactly.
Then what the fuck are we talking about? If you don't even accept the
basic
language.
This is your argument. This is
we're getting.
I understand that. I'm operating on the fact that you're not saying that species are not a thing. You should be expected to know that. You should need to articulate that you don't believe that species of different animals exist.
You can't prove.
It's not going to make sense to you if you don't. If you're just going to say, "I don't accept species," evolution is not going to work.
Because you don't want to hear about how it's just using the theory of evolution. It's just as likely you evolved out of some pig as a chimpanzee.
Okay, what if fine? What if I say yes?
You already did. We're related to bananas, which means there's no universal species as a category.
Okay, so
which means we could be on our way to being not human, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
So then what if human species is a species but could also be not a human species, then is it just now a new
no,
species?
it's not a human and also not a human species. Humans would give birth to mutated humans for generations and thousands of generations
mutated humans
before we
or
get
not humans?
No,
Are you familiar that there are some?
See how you're-
why the fuck should I get to finish a sentence, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm just 6v1 here trying to explain things, and you guys are assuming that I know your fucking crazy ass ideas. Let's not pretend that the theory of evolution is not the accepted thing. So fine, if you have different ideas about it, I'm not telling you that you're wrong. But don't expect me to know your fucking niche ass fucking bullshit. You need to explain that. So fine. If you don't understand species, then what do you need me to say in order so that we can be on the same page?
Can you give me your definition of species?
Are humans different species like blacks and whites?
No, the ability to procreate with another.
Then what's the difference? Then what's the difference between like a zebra and a horse?
I mean, I don't know specific. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not a fucking biologist.
Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Is species universal?
And what do you mean?
Like, is the category itself universal, stays the same, or can it change?
Are you asking the definition of a species? Is that definition of
Can
changing?
Can a bear turn into a whale?
No, a bear cannot turn into a whale.
Well, you're going to be sadly.
See, you guys think that a monkey is there and then becomes
evolution
a human.
Scientifically
No!
makes the premise that killer whales.
You fucking retards!
Indian Jesus.
Are you really
Indian Jesus.
thinking that monkeys are turning into human beings? That's what you think the entire scientific community is telling
Indian
you?
Jesus.
That
Take a
monkeys
deep breath.
are born into the world and then
Spurgeon.
transform into humans and you just didn't
You're
fucking know
Spurgeon.
about it? Is that what you think they're saying?
So
It's
do you
no
know what
wonder you don't
evolution
fucking
says?
understand.
Where do killer whales come from?
From other killer whales.
Well, killer
What
whales
are you
apparently
asking me?
Hold on. Killer whales apparently come from some kind of bear.
Okay.
So you just defeated your
No,
whole
I didn't,
cross-categories
because you're
argument.
still talking about one generation.
Is a bear
while
a
I'm
whale?
talking about millions. No,
Is a bear a
exactly
whale?
in the same way that a monkey is
Then
not a
how
human
does a
being, but we
killer
still have
whale
common
evolve out of a
ancestors.
bear? Then how does a killer whale evolve out of a bear?
Are you
via
your brother?
own-
Are you your brother?
Dude, I am
Are you
literally
your brother?
telling you
Are
the
you
theory
your
of
brother?
evolution.
Are you your brother?
I'm my brother's keeper.
Are you your brother?
No.
So then how could you have a common ancestor? How could you have a common ancestor?
You're not
How could you have a
contending
common
with evolution.
ancestor? Are you telling me
You're
you
getting
turn
emotional?
brother?
You're getting emotional when I'm presenting you
No,
with the argument of evolution. Evolution, scientifically, what is taught in the universities right now states that whales come from some sort of proto-bear.
That does
Killer
not
whales,
does not
specifically.
undercut anything that I'm saying.
So, but you just got done saying a were and a bear are two different species.
They are. This is the part that you're not understanding. There's a difference between are the same species and came from the same species. That's why I did the stupid thing about your brother. But guess that went right over your head, didn't it?
So there was.
Do you understand that a
there was an
bear does
advantage
not
for
turn
a
into
bear
a
to
whale?
jump
That there
into
was
a sea.
as you said, proto-species of bear. I'm just taking you. I don't know. I don't even know. It's crazy to me that you know more about the specifics of a specific animal, specifically to argue against the actual facts that exist with it. But do you understand that if
Well,
you're
I'm
talking about a
talking- I'm talking
prototypical
about-
bear,
I'm talking
that
about
then
evolution.
has a common ancestor with whales, that there is no fucking whale that is turning into a bear, and there's no bear that is turning into a whale. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Do you literally?
Do you understand that? Yes or no?
This
Please,
is
please, for the love of
literally
God,
where
for
they
the
say
love of
killer
God, just
whales
give me a
come
yes
from.
or
You know,
no. Please, just yes or
Shamu
no.
and Free
Please,
Willy?
please.
Are
Yes,
Shamu and
you
Free
understand that, or
Willy
no,
real?
you don't understand it. You think that monkeys turn into other things and bears turn into whales.
You're
Which one is it?
begging
Do
the
you think?
question, homie?
No. The answer is no.
Okay, so then what is
I'm
the
not, you're deferring. You're deflecting the shit.
Wait, so you
I'm
wouldn't
literally
take the
not.
stance of a Pachycetus becomes a whale?
It depends on what you mean becomes. If you mean the species over generations becomes something else, then yes.
they just
If you're
had
talking
two
about
bears
the
bang?
individual animal becomes a whale, then obviously fucking not.
So let's logic it out then.
Okay.
So
No,
These two
there's
bears
stages,
bang,
that's what
and
I'm
then they
saying.
have a
Over
baby
time,
bear.
the idea is this.
Loud noises.
The idea is this four-legged animal, over time, went through different stages of becoming different species, leading to the whale eventually.
Sorry, say that one more time.
The what we're told is that the Pachycetus, it's like a four-legged, almost looks like a wolf kind of thing. Over time, it evolved into different species that lead to the like have a chain going to the whale.
That's why they say whales have hip bones.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, like you
makes sense.
You
makes
take
sense
that
according
stance, right?
to the Darwinian laws. Well, I'm not seeing
Okay,
the
I
issue.
was just, I thought you were saying no to that for a minute. So
No, yeah, I'm saying specifically that's the difference. That no, one animal, a single animal, does not turn into another animal. It is a group of animals that over millions of years, not like your grandpa. We're talking about millions of years that have a slight deviations in the same way that I'm short as fuck. That if we didn't have a civilized society, I mean, shit, I still might not procreate, but that's besides the point. What I'm saying is that I would not be at the top of the hierarchy had we not had all these human civilized things. If we were just out in the wild, I'd probably be dead by now.
But they haven't found the missing forms between the forms.
That's a fallacy because you can through any 2 points between any 2 points you can find a middle ground that doesn't necessarily exist, and so we don't have a clear understanding of the value or the degree of mutation that can occur in a specific animal, and of course then that when you spread that over the generations, it's a trend. And so you might be born with, you might be this bear thing that is born with webbed feet, and then you go into the water and you do better. And there's 7 other things that have weird mutations, and you fuck them, and now you're both in the water because they got front flippers, you got back flippers, and this is again not individual animals. This is over the course of a generation of animals.
Wild the story becomes logically, though.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. So crazy things are not true, right? Crazy things are not true.
No,
I don't
it's
understand it. That
non-falsifiable.
means it's not. That's what we call the argument.
I don't need to be patronizing. It's non-falsifiable. At the end of the day, it's a theory because it's non-falsifiable.
Oh yeah,
so we don't like unfalsifiable things. Is that where we're going?
I know you really want to slam dunk on Christianity right now, but that's not the debate.
Okay, so you're just gonna all right. So unfalsifiable.
But to play
you
devil's
just want to
advocate,
take a dunk on evolution. What the fuck are we doing here? You just said it's unfalsifiable. So if you present to me any unfalsifiable argument, I can just throw it away. Correct? Correct?
Simulation theory.
Correct?
Simulation theory. I just don't like.
Okay, so so then why did you bring up whether it's falsifiable?
Use simulation theory.
Why did you bring up? Why did you bring up whether it's falsifiable? Why is that relevant?
Getting awfully emotional.
So
emotions dictate what is.
No, that's called pathos arguments.
Hold up, I just got a quick question.
So what is the relevance?
The relevance is you're still not seeing the missing forms. You're still leaving 25% of the evolutionary story out, which are arguably the foundation of the whole argument. The law of biogenesis is a law for a reason because we've observed and measured life only comes from life.
Okay.
So so where's all the life come from? If you're going to make
what did I say at the very beginning?
If you're going to make the claim, then present the evidence, and there is
that's a different claim. That's a different claim.
This debate subject. You'll debate
evolution and biogenesis are different things.
Yeah,
they're different things.
How do you get from the soup?
I don't know, motherfucker. How many times can I say I don't know? I don't know. 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 No. I don't know. I don't know.
Is evolution. That's the answer. It evolved from the first protein into the tube worm.
Okay, great. Why? What does that have to do with me being wrong? I'm saying, okay, yes, you could be right. And
Because if
also
there's
then
no
evolution.
foundation,
Why
then the
is that
whole thing
impossible?
suspect. If
Why is that
there's no
impossible?
foundation,
Why is that impossible?
the whole thing is
Why is that
suspect.
impossible? Since you won't let me fucking finish, I'll just talk over you. Why is that impossible?
Because so far, no one's been able to turn the soup into a tube worm.
So, Lunch, what you're saying is,
And it hasn't
okay,
been
I'm just
for
gonna
lack
throw
of
out-
trying.
Personal incredulity.
I'm gonna try.
I don't
I'm
understand
trying
it,
to
therefore
see
it
where
must
you're
be
coming from.
wrong. Okay.
I'm trying to see where you're coming from. So, let's say, they came out with a theory, and they said, okay, well, this is what happened. God created aliens first. Aliens flew over in their spaceship 10 million years ago over the earth and threw like magic fairy dust or like mushroom spores, and we came from that.
Okay.
That's pretty much the Bhagavad Gita.
So you're saying we don't know? You're
Correct.
coming from this like in an agnostic
Correct.
type of way, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then I also just had a quick question for your definition. Do you have like a proprietary definition of evolution, or is it just random mutation sorted out by natural selection?
Yeah, I don't have a personal
Singularity, bro.
I don't have a specific definition. Just whatever the process of, like you said, mutation, survival of the fittest, so on and so forth.
All of the evolutionary models, whether they're cosmic evolution, whether it's biological evolution, they all break down at point of origin, and that's what drives me crazy.
Oh, okay. So
Right, but Trent, even if you grant
What's
it
the
to them,
explanation
then
then?
you
What's
can
the
get a
correct
little
explanation?
further. If you
That's
grant them abiogenesis, you
position.
can actually get a little further to breaking down like their point of view, and it'll be a little easier to internally critique if you at least grant them the population, even though some of them actually, and I give you credit, Indian Jesus, the first one that's actually said it might have been God. A lot of them won't even go that far as just like letting us grant abiogenesis, the ultimate creator, and then explaining evolution. I think is much more entertaining and interesting.
I'm totally open to that. Totally open to the existence of a God, that God created life, and then after that, evolution took over.
And then,
does anybody here think that that's impossible?
Yeah, I do. I think that's impossible.
Why do you
I
think
just
it's impossible?
It just seems difficult to believe that we came from bananas.
So again, personal incredulity. It doesn't make sense to me, therefore it cannot.
Yeah, that's not a good. Like here, let me help all my boys on this side for a second, Lutch, because I get what you're saying. Because Lutch, I bet you if I was to say, would you accept that like maybe God created everything and then things like adaptation, speciation, all these things happened from everything he created?
Yeah, very possible.
Right. So I figured that's where you would go. But see, under that worldview, this is where the rejections come, and they're not I think they're not giving it to you in a straight way for you to understand.
Nice.
The random and purposelessness parts that come in with evolution, right? So random mutations. That is something that under obviously a lot of Christian worldview, that can't be a possible thing. Everything has a purpose. There's a purpose. So there's no random mutation. And I would ask you, if it is like Teriak had brought this up earlier, I thought it was a really good question. If it is random mutation involved as well, how can we make predictions off something that is random? I think that's where like
by understanding the
hard.
environment. So the mutations are, it's not, people say survival of the fittest, thinking like the strongest, but the fittest for the environment. So if we understand the environment and we understand that this fish or whatever can only breathe at a certain depth and all their food is way lower than a fish that has a slightly bigger, I don't know, gill, lung, whatever the fuck, I don't know how this should be. A fish that could dive deeper is more likely to survive. And so if there's 1 million fish and they all are about here and the food's down here, and then 100,000 of them are able to go deeper, then those 100,000 are going to be able to survive better, procreate. And the ones that are, you get 2 tall people have a baby, they have a tall baby. You get 2 short people have a baby, you get me. So it just, it's that just on a grand scale.
So does the environment have to stay the same for that amount of time? for that to take place?
I just want to read out from my chat that, and then I didn't catch that, but yeah, David's saying random mutation is almost always killed, even killed by its own. A very important part that mutation doesn't mean good; it just means different. Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, I know that too. I get it.
Yeah, and I agree with that statement as well. But my question was, does that assume that the environment that they're adapting to be able to achieve this evolution has to stay that way for them to achieve it?
Yes. And so it's not yes, and I don't like the word achieve because that implies a
well, is there a direction?
There's a direction, yeah.
Is it intentional or accidental?
Accidental.
They accidentally develop the things that help them survive?
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about even today, go to India, go to fucking the Middle East, and you've got third worlders, fucking their cousins and shit, and mutations are left, right, and center. We're in America. Well, we don't, unless you're in Alabama, you don't do that.
And you're saying God accidentally created life.
I didn't say accidentally. Maybe he did.
No, but that's your thesis.
How is that my thesis?
Did you hear yourself?
I did. That's why I'm asking you. I didn't understand how you got to your conclusion from my conclusion. Hence the question: Why? What do you think I said?
Your conclusion is there is random mutation, that there is no order to benefit, that there is no purpose or ontology behind things. Stuff just happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's complete heresy.
Okay, but I thought we don't talk about. I thought
No,
we don't
I'm
go
just
for.
letting you know that
That's unfalsifiable. Though. That's unfalsifiable, though.
Well, I'm saying from the Christian worldview.
Right, that's unfalsifiable.
I know you were. That's why I told you were going to say that earlier.
So you can't yell at me for using unfalsifiable and then throw something unfalsifiable back at me. That's fine for you to believe that. I'm not telling you shouldn't.
That's not the prompt, though.
The keyword is random.
I'm here for a discussion. You want to talk about what I'm talking about, or you want to cuck yourself? And
Yes,
be like,
yeah,
no,
I'm
this is
trying
only
to.
this thing. You want to
Well,
have a
I was just
conversation?
going to say the
trying to.
next part that you would go to now is like, so if we evolved, right, and like you would probably agree humans have things like consciousness, reason, logic, right? We have this and a self-awareness actually that other beings seem not to have. It's kind of hard to reduce that all to a
scientific
type
nihilism.
of chemistry of survival. You know what I mean?
It's also hard to
It's
understand that
scientific
fire
nihilism.
exists because of combustion, not phlogiston. But we know that because we
oh shit! Real
because
quick,
it
I'll
works.
let you keep answering, Lutch. I just realized it's already 6 minutes past 1:30. We didn't hit 300. Chat. I'm gonna, I love second chances, so I'm gonna give you one more chance. You're gonna have. Let me see. It's 1:37 now. You have exactly till 1:45.
I'm probably gonna take it down unless
If
you
not, we're wrapping
guys
up,
get
chat.
something. I'm getting
All right?
tired.
It's your last chance. If you want to get it to 300 and we'll get a hot seat. If not,
Don't forget, last night for the baby.
My motherfucking mind.
Holy shit.
I wanted to clear up maybe some confusion that Indian Jesus maybe didn't understand about why. About why.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt
go
you,
ahead.
Joe. But we got a big $150 here from Spartacus. You fucking legend, Spartacus. All right, let me. We gotta get this in here. 1 second.
Feels like that for you. I'll do it. This kid goes red.
Legend put us up to 268. So chat, you have until 1:45 to finish this off. We're at 268. If you want a hot seat, we only need a little more to get to 300. All right, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
What were we talking
Oh,
about?
I was just going to give Indian Jesus here a argument for why evolution would be incompatible with the Christian God.
I mean, feel free. I'm not a Christian, so it doesn't.
Right. But I mean, well, let's say, we usually use the tag argument and then a final inference to lead us to believe that the Christian God, as best understood by Orthodox Christians, it's the only compatible, like, philosophical God that would be a creator of all things, including like metaphysics and things like that. So that would be the God that I would say is the one true creator. So if I just accept, like, if you grant me that, then I could just show you that evolution wouldn't be compatible.
I mean, that's quite a granting. I mean, can you prove that?
Which one do you want me to prove?
The existence of God, the fact that God wanted any part of it.
You can't prove the existence. No, you can't. You can't prove.
Yeah,
his
you can.
existence.
Okay, so then we can't use that as our basis because it's unfalsifiable.
You can make a logical
argument. Hold on,
Yeah.
because I just want to. This is.
I thought that's the rules.
Real quick.
Holy shit!
Look, if our brains accidents.
Well, real quick, I think you guys had made a claim just a second ago about God can't be proven, but I think Teriak's trying to say he can.
Naturalist,
Christian God.
Would you?
The Christian God.
Yeah, no, I'm a
a
deist,
God.
not a theist. Yeah, so in terms of the change, like you'd agree, change is unchanging. Motion never stops, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, so like the whole kind of like simulation theory you might have heard of and all this kind of stuff. Like if this was a simulation, there must be a power source to the simulation, correct?
Correct.
And because that everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, and everything right now is currently in motion. Even if there was a rock on the ground, there's still that rock has atoms, that those atoms have electrons, those electrons are spinning. What is the power source to the universe?
I don't know.
It would be supreme being, which is what God means. When you're evoking the name God, you're talking about something that's unchanging.
Okay. Well, which God? Can you lay that out?
You just asked for a God.
No, I didn't.
Like
What?
when you're talking about God, I think you're thinking of like a spaghetti monster or whatever caricature that you want to
No,
talk
I'm
about.
talking about Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
You know,
I
but
left
you're
my
talking
flying
about
spaghetti monster days in college.
Yeah. So like the whole point of like Israel means to wrestle with God, which means to reason. You look at like all the prophets throughout the whole Old Testament. What do they constantly do? Like Sodom and Gomorrah, what does Abraham do? Constantly reasoning with God. God is reason. That is the proof.
You understand why that's not enough for like that? You're claiming
Supreme
that's
being.
what you already.
What is supreme being? When I say supreme being, what image is in your head?
I don't know.
Real quick,
That-
boys. I don't know. I've never seen this person here. Finding truth. If you could just like throw on your cam real quick, give me a peace sign, and then you can turn it off to come up. I just want to make sure there's an actual person back there. Okay, you're good. I feel like you might have been here before, but I don't know.
No, it's my first time here, man. It just came up in my algorithm. Just kind of wanted to see what you guys were discussing on this
Please
whole
tell me you're a
evolution.
biologist.
Cool. Right on. No, I just kind of wanted to see where the conversation was going to go with this supreme being thing, and I guess I'll just maybe try to chime in.
Okay, yeah.
Energy, bro.
Yeah, so like supreme being, like what we're talking about is like something that never changes. Something that's constant.
I
So,
mean,
like, for example, like,
literally,
the
when you
number-
say supreme being, I'm thinking of like Viltrumites from Invincible. I know I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like that's.
Yeah, but that's the atheist trick. Like you're still trying to think of like the spaghetti monster.
Okay.
Neo
You know what I mean?
from the Matrix.
But when you're talking about like for intelligence to even be possible, there has to be supreme being.
Okay, and I've already granted the possibility of that.
Yeah, if you're granting supreme being, then you're granting God. But God means like go Google like
but-
God
right.
meanings.
Okay, but
No,
again,
just real quick. Just type into Google like God, like definition of God.
Okay, God definition. A god is typically defined as a supreme supernatural being worshipped as the creator and
Yes.
ruler of the universe or deity controlling specific aspects of life and nature. It represents a
Yes.
spiritual force or supreme reality, often viewed as omnipotent, omniscient, and incorporeal.
Yes, a transcendent being, an unchanging being. Like when we
Right.
talk about like we are human beings, like if we're constantly changing, how can we be being?
I'm confused why you're saying this. I'm already willing to concede that God could be the start of life. A God or the Christian God could be
No.
a start of life, and that doesn't mean that evolution is not true.
No. Like what you're saying is like, oh yeah, you could be true, but like I don't have any argument to what you're saying. But what I'm showing to you that it's literally impossible for there not to be supreme being.
Okay, that does not that. What does that do to my argument that
so I'm
supreme
curious
being is
why-
the start and evolution is the process?
So I'm curious why you think it's
No,
impossible.
one
that
sec.
Oh, okay.
Like when you're talking about evolution, what you're saying is that there is constant change. Evolution does not disprove supreme being. The fact that evolution is constant and evolution never stops proves supreme being. You cannot escape this.
Okay, but I'm not trying to escape this. Why are you trying to get me down?
Yeah,
On, there is a
no,
supreme being. I'm saying, okay,
listen,
fine.
Lutch.
Okay, fine.
Don't do the funny voice, all this kind of stuff. Like what I'm pointing to is that like
fine.
supreme
Deadass,
being is
deadass.
is a necessary.
Here's where my confusion is. I'm acknowledging there could or in the broadest way there must be some type of supreme entity, supreme being. Sure, fine. I
Yes.
don't understand why the existence of that supreme being, if it's not necessarily the Christian God, why that can't lead to evolution being true.
No, what you're saying is that evolution like took over, and now you're trying to like put evolution as supreme being. Doesn't
No,
make
I'm
sense.
not. That's not at
Okay,
all
what
what
you
I'm doing.
one sec, okay,
Supreme
one sec.
being
Lutch,
is sitting up there and it's like, I want to.
One sec. Just answer this question.
You just swung in the fuck out of my position. Can I clear it up, please?
What do you mean when you say evolution took over?
I
does
never
that
said
mean?
evolution took over.
I think
So
what he's
that
saying
God
is-
created it, but then evolution took over. That was your exact quote.
Okay, well then, if I meant that, if I said that, then took over is a colloquialism, just meaning the process begun. So God started a process, and then separately from that God or supreme being or whatever, the process was processing.
He's basically a Calvinist, right? He's saying that
Stop. See the way that you can't even explain what you were just saying, where it's like as a separate process, it just processed.
Mm-hmm.
You still have not explained what you mean.
I just wanted to throw out there. I feel like his perspective is like a mixture of a naturalist or a transcendentalist. I don't know. That's just what I was
It's
getting
the
out of
same
it.
problem I run into with trying to get the first 7 steps of evolution from first protein to the first form. That's an evolutionary process. So using that same line of logic, it throws out all of the other processes. There are no forms. The conclusion being there are no forms between forms. There are no observable forms between any of the forms, and they can't explain it, and they refuse to explain it. But evolution is real because of evolution. It's a circular argument.
Oh my God is God because he's God.
That's not what we're
Just
debating, though.
agnostic-
We're not debating that.
agnostic-
You could be in a simulation. We could theoretically be wrong about our chosen religions. Whatever. That doesn't matter. That's not the point. That's not the subject at hand.
Yeah,
the subject at
but
hand
real quick,
is,
Lutch,
is evolution.
when you say I am, like that's the verb be, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in order for us to be, there must be supreme being. Correct?
Okay, sure, yes.
Yeah, that's God.
Okay. I'm waiting for the part where that's circular or defeats what I'm saying about evolution. I've granted the supreme being, I think 6 times now.
Yeah.
Keep coming back. Well, that means there's okay. Not doing the voice.
He
Keep
has.
coming
but
back to that. Means
that's
it's
still
supreme
not my
being.
point.
Yes.
My point is strictly the evolutionary process between
Yeah.
forms, which is unexplainable. And it becomes a circular argument because of the unexplained missing forms.
But
you guys
don't
are saying two
understand-
different things. Hold on,
so
if I
wait.
may, Indian Jesus, could I try to steel man your point of view really quick?
Please.
I think what he's trying to say is that it's possible that a supreme being set up a row of dominoes called evolution and then just merely tipped the first domino.
And I'm saying not only is that not, it's like completely clashes against like the Christian theology.
Right. No, I get that. I'm just trying to clarify it for Teriak, because
But
Teriak.
it still becomes bringing God is irrelevant to the argument of
I know.
evolution. Like you're putting soup, you're putting ingredients in the gumbo that don't need to be there. We're not making two circular arguments, and we're not answering a circular argument with our own circular argument. That's crazy.
No, because Lodge still has to explain it. What does he mean by like evolution took over? He still has not explained what. Like,
Literally did. I said that was a colloquialism that talked about how the process started, and as I don't know, it didn't light up. So whoever just said that God set over the dominoes, and the evolution is the process of the dominoes falling over. God knocks over the first one, which I also said earlier, and the rest of them fall because of the physical world that He created.
Okay, so if he knocks over the first domino, what happens from there?
But you also espouse all this other stuff about randomness and no purpose, right?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at.
Maybe I'm wrong.
That
Maybe I'm
sounds
willing
like
to be
a deist
wrong.
Perspective.
I don't believe in that, but sure, maybe there is.
But it's a contradictory statement.
Not necessarily. If God wanted humanity and a life itself to develop in this way for whatever reason, are you sure that God didn't want evolution?
I mean, God would have given us
How do you know that?
That sounds like a deist perspective, though. Like, oh, he hit the first domino, and then he just left.
No.
I just want to be clear. So we're saying that God is unable to want.
Let me explain this way.
God is unable to want the universe as I'm explaining it.
Even if I grant evolution, God would still have to exist.
I'm not okay. Anybody else? Anybody else?
I kind of
no, because one sec, because you're trying to look at it as an either or.
Like what happens after the first domino?
What was Teriak? What was the domino thing? Teriak. What was the domino thing?
So you're looking at it as an either or. You're looking at it as an either or.
What was the domino thing?
You're looking at it as an either or. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, Teriak. Lutz isn't the one. Wait, hold up.
What was the domino?
From what I've heard since I got back here, Lutz isn't the one that's said it's an either or. It's actually the other side that's saying it's against the Christian God.
Oh,
he's saying
right.
I think
he's constantly interchanging between a God and then specifically the Christian God.
Teriak, what was the domino thing?
That you're still saying this whole took over thing. So the dominoes constantly falling over from the first one. That's evolution, but then God is the one that started it. That's what I'm saying. You're not comprehending. You're trying to put it's either evolution or it's God.
I was just trying to say something real quick though. I was just trying to say something like, what happens after that first domino? Because the way this sounds, it's like, okay,
saying that you need to prove God
knocks over that first domino, and then all of a sudden you guys make it seem like he just leaves. So that's like a deist perspective. Like God did this, like, hey, I'm just going to throw evolution out there, and then hey, I'm just going to watch from afar and see what happens.
Doesn't it?
No, I'm saying God is
yeah, but that would still be one sec. Look, that would still be deist.
There would still be a
hey,
God.
I'm just going to watch from afar, but I just that first domino.
Yeah, you would not be an atheist then. Look, you would not be an atheist then, you dumb motherfucker.
I'm an
You'd be a deist.
non-theist. Thank you. Come again.
My God. You see?
Thank you. Come again.
This is the ego right here, boys.
He's saying God.
Your ego is your greatest enemy.
Projection! Oh my God! Did that just come from Teriak? Did that just come from Teriak? Dilly to the fucking projection!
Do you see the way you're screaming into the mic right now, and you're trying to celebrate?
That is
hilarious.
Trying to get me to divulge my religious beliefs, and it's because God is a red herring. The whole God is irrelevant to the conversation of evolution. Period.
Right. You don't need God to make an argument against evolution. You could critique evolution under its own weight.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I could critique evolution from the nihilist standpoint.
So,
right.
Okay, wait.
You could be an atheist.
Was man created in God's image and likeness?
It's a red herring.
You
Doesn't
do
even
not
matter.
understand how.
I mean, I personally believe he was created in the
This
image.
is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Okay,
Like,
so then if we establish
you
that
keep
free will
granting
exists,
evolution, and you
then
still show that
humans
God is
can
still the
change
necessity,
the
and he still says,
creation, right?
Wait, Indian Jesus.
Right?
Wait, is this the Christian God you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so but do you understand that? So how did Adam and Eve come about?
It's a red herring. You're falling into his trap. That's
No,
not-
there's no trap. No, it's not a trap. I'm gonna show him how this is incompatible with the Christian worldview.
I don't know. It was
very
magic.
easy.
He said he said
He literally okay. So if we're gonna go with the Christian Genesis
But the more
perspective, it
you
literally
talk,
says
like,
he breathed it in the
logically,
nostrils.
you're
He breathed it
playing
in
the
the
game.
nostrils of the ashes, and that's how Adam and Eve came about.
He just
playing
he
the
just
game.
made
You're
them.
giving into a whole red herring fallacy, right?
No, trust me. There's no way out of this. He can't explain it away because he doesn't know like the gospel. He doesn't know Genesis.
Yeah, but
so let's throw some shit from a belief system that he doesn't believe in, and he doesn't know my belief system. Therefore, he's wrong.
see the way you're getting so emotional right now, Lutch?
No, I'm just getting loud because you're not listening. There's 7 people,
Yeah,
and
you're
I'm the
getting
only
emotional.
one that everybody is talking about. So I'm just getting louder.
That's your ego.
I can speak louder without getting angry.
See the- yeah.
I can be very happy and be very loud.
This
at
is
the
totally normal
same
behavior, by the way.
time.
Indian Jesus, wait. In Genesis, it does say that God just created everything as is, and then he said Adam can call him whatever the fuck he wants, basically.
Yeah, and he's okay with that. He
Okay.
just says that evolution then continues on from there.
No, he created everything as is. That's in Genesis.
Right.
There's
And
no,
once
like-
once man
I'm gonna
is
say on the theology.
once
because,
man
like,
so God so that this
there's a
go,
fall
let's go
that
back
happens
let's go
and it
back let's
corrupts
go back
all of creation.
Right.
Okay, so
again, it's incompatible with.
okay, so let's go
evolution.
back to the idea that if man is created in God's image, because this was your issue, that the Christian God can't have something that then is changing.
Right.
So, explain free will then.
What do you mean?
I mean, God
God
creates
is
you as
uncreating
God.
models.
I can explain it. I can explain it. I can explain it. Or everybody can talk. Hold on. You guys want to talk? Sure, you go ahead. What did I mean?
Can I just?
You'll never pin
Hold
him.
up. He asked
You-
him
hold
what
on.
he meant. Let him.
Just
You'll
let
never
me-
pin him if
let me
you let
try,
him
you
keep
guys.
shifting subjects. Don't
Let-
fuck with the red herrings. Keep them on
Hold on.
evolution. We're not debating free fucking will.
The thing is,
wanna
what
know
he's
if the
trying to
brain
do.
happened on
I'm making a point that cuts the other points that were made that says that I'm
No,
wrong.
you're trying to
So if the
blast into
principle-
theology
no,
instead of
no,
talking about evolution.
no. I'm
Wait,
trying to
wait,
establish
please,
that what you guys
please.
are presenting is falling to the same issue of what I'm presenting to you
No.
now.
No, you're trying to
Indian
literally
Jesus,
talk
Indian
about
Jesus,
theology instead of evolution by playing philosopher.
Wait, can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something real quick?
Guys, I was the debater who was here earlier today. I can trust me. I can do both.
Yeah, but
Can you guys like?
he's
I
red herring.
am the guy. No, it doesn't matter. I can do both.
Does anyone want to try? Because it's getting late here. Does anybody else want to try at this with me? Since I'm the only atheist up here.
Yeah, just- I got
agnostic,
3 minutes and I gotta
non-theist.
bounce.
Sorry.
See the way atheist there? See,
I corrected
yeah,
myself.
little
I
Freudian
corrected
slip.
myself.
Yeah,
I
the
corrected
Freudian
myself.
slip.
I corrected
Lutch.
myself.
Don't
Fuck
worry.
you.
Don't
Fuck
worry.
you. Fuck you. I
Don't
corrected
worry.
myself. Fuck you. I corrected
Trust me,
myself.
the
Does
ego
anybody
is your
else?
own worst enemy.
Chime in my perspective of what I thought about all this. I mean, it just seems like we went from evolution and then we did the domino thing. God hits the domino thing one time and then leaves like a deist and just watches everything from a panoramic view. But I'm just curious now how we diverted into Adam and Eve being created with this like spiritual
Indian
Genesis breath
Jesus
of life.
is really
But,
good at red herring fallacies.
like that's what I'm
I
like. I
didn't ask
wanted
the
to like get
question.
to a
Somebody
solid
asked me
point.
that. How am I
wanted to get
doing
to a
a
solid
red
point.
herring if somebody asked me the question?
Guys, this is really simple. This is not hard at all.
But it's like somebody had said earlier, just so I can end my like
you guys can't.
tangent. You can't bring theology and evolution together. They're two separate things.
I'm not.
You can
I'm
critique them
trying to show
individually.
you. I know, but I'm trying to show him how they're incompatible. Do you guys understand that?
Well, that's what I was saying. He's like, they're not compatible. They're not compatible at all.
Is strengthen my
No, hold on.
non-theism.
Guys,
That is not
guys,
going
one
to help with
second, boys, 1
evolution.
second
That's
here.
going to do the
Wait.
opposite.
1 second.
Guys, wait.
Lutch earlier was just when because someone brought up abiogenesis, and Lutch earlier had said, I don't know how that could have been. It could have been maybe a god did put everything here, but I'm talking about what happened with the species that were here.
Yeah, post.
That's what
right.
he's saying, right? And then we
Yep.
keep going back to, well, it's not compatible with the Christian God, or it's like it's not compatible. But he doesn't argue. This is what I was actually talking about earlier, why a lot of these evolution debates get canceled after they're scheduled, is because a lot of people that are arguing for evolution are not going to argue for how the species got here. They're going to argue
Yeah.
for,
Correct.
excuse me, for the evolution of said species. So this is why a lot of them end up getting canceled,
Somebody
because
smacking their gum.
Right, but he's they're actually
Yeah,
all
I heard a clicking
stuff.
noise earlier. Whoever's doing the clicking,
Not me.
stop that shit.
You know, it's not me. It's not me.
Oh, maybe that's me. I'm playing a game. My
I
bad.
got a shitty mic. I ain't heard shit.
So yeah, I got to take off here, of course, as usual. But I do have one question.
He's gonna run right when we're about to start
I-
the hot seat.
Every time,
What a
this
bitch.
happens every single time. They wait until I have to work and then send the donos in, and I'm not even mad about it. I got a busy day tomorrow, but I just want to know if the brain happened on accident or was intentional.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I would say accidental.
So are your thoughts accidental?
I just wanted to give my input. I think it was
Oh,
intentional. That's just my opinion.
I don't know. That's a
Yeah,
good question.
I'm asking Jesus if the thoughts are intentional or accidental.
I don't know. That's a good question. I've never thought about that. I would have to say I'm
Yeah,
currently. I've said this other places too, and I know everybody's going to be pissed off about it, and I apologize that it's wholly unsatisfying. But I'm in the process of working out how I don't believe that free will exists, but I believe that agency exists, and I can't circle that square yet. So if we get into that, then it's going to be just kind of my own.
You need to
No,
look
no,
up.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you, bro.
You need to look up
based. How does that work? How does that work? Because I think it, but I don't understand it.
Yeah. Where does that come from? Is it accidental? But if your thoughts are an accident, then none of these people on this panel are going to take
form of
anything you say seriously.
If
they're not going to take it seriously anyway.
If you
All right, well, I'm out of here. Hey, you guys have a good night.
Called
No good
determinism.
time to do it.
Night.
Speak easy.
Which
For the
is
reason
different
tomorrow. Shouts out to the homies. You guys have a good night.
That's right. Rowdy's got a Swords of Reason tomorrow. Big day.
Ooh.
Nice.
But there's a difference between determinism and predeterminism there. Start there. If that'll get you to where you want to be as far as there being causal systems, but agency.
But a lot of the time, people go into evolution. Dude, I've seen Christians that debate evolution. Okay.
Yeah.
So
right.
I mean, a lot of times they'll go into evolution with, I'm not arguing about how everything got here. I'm arguing about what's happening to everything since it got here. That's where there's a lot of this disconnect happens.
Yep.
What he's just saying is God is maybe God planted a bunch of seeds and then the seeds went wild and then turned into everything else.
Yep.
He's open to the possibility.
It would create a He doesn't understand how that would create a contradiction in the.
I think he.
Hold on. You don't have no idea what I was going to say because it creates a contradiction in omnipotence, in knowing everything.
Right.
That's why
that needs to be established first.
No, the Christians that argue for this trench would just say that he knew exactly how everything was evolved. He created exactly how.
I get that, but that's
what they do.
Where that battleground is.
I've watched them, man. I'm telling you, I've seen Christians that argue that God made evolution.
Right.
Yeah,
this is true. This is true.
I got to piss like a racehorse, and so does Morty. So does anybody have? I've got like 3 minutes. If anybody wants to come with the,
are you getting right off, or are you staying for the hot seat?
No, yeah, I gotta go.
Oh, you got to get right off. Well, okay. If anyone's got a question,
I
got a question. So Indian Jesus, I asked this to the debate opponent earlier. If I just evolve to believe in the Christian God and you didn't, wouldn't debating me on it be like a performative contradiction?
that goes into the free will versus agency. And
well, what do you think? You think
in general, I am a materialist in the sense that whether it was the Big Bang or some type of other physical thing, there was a physical point where we can track the laws of physics back to where that started. Just like life, I don't know what happened before that, but after that, then it doesn't make sense to me that there could be only atoms and energy in the universe following laws of physics, and also the opportunity to manipulate the way your brain works.
Okay.
But I do believe in agency because I make choices, and I know that I feel like I make those choices. But even if it's preconditioned or predetermined, then there's still some aspect of choice, and I'm not there yet.
Break down between determinism and predeterminism. Predeterminism is everything's like written in stone, and the fates are the fates, and you're locked in your fate, meaning you have no agency, which is incompatible with like the determinism that I kind of believe, where there are contingent systems, but you have all of the free will, but your free will is only extended as far as your biological agency, your personal agency.
It's not true free will.
God will permit.
Right. It's not. It's predetermined.
No.
Just real quick,
evolution is because I could murder somebody and then that cancels out their
What are your thoughts on Alex O'Connor, Lutch? His recent shift to
he's the GOAT. I'm waiting for Andrew to stop dodging him.
Yeah, but you do realize that he's been admitting that there is a God. There has to be a God.
He's been saying that he is more. I get a lot of my cues from him, which is why I moved away from atheist. The reason that I felt okay with that is because it was the podcast with Rainn Wilson, the guy from The Office, and he was saying that when people ask me if I'm an atheist or agnostic, I usually say agnostic because of the fact that I don't really know exactly what they're referring to. And I was like, I have this whole thing about God is really bad at being a word, because when you say God, then people just have their own ideas. And so when you say, do you believe in God, you may as well be saying, do you believe in blue blah? Well, it depends on what blue blah means. If you mean love, then yes, I believe in love. If you believe in
let's move it back to evolution for a second.
All right, 3 minutes.
Do you understand the difference between microevolution and macroevolution?
No. I don't believe. I think that's a cope. I think that's a Christian cope. Microevolution is evolution. That's what
it's a scientific. That's a science. That's not a Christian cope.
No, but I'm saying
we call it.
Well, okay. I was jumping ahead. I was jumping ahead, but saying that we have micro evolution, but not macro evolution. I don't think that follows. I don't think that's logical.
Well, it actually does. So, would you? My evolutionists like to make the argument that goes something like this, right? Like they did an experiment with fruit flies in a lab, and they're like, "Oh, look, see, something changed about the fruit flies. They got polka dots now, or whatever the fuck it was. Therefore," and then they extrapolate from that. They're like, "Therefore, flies used to not be flies." Do you see how that's like a problem logically?
When you understand it like that, absolutely. But when you understand what they're actually saying, then no, it makes perfect sense.
That is what they're actually saying. That's literally the extrapolation of what they're saying.
Okay, that's what you think.
I don't know. I just wanted to say, I'm going to head out. You guys letting me up here for the very first time, but I just wanted to leave with this from my perspective. I think for sure there is a designer, a main designer, as to why we're all here, and the process through that was just specific order and sequence. But I think the inclination of how we are existing with free will, in my opinion, I think there's free will, but also original sin. And I think humanity just fucked everything up of that specific order and sequence of the intention of the designer, if that all made sense. But I'm just going to leave it on that. But I appreciate you guys for having me up here for the first time, and I'll be back on the next one. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for
Peace
joining.
out. Yeah, I'm gonna dip out too, guys. Thank you so very much.
Always from the hot seat.
Yeah, I know. But
Oh,
I don't know.
Stick
You're
around.
on the
Stick
East Coast,
around.
right?
We're gonna
Easy?
change gears. It's gonna get fun now.
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time.
I don't know how the fuck you do this shit.
You're gonna be the good guy. I'm gonna be the bad guy.
I worked during the day. All right, I can't be going.
Listen to this. I used to. This is the way my days used to go. I'd start stream around like 9 at night. I'd stream all night. get off stream, go straight to work for 7:30, get off around 3:30.
Damn.
Get home, do a couple things, sleep for like 2 hours, get up, do a couple more things. 9:30 again, I'm starting stream. I did that almost a whole year before I decided. Okay, I started making almost as much as I made at work with the stream, and then I said I gotta pick one or my body's gonna give up. So I picked streaming full time, obviously. But yeah, dude, you gotta grind
shit.
sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
I just saw this shit with work where I gotta I make more money from work than I do from YouTube, and that's where I gotta do some shit with that. So right now that's a priority. But
it's always how it starts.
That's
why
I
just rob you gotta people. Turn it around.
In the process. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know you guys all stream at the same time, but live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Until next time, me and Morty are out of here. Peace.
Later, brother.
All right. Are they talking shit? Are they talking shit? Let's see if they're talking shit.
All right. Looks like we have a couple spots open for the hot seat. If you guys want to get
Not
up
talking
here,
shit.
hurry up now.
All right. Yeah, I like Pete Holmes as well. Pete Holmes quoted the road manager from AC/DC that said, "God is the name of the blanket that we pull over the mystery to give it form." I haven't been drinking for the last hour, but dilly with some club soda. Yeah, I mean, I these are definitely it's interesting questions, but because of the fact that it seems like they're all in this group where they can ping off each other. Like I never claimed to fucking be an expert on evolution or biology or anything. I have basic understanding, but the even with that basic understanding, they couldn't knock down what I was saying. I'm willing, and I have been willing, to accept a deistic God, because it seems I'm starting to understand, thanks to Alex O'Connor, that when people talk about God, they mean so many different things that to assume you're talking about the Christian God or any particular God or a theistic God at all is not necessarily the case. And so yeah, I'm fine. I'm not so hell-bent on saying no, there cannot be no God, no. I care about the truth. That's all I care about. Just trying to help you on your side, but that was difficult for me. Yeah, I mean they did, right, at relevant points, and then someone fucking accused me of using a red herring when I was asked the question. Can't get no respect at all from these Christians. But shout out to you guys. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I'm gonna work on the structure of what we're doing with the member stuff, what we're doing with Discord. I am going to make a big push to try to get more of you guys. I think all of you guys are in the Discord, but not only to be in the Discord, but to have the notifications on properly so that you're not getting boom, 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 boom from every little single message. But when I tag you somebody's replying to, so that we keep conversation going, stuff throughout the day, throughout the week, so on and so forth. That's how this builds. If it's just a show that I do, it's just going to be a show that I do. And as much as I love doing this show for you guys, we got to do a little bit more. David said, I respect truth seekers no matter what their personal spiritual belief. Well, it's empty, but in spirit. And I agree. Thank you so very, very much. Again, you guys know the spiel. You can be doing anything else in the world, and I love you with all of my heart. Thank you so much for donating $100 to Amelia, my niece. Hell yes. I've got a niece, and her name is Amelia. Word up. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Just tonight, we had Jason, Edge of the South, Joe motherfucking Cool, Bucks going hard, baby, and Kitty coming in for the after party. Like I said, I'll figure out how to do this and what the best way to operate this is, but stick around with me. I'm going to make it worth it to be a member, and I'm going to make it worth it to be in the Discord. Thank you. And that's about it. I have to pee so bad. And if Morty didn't already pee, then he also very much has to pee. But we leave the pee pad out here. He knows. He's like, you good? You done? Yes, we are done. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, we have Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.